Welcome in, my tired potatoes. I'm overjoyed you decided to come chill with us. Go ahead and settle in, and let everything soften a little. You found a quiet place to rest. This is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, based on a horse breed many of you have recommended over the past couple of months. It's shaped from historical sources, and designed to be calm, steady and easy to follow. Tonight we're stepping into the history and domestication of the Arabian horse, following a long relationship built on trust, movement and life shared across open landscapes. There's a campfire nearby, the trees are still around you, and somewhere in the distance you can hear the soft rhythm of ocean waves. You can let yourself unwind now, as the story begins to settle in, and if you ever have ideas for ambience tracks, feel free to share them. I always like hearing what you'd want to fall asleep to. If this calm, grounded history helps you relax, feel free to follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, grab your blanket, and let's get this thing rolling. The horse is standing still, head up, ears forward, nostrils spread to something on the air that you cannot smell from where you're standing. Whatever it has noticed, it has not decided yet what to do about it. And in that moment of suspended attention, before the decision you can see exactly what this animal is, which is an argument made in bone. Muscle. Fine, dark coat by a landscape that spent thousands of years asking very hard questions. The Najd is the high, central plateau of the Arabian Peninsula, a place of gravel plains, basalt fields, seasonal wadis that carry water when the rains come, carry nothing for most of the year. The summer heat here is not the wet, heavy heat of a coastal region. It is dry, direct, the sun working on a landscape with very little to absorb it, the temperature climbing into ranges that would stop most large animals from moving at all during the middle hours of the day. The winters are cold enough to require shelter. The forage is sparse, consisting mostly of desert grasses. Low shrubs that provide nutrition in concentrations that require a great deal of ground to cover for a reasonable amount of feed. Water sources are separated by distances that demand efficient travel rather than leisurely grazing. The desert made the Arabian horse first, across a span of time long enough that the changes it produced went all the way down into the bone, before any breeder made a decision or any standard was written. The horse arrived in the Arabian Peninsula sometime in the 2nd or 3rd millennium before the Common Era, though the exact timeline remains a matter of ongoing archaeological debate. Rock carvings found in the Hejaz region of what is now western Saudi Arabia depict horses in postures that researchers have noted bear a strong resemblance to the modern Arabian's characteristic outline: the arched neck, the high tail carriage, the refined head. These are not drawings that could be dated precisely, but they place horses in this landscape at a time when the selective pressure of the desert would have had generations to work with. What the desert selected for was not size. The horses that survived in this environment were not the largest, they were the most efficient. A large horse requires proportionally more water, more feed, more recovery time after exertion. In a landscape where all three of those things were limited, largeness was a liability rather than an asset. What the desert rewarded was a horse that could do more with less, that could travel further on a given amount of water, that could recover from exertion more quickly, that could sustain pace over distance without requiring the kind of recuperation that a less efficient animal would need. The physical consequences of this selection are visible in every Arabian horse alive today, and they are worth examining before the history moves any further, because they are the argument that everything else in this story rests on. The chest of an Arabian horse is notably deep. The heart girth, the measurement around the barrel just behind the front legs, large relative to the animal's overall size. This depth houses a heart. Lungs of proportionally greater capacity than most breeds of similar height carry. A larger heart moves more blood per beat. Larger lungs process more oxygen per breath. Both of those things matter enormously to a horse working hard in extreme heat, where the demands on the cardiovascular system are amplified by the need to regulate body temperature at the same time as sustaining movement. The nostrils of an Arabian horse are large, deeply curved, capable of an extreme degree of dilation during exertion. At a full gallop, the nostrils open to a width that is visually striking even to someone who has been around horses their entire life. They are not decorative. They are the intake mechanism of a respiratory system built for high performance in conditions that punish inefficiency. The broad forehead above them houses large sinuses that warm, filter the dry desert air before it reaches the lungs, a biological adaptation to an environment where dust. Temperature differentials are constants rather than exceptions. The bone of the Arabian is dense in ways that do not announce themselves visually. The legs of an Arabian horse appear refined, fine-boned by comparison with draft breeds or warm bloods, and that appearance leads some observers to assume fragility. Studies of Arabian bone density have consistently shown it to be heavier per unit of volume than the bone of most other light horse breeds, a quality that produces durability without adding the weight that bulk would carry. The desert did not produce a delicate horse. It produced a horse that looks lighter than it is, performs accordingly. The skin is thin, the coat fine. In a cool climate, an Arabian in sunlight shows the network of veins beneath the skin along the neck. Shoulder, barrel with a clarity that is almost anatomical, the horse's circulatory system visible from several feet away. This thinness is not fragility either. It is thermoregulation, the horse's ability to dissipate heat through the skin surface more efficiently than a heavier coated animal could manage. In the desert heat, the ability to shed excess body heat quickly is as important as the ability to generate power in the first place. The people who lived on the Nard Plateau, across the broader Arabian Peninsula in the centuries before, after the Common Era, were not passive observers of these qualities. They were paying the closest possible attention. The Bedouin tribes of the Arabian Peninsula were not a single people, but a collection of distinct tribal groups moving across shared landscape according to seasonal patterns, following water, forage, raiding, trading, forming alliances with the practiced complexity of people whose survival depended on reading both the land, each other correctly. The horse was not peripheral to this life. It was central to it in ways that few relationships between humans, animals have been before or since. A Bedouin raiding party without horses was a raiding party that could be outrun, caught. A Bedouin tribe without horses was a tribe that could not project force beyond the distance a person could walk, could not respond to threats quickly enough, could not move the household fast enough when moving fast became necessary. The horse was military capacity, transportation infrastructure, status symbol, insurance policy all at once. And the quality of a tribe's horses was not separable from the tribe's ability to survive in an environment where the margin between surviving, not surviving, was narrow enough that small advantages compounded quickly into decisive ones. This dependence produced attention. The Bedouin breeders who developed what we now call the Arabian horse were not working from written records or formal genetic theory. They were working from observation accumulated across generations, transmitted through oral tradition with the care that people give to knowledge that their lives depend on. They watched horses the way people watch things that matter completely. What they were selecting for overlapped substantially with what the desert had already been selecting for: endurance, soundness, the ability to perform under stress, recover quickly, the ability to form a working relationship with a human handler that was based on trust rather than coercion, because a horse that required coercion to perform was a horse that would fail at exactly the moment the situation most required it not to. The earliest written references to Arabian horses as a distinct type appear in sources from the first centuries of the Common Era, though the breed's oral history extends considerably further back in Bedouin tradition. Ancient writers who encountered Arabian horses in the context of trade or military conflict noted their appearance as distinctive: the fineness of the head, the high carriage, the quality of movement, in terms that suggest the breed was already recognizable as itself by the time anyone thought to write about it. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century before the Common Era, described the horses of Arabia in terms that suggest awareness of something particular about them, though his account is general enough that it does not constitute a precise description of the breed as we would recognize it. The Roman writer Oppian, writing several centuries later, was more specific, describing the horses of the Arabian Peninsula in terms of their speed, endurance in ways that align with what later sources would confirm. Neither was writing a stud book. The detailed breeding records would not begin to appear until the Islamic period, when religious emphasis on the horse's importance, The administrative capacity of an expanding civilization produced the conditions for systematic record-keeping. But the horse that those later records would describe was already the horse it was, shaped by the desert, by the people who had been watching it for centuries before anyone thought to write what they saw. The horse at the edge of your awareness is still standing still. The thing on the air that caught its attention has either resolved or moved on, because the ears have relaxed slightly, the nostrils returned to their resting width, the head dropped a fraction from its highest position. The concentrated attention has become ordinary watchfulness, which in an Arabian horse is still more alert than most breeds manage at their most focused. The desert made this animal across a span of time longer than most human civilizations have existed. It made the deep chest, the large nostrils, the dense fine bone, the thin skin. It made the stamina, the recovery rate, the particular quality of intelligence that comes from being an animal whose survival required it to think, not just to follow. The Bedouin who would take what the desert had made, refine it further, who would spend the next several centuries turning environmental accident into deliberate art, were already watching. They had been watching for a long time. They knew what they had. The question was what they were going to do with it. The tent is not large. It holds a family, their bedding, their cooking equipment, the things that travel with them across the Najd Plateau as the seasons turn. The tribe moves between water sources. It is made of woven goat hair, dark brown, dense, heavy enough to hold warmth in the cold desert nights, to shed the occasional rain without complaint. There is not a great deal of room to spare, and yet, when the temperature drops far enough, or when the mare is close to foaling, or when the threat of a raid makes leaving her outside through the night an unacceptable risk, the family makes room. The mare is brought in. She stands in the space between the sleeping area, the fire, her head lowered slightly in the particular way of a horse that is relaxed but not inattentive, her breath making a small warmth of its own in the close air of the tent. The children sleep near her. They have grown up near her. She is not a surprise to them. They are not a surprise to her. And that mutual familiarity is not incidental to what she is. It is the point. The Bedouin word for this intimacy, for the relationship between a tribe, its horses, does not translate cleanly into English, because the English language developed in a context where horses lived in stables, humans lived in houses. The two arrangements were understood to be separate. The Bedouin arrangement was not separate. The horse that lived with the family, that was fed by hand when forage was scarce, that was watered before the children were watered in times of genuine shortage, was a horse that understood humans as its primary social world, not its handlers, its family. The distinction mattered in practice because a horse whose trust was total behaved differently in moments of crisis than a horse whose trust was conditional. And in the world the Bedouin inhabited, the moments of crisis came without warning, required everything the horse had. The practical logic of keeping mares inside the tent was not only about temperature or protection from raiders, though both of those things were real considerations. It was about producing a specific kind of horse, a foal born into a human household, handled from its first hours by human hands, spoken to in human voices, accustomed to human smell, human movement. The particular unpredictability of human behaviour was a foal that would grow into a horse with a tolerance for human proximity that could not be trained into an animal that had not been formed this way from the beginning. The Bedouin breeders understood, without the vocabulary of behavioural science, what behavioural science would later confirm, that the window of socialization in young horses is early, narrow, and that what happens inside that window shapes the animal's fundamental orientation toward humans for the rest of its life. They were not reading research papers, they were reading horses across generations, and what they had read told them that the horse born, raised in close contact with people, was a different animal from the horse raised in a paddock, not in temperament alone, but in the quality of the bond it was capable of forming. The reliability of that bond under pressure. Over generations, the selection pressure of this preference produced an animal with a genuine orientation toward human companionship that is observable in Arabian horses today, the tendency to seek out human presence, to engage with people rather than tolerate them, to respond to a known person with a recognition that goes beyond mere familiarity. The horses most responsive to human handling were the ones most valued, most carefully bred, most likely to pass their qualities forward. The horses that were difficult, that resisted the intimacy of tent life. that could not be trusted in the unpredictable circumstances of a raid or a flight were not the horses the Bedouin built their breeding programs around. The Bedouin bred almost exclusively through the mare line, a considered decision rooted in the observation that the character of a strain passed most reliably through the female line. The stallion contributed, certainly, but the mare was understood to be the carrier of what made a strain itself, the consistent thread across generations that preserved the qualities a tribe had spent years selecting for. The strains were called by names that described their character, or their origin, or some quality that distinguished them from others, and each strain was understood to have particular attributes that made it suited to particular purposes. Some strains were known for speed over short distances, others for endurance over long ones, some for a temperament particularly suited to battle, a controlled aggression under pressure that was different from mere courage, others for a gentleness that made them manageable by less experienced riders without sacrificing the underlying quality that made them worth riding in the first place. The tradition of Al-Khamsa, the Five, holds that all pure Arabian horses descend from 5 foundation mares selected by the Prophet Muhammad from a herd that had been driven to water after a long desert crossing. According to the tradition, the horses that turned back from the water in response to a call to battle before they had drunk were the ones selected. Their obedience, responsiveness under the most extreme pressure, the final test of their worthiness. The 5 mares that passed that test became the foundation of the breed's modern lineage, their descendants carrying the designation of a seal, pure, in a tradition maintained by Bedouin breeders for over 1,000 years. The historical documentation of this story is not what a modern stud book would require. It is a founding tradition, the kind of origin narrative that carries cultural, philosophical weight rather than archival precision, describing what the breed stands for as much as where it literally came from. What it describes is a horse selected for willingness over appetite, for responsiveness to the human relationship, even at the moment when the animal's own needs were most urgent. Whether the specific event happened exactly as described is a question for historians. What it accurately captures is the selection principle that shaped the breed, the understanding that the horse's value was inseparable from its orientation toward the person riding it. The oral tradition through which Bedouin breeders maintained pedigree records was not a simple list of names. It was a living body of knowledge, maintained by specific people within the tribe whose role was to know it, transmit it accurately, recited in a form that combined the precision of a legal document with the memorability of poetry. A mare's lineage could be recited back through 5, 8, 10 generations by a breeder who had never written a word of it down, because the recitation was practiced, tested, corrected within the community of people who shared the same knowledge, would notice an error. This tradition produced a system of pedigree verification that operated through consensus rather than documentation. If you claimed your mare was of a particular strain, the claim was subject to the scrutiny of everyone in your community who knew that strain's history. Fraud was possible but difficult, because the knowledge was distributed rather than held by any single authority. The breeder who misrepresented a horse's lineage was misrepresenting it to people who knew as much about that lineage as he did. And in a community where reputation was a form of currency, the cost of being caught was high. Western travellers who encountered this system in the 18th, 19th centuries attempted to purchase horses or obtain pedigree information often found the process baffling. The absence of written records struck them as a deficiency, evidence of a primitive system that could not be trusted. They were encountering a different kind of record-keeping, one that had been functioning reliably for centuries longer than the European stud book tradition. That had produced, by any measurable standard, results that European breeders would spend the next several centuries trying to replicate. The mare in the tent is sleeping now. Her breathing has slowed to the long, even rhythm of a large animal fully at rest, and the sound of it fills the tent in a way that is not intrusive but present, a steady background that the family has slept beside so many nights it has become part of what sleep sounds like. Her warmth contributes to the warmth of the space. The fire has burned down to coals. Outside, the desert is cold, dark, entirely indifferent to everything inside the tent. Inside the tent, the horse. The family have achieved the particular arrangement that centuries of proximity had made natural, each aware of the other, neither disturbed by the awareness, the boundary between human space. Animal space dissolved by long habit. This is what the Bedouin built across generations of deliberate, attentive breeding. Not only a horse with exceptional physical qualities, though they built that too, a horse that belonged in human company. That was at its best in human company. That human attention had shaped across so many generations the shaping was no longer visible as shaping. Tomorrow there will be riding to do, and distances to cover, and decisions to make about water, direction, pace. The horse will be ready for all of it. She has been prepared for all of it by people who understood what they were preparing her for, with a clarity that no written manual could have improved upon. For now, she sleeps, and the tent holds its warmth, and the desert does what deserts do through the long hours before the dawn. The ground here is different. Not the hard gravel pan of the Najd, or the loose sand of the Great Erg, but something softer, darker, soil that holds moisture, smells of it. That gives slightly under a hoof in a way that the desert floor never did. The horse notices. It adjusts its stride without breaking rhythm, the way a horse does when it has learned to read ground rather than simply cross it, each foot placed with a fraction more care than the last, the body recalibrating to a surface that is new but not alarming. The rider notices the adjustment, does not intervene. This is the understanding they have developed across hundreds of miles, the rider reading the horse, reading the ground, the communication moving between them without requiring anything as deliberate as a signal. Around them, the army moves in its larger rhythm, thousands of horses, men crossing a landscape that no Arabian horse had crossed a generation ago, carrying with them the language, the faith, the political structure of a civilization that had expanded with a speed that surprised even the people doing the expanding. It is the 7th century of the Common Era. The armies of the early Islamic Caliphate are moving across North Africa, into the Levant, toward Persia, eventually into the Iberian Peninsula. The edges of Central Asia. They are moving on Arabian horses, and everywhere those horses go, the people who see them are seeing something they have not seen before. A horse that moves differently. That holds itself differently. That responds to its rider with a quality of attentiveness that the heavier, coarser horses of the regions they are crossing do not demonstrate. The Arabian horse is about to become the most influential horse in the world. It does not know this. It is reading the ground, adjusting its stride, staying close to the person it trusts. The Prophet Muhammad's relationship with horses was not incidental to his religious legacy. The hadith, the collected sayings, practices attributed to him, recorded by his companions, contain numerous references to horses, to their proper treatment, references that carried the weight of religious instruction for the communities that followed his teachings. Among the most frequently cited is the statement, recorded in various forms across multiple hadith collections, that good is tied to the forelocks of horses until the day of judgment. The precise translation varies depending on the source, the translator, but the meaning is consistent across versions. The horse is not merely a useful animal, but a blessed one, and its care, honouring are acts of religious significance. This framing did not create the Bedouin tradition of horse care, which predated Islam by centuries. What it did was give that tradition religious authority in the context of the new civilization that was organising itself around Islamic teaching. The practices that Bedouin breeders had developed for practical reasons, keeping the mare inside the tent, feeding, watering the horse before attending to other needs, selecting for temperament alongside physical quality, were now practices that could be understood as religiously sanctioned rather than merely practical, and that framing eased their spread into the administrative, scholarly culture of the early Islamic civilization. The first formal written stud books for Arabian horses began to appear in this period, not replacing the oral tradition, but layering over it. The scholars, administrators of the early caliphate, brought to the question of horse breeding the same systematic impulse that produced the great works of Islamic mathematics, medicine, and philosophy in this period, the impulse to organise, record knowledge that had previously existed in distributed oral forms, the horses that Bedouin breeders had tracked through memory. Recitation began also to be tracked through manuscript, their lineages recorded in a form that could survive the death of the person who held the knowledge in their head. This was a significant shift, not because written records were more reliable than the oral tradition, but because they travelled differently. A pedigree written in a manuscript in Baghdad could be read by a breeder in Cordoba or Cairo or Samarkand without requiring the physical presence of the person who originally held the knowledge. The Arabian horse's genetics were already moving across the Islamic world with the armies, the trade routes. Now its documented history was moving with them, the geography of the Islamic expansion in the 7th, 8th centuries reads, from the perspective of horse history, like a map of where Arabian genetics went next, North Africa first, where the existing barb horse population of the Maghreb absorbed Arabian blood, produced a horse that was neither purely Arabian nor purely barb but something in between, combining the Arabian's refinement, endurance with the barb's hardiness in a different kind of difficult terrain, the Iberian Peninsula next, where the horses that would eventually contribute to the Andalusian. The Lusitano were shaped by centuries of Arabian influence, the high action, arched neck, proud carriage of the Iberian breeds carrying visible traces of the Arabian ancestry that the Islamic occupation of Spain introduced. Persia received Arabian horses, gave back a tradition of horse culture that was in some respects as sophisticated as the Bedouin one. The Persian passion for horses documented in poetry, miniature painting across several centuries, the Arabian horse appearing in those miniatures with its characteristic outline rendered by artists who had clearly spent time observing the actual animal rather than working from description. The horses in Persian miniatures of the 10th, 11th centuries are recognisably Arabian, the dished profile, high tail carriage, fine legs depicted with an accuracy that suggests the painters knew exactly what they were looking at. Central Asia presented a different kind of encounter. The horses of the steppes were built for a different set of demands than the Arabian horse, stockier, colder-blooded, shaped by a landscape that rewarded a different kind of endurance. The mixing of Arabian blood into steppe horse populations produced results that varied widely, depending on the specific populations involved. The specific selection pressure applied afterward, some of those results becoming the foundation of breeds that would not be formally recognised for centuries. The Islamic world provided the infrastructure through which that perfected animal could move beyond the conditions that had produced it, demonstrate what it was capable of in contexts its breeders had never imagined. The horse moved well in those new contexts. It moved well because the qualities the desert had selected for. The Bedouin had refined endurance, efficiency, soundness, the ability to perform under stress. Recover quickly were not qualities specific to the desert. They were qualities that translated. A horse that could cross the Naid on sparse water. Sparser forage could also cover the distance between military campaigns in North Africa without breaking down. A horse that could sustain a raid at full speed across desert gravel could sustain the pace of a cavalry engagement on softer ground. The scholar in Baghdad writing down a mare's lineage for the first time in ink rather than committing it to memory was doing something that would have seemed unnecessary to the Bedouin breeder who had carried that lineage in his head for 30 years. It was also doing something that the Bedouin breeder could not do alone, which was send that lineage somewhere the breeder himself could not go. The written horse travelled further than the spoken one, and the world it travelled into was larger, more various than anything the Najd Plateau had prepared it for. The form the difficulty took was almost beside the point, and the horse was going with it, as it goes with the person it trusts. By the time the Islamic Golden Age reached its height in the 9th, 10th centuries, the Arabian horse had been present in the written record for long enough that the written record had begun to develop its own internal debates about breeding standards, bloodline purity, debates that echoed the conversations Bedouin breeders had been having orally for generations. The question of what made a horse a seal genuinely pure was not a question that the introduction of writing resolved. It was a question that writing made more complicated, because written claims could be forged in ways that oral community knowledge was harder to fake. The tension between the oral tradition, the written one, between the Bedouin breeder who knew a horse's lineage because he had been present for it, the scholar who knew it because he had read it, was not resolved in this period. It was not resolved in the periods that followed either. It is, in a modified form, still present in Arabian horse breeding today, where DNA testing has added a third layer of verification to a system that already had two, and where the question of what authenticity means for a horse whose breeding has been tracked across 15 centuries is still, occasionally, a matter of genuine disagreement. The horse on the move across the 7th century landscape does not know any of this. It has adjusted to the soft ground now, its stride settled into the rhythm that distance requires rather than the shorter, quicker rhythm of the desert crossing. The army around it is large, purposeful, going somewhere specific, and the horse is going with it as it goes with the person it trusts, which is to say without reservation, without requiring the destination to first justify itself. The ship has docked. The noise of an English port in the early 1700s is considerable. The creak of rigging, the shouts of dock hands, the general productive chaos of a harbour that moves goods between continents without pausing to reflect on what it is doing. Through all of it, down the gangplank, onto solid ground for the first time in weeks comes a horse. He is not large, standing next to the English horses already on the dock, the heavy-boned working animals. The thicker-set riding horses of the period, he looks almost slight, his legs finer, his head smaller, more refined, his overall outline suggesting something built to a different specification than anything the people watching him have encountered before. His coat is bay, a deep warm brown with black points, and the morning light catches it in a way that makes the network of veins along his neck, shoulder visible from several feet away. He stands quietly on the unfamiliar ground, ears forward, taking in the noise, the smell of an English port with the alert composure of a horse that has learned, over a long sea voyage, a longer journey before that new things do not necessarily require alarm. His name, the name he would be given by the people who would record his influence on English breeding, is the Dali Arabian. He was purchased in Aleppo, in what is now Syria, in 1700, by Thomas Dali, a merchant, consul who recognised in this young stallion something worth the considerable trouble, expense of shipping him to England. Thomas Dali's letters home describing the horse have survived, and in them he writes, with the careful admiration of a man who knows horses well enough to know when he's looking at something exceptional, noting the horse's symmetry, his quality of movement, the particular refinement of his head. Neck. He was 4 years old when he arrived in England. He would live to the age of 30. In that time he would become the most influential sire in the history of the thoroughbred, the ancestor, through his great-great-grandson Eclipse, of the majority of modern racehorses worldwide. He was just a horse from somewhere else, standing quietly in the English morning, waiting to see what came next. The English had been importing horses from the Arabian Peninsula, the broader Middle East for longer than the Dali Arabians' arrival might suggest. The appetite for Eastern horses among English breeders had been growing through the 17th century, driven by the observation that the native English horse stock, while serviceable, was not producing animals with the speed, stamina that racing, which had become a serious, expensive pursuit among the English aristocracy, increasingly demanded. The Bayali Turk arrived first in 1686, a stallion captured from the Ottoman forces at the Battle of Buda, brought to England by Captain Robert Bayali, who rode him at the Battle of the Boyne before retiring him to stud. The Godolphin Arabian arrived in 1730, his origins more obscure, more debated than the other two foundation sires, having passed through France before reaching England under circumstances that various accounts describe differently. The Dali Arabian was the third of the three foundation sires of the modern thoroughbred, and by most genetic analyses of modern racehorse lineage, the most influential. All three carried Arabian or Arabian-influenced blood, the genetics that the desert had shaped. The Bedouin had refined. The Islamic world had spread across 3 continents over the preceding 1,000 years, arriving now in the green. Rainy landscape of northern England to be put to work on a problem English breeders had been unable to solve with the resources they already had. They wanted a faster horse. The Arabian gave them one. What English breeders understood was empirical rather than theoretical. The offspring of the Eastern stallions were faster. They were sounder. They held their condition over the kind of distances that English racing demanded. The 4-mile heats that were standard in the early 18th century requiring a degree of stamina that the pre-Arabian English horse stock did not reliably produce. The Dali Arabian's most famous descendant, Eclipse, foaled in 1764, was undefeated in 18 races, never seriously extended. His stride was measured by observers of the period as covering ground at a rate that his contemporaries could not match. And the descriptions of him in motion carry a quality of genuine astonishment that is not the routine hyperbole of racing writing, but the more specific astonishment of people watching something they cannot quite account for. Eclipse retired to stud, became, through his sons, grandsons, great-grandsons, the ancestor of the majority of modern thoroughbreds, the Dali Arabian's influence compounding through the generations until it was present in nearly every horse on every serious racing circuit in the world. What the Arabian blood introduced into the English racing horse was not only speed, though speed was the most visible result. It introduced the refinement of bone that produced a horse lighter on its feet than the heavier English stock. It introduced the lung, heart capacity that allowed that horse to sustain its pace over distance, rather than producing a short burst of speed that faded before the finish. It introduced the quality of coat, skin that managed heat more efficiently, which mattered on the summer racing days when temperature added an additional demand to the physiological ones, and it introduced, in ways that were observed but not easily quantified at the time, a quality of intelligence, responsiveness that made the resulting horses more manageable under the pressures of competitive racing than their heavier predecessors had been. Lady Judith Ann Dorothea Blunt Lytton, known to history as Lady Wentworth, arrived at a different point in the Arabian horse's English story, nearly 2 centuries after the Dali Arabian stepped off his ship. By her time the thoroughbred was thoroughly established, the Arabian blood that had transformed it so thoroughly absorbed into the new breed that the thoroughbred was considered a distinct entity rather than a derivative one. The pure Arabian horse, the Asil horse that the Bedouin had maintained through centuries of careful selection, was in danger of a different kind of dilution, not the dilution of its blood into other breeds, but the dilution of its standards through careless breeding in the West. Lady Wentworth inherited the Crabbit Arabian stud in Sussex from her parents Wilfrid, Lady Anne Blunt, Lady Anne, who had travelled to the Arabian Peninsula in the 1870s, 80s to purchase horses directly from Bedouin breeders, bypassing the intermediary market that had grown up around Arabian horse trading in the preceding century. The Blunts were not casual enthusiasts. They were serious students of the breed who understood, from direct observation of Bedouin breeding practices, that what made the Arabian horse what it was could not be maintained without the same standards of selection that the Bedouin had applied. Lady Wentworth took those standards further. She was a scholar of the breed as much as a breeder, producing in 1934 a comprehensive study titled The Authentic Arabian Horse that combined genealogical research with direct observation of living horses, challenged several of the accepted narratives about the breed's history with the combative precision of someone who had spent decades verifying what others had assumed. Her breeding program at Crabbit produced horses that influenced Arabian breeding across Europe, America, and Australia, and the Crabbit line remains one of the most recognizable, respected strains in modern Arabian breeding. What Lady Wentworth was doing at Crabbit was, in a sense, what the Bedouin breeders had always done. She was watching horses with the quality of attention that matters completely. She was selecting for the qualities that made the Arabian what it was, rather than for the qualities that made it convenient or fashionable. She was maintaining a standard in a context where the commercial pressures of the modern horse market made maintaining standards difficult. The Dali Arabian lived out his years at Aldby Park in Yorkshire, standing at stud through the long English seasons in a landscape as different from the Najd Plateau as it is possible to find on the same planet. The wet green winters, the mild summers, the soft ground, the constant cloud cover were nothing that any horse from the Arabian Peninsula had been shaped to expect. He managed. The qualities the desert had built into him, the efficient metabolism, the dense bone, the cardiovascular capacity, the thermoregulatory skin, served him in England as they had served his ancestors on the Najd. Not because England. The Najd made the same demands, but because the qualities themselves were robust enough to translate across conditions. He was sound throughout his long life. He produced exceptional offspring until late in his career. He was, by every account that survives, a horse that held himself with the composure of an animal that understood its own quality, without requiring anyone else to confirm it. The horse that had stepped off the ship in 1700. 4. Standing quietly in the noise. The unfamiliar smell of an English port had arrived somewhere it would remake entirely. It did not know that. It was watching the new place the way it watched everything, with the concentrated attention of a horse built by a landscape that rewarded paying attention, reading the ground beneath its feet, finding it different. Finding it, after a moment, manageable. Stand close enough to an Arabian horse. The first thing you understand is that the descriptions you've read or heard about the breed are not wrong exactly, but they are insufficient. The words that get used, refined, elegant, exotic, fine, are words that gesture toward something without landing on it, the way luminous gestures toward a quality of light. The horse in front of you is not a description. It is a physical fact, and the physical fact is more specific, more interesting than any of the words that have been used to approximate it. The profile of an Arabian horse is concave, where the profiles of most other breeds are straight or convex. The forehead is broad, prominent. The bone of the skull arranged in a way that pushes the forehead forward, creates the distinctive dished quality of the face below it, the nose curving inward rather than running straight from eye socket to nostril, the way a warm blood's or a quarter horse's face does. This dish is not cosmetic. It is structural, the outward expression of a skull arranged to house the large sinuses that filter. Warm desert air before it reaches the lungs, the broad forehead accommodating the exceptional width between the eyes that gives the Arabian its characteristic look of open attention. The eyes themselves are large, set wide, low on the skull, positioned in a way that gives the horse a wider field of vision than most breeds carry. The eye of an Arabian horse is dark, typically, and has a quality that people who spend time around the breed describe with words that edge toward the anthropomorphic, intelligent, expressive, present, because the eye genuinely communicates more than a less reactive horse's eye does. The pupil responding to stimuli with a quickness that reflects the underlying alertness of an animal, whose survival once depended on noticing things before they became threats. The neck is long, arched, set high on the shoulder at an angle that gives the head its characteristic elevated carriage. This is not a trained posture, not something achieved through the collection exercises of classical dressage, but a natural consequence of the skeletal structure beneath, the neck vertebrae arranged to carry the head high at rest as well as in motion. A horse that carries its head high has better forward vision at speed. In a landscape where speed, vision were the primary tools of survival, the high-headed horse was the horse that lasted. The shoulder is long, sloping, the angle of the shoulder blade creating a long ground-covering stride rather than the shorter, choppier stride that an upright shoulder produces. This matters for endurance in ways that accumulate over distance. A horse with a long shoulder covers more ground per stride than a horse with an upright one, which means it expends less energy per mile, which means it arrives at the end of a long day with more in reserve. The Bedouin did not have the vocabulary of equine biomechanics. They had the observation that certain mares covered ground more efficiently than others, and they bred from those mares. The withers, the point where the neck meets the back at the top of the shoulder, are prominent, well defined in the Arabian, providing a clear attachment point for the muscles of the neck. Shoulder, a stable platform for a saddle. The back itself is short. And here the Arabian's anatomy departs from the standard mammalian template in a way that is measurable, documentable. Most horses carry 6 lumbar vertebrae between the last rib, the pelvis. A significant proportion of Arabians carry 5, occasionally 4. This is not a defect. It is a structural difference that produces a shorter, stronger coupling between the hindquarters. The rest of the body allowing the horse to engage its hindquarters more fully under its body weight, to transfer power from the hindquarters to the forehand more efficiently. The croup, the top line of the hindquarters from the hip to the tail, is relatively level in the Arabian, and the tail is set, carried high, a consequence of the same skeletal arrangement that produces the short back. The high-tail carriage is one of the Arabian's most visually distinctive features, the tail lifted away from the body in motion, in a way that reads to the human eye as expressive, as communicating something about the horse's internal state. What it is communicating most of the time is simply that the horse is moving forward with energy. The high tail a byproduct of engaged hindquarters rather than a deliberate signal. The legs of the Arabian are where the breed's most counterintuitive quality lives. The cannon bone, the main bone of the lower leg between the knee, the fetlock appears fine. In comparison with the cannon bones of draft breeds or even many warm bloods, the Arabian's cannon is narrow, refined, the tendons running alongside it clearly defined beneath thin skin. The visual impression is of delicacy. The impression is misleading. The bone of the Arabian's lower leg is denser per unit of volume than the bone of most other light horse breeds, a quality that has been confirmed through comparative studies of bone composition across breeds, that the Bedouin knew empirically long before anyone measured it. A dense cannon bone is a cannon bone that resists the stress fractures, splints that high-speed work over hard ground produces in horses with less structural integrity in their lower legs. The Arabian's legs are built for the kind of ground that breaks less well-made horses, and they have been doing that work reliably for longer than most breeds have existed. The hoof of the Arabian is tough, well-formed, the horn dense, the shape naturally round, the frog well-developed. Horses from desert environments tend toward harder hooves than horses from soft ground climates, a difference that develops over generations through the same selective pressure that produced everything else about the breed, the horses with structural weaknesses in their feet not surviving to pass those weaknesses on. An Arabian horse that has been kept on soft pasture for several generations will still tend toward a harder, tougher hoof than a warm blood kept in the same conditions, the genetic inheritance of the desert expressing itself in an environment that no longer demands it. The skin of an Arabian horse is thin enough that the veins beneath it are visible along the neck, the shoulder, the barrel, and the inner surface of the legs in a way that is genuinely striking the first time you see it. The coat is fine, closer in texture to silk than to the coarser coat of most other breeds, and it lies flat against the body rather than standing away from the skin the way a heavier coat does. In sunlight, particularly in summer, when the coat is at its shortest. Finest, an Arabian horse in motion catches light in a way that photographers who specialize in equine subjects describe as unlike any other breed. This thinness is thermoregulation. The closer the skin lies to the surface of the body, the more efficiently the horse can dissipate heat through the skin surface rather than retaining it. This matters in the same way that all of the Arabian's other adaptations matter, because in the desert, heat management is not a comfort issue but a survival one. A horse that overheats during hard work, cannot recover quickly, is a horse that fails exactly when it is most needed. The Arabian's thermoregulatory system was shaped by the same selection pressure that shaped its bone density, its lung capacity, the desert asking the same question it always asked. And across thousands of years of being asked, The breed gave the same answer. The deep chest answers the question of how you sustain cardiovascular performance over distance in extreme heat. The short back answers the question of how you transfer power from hindquarters to forehand efficiently over rough terrain. The dense cannon bone answers the question of how you absorb the concussive impact of hard ground without structural failure. The thin skin, fine coat answer the question of how you manage heat when the work. The weather are both at their worst. The large nostrils, broad sinuses answer the question of how you filter. Condition desert air without losing the respiratory efficiency that sustained effort demands. These answers were not designed. They were selected over thousands of years by an environment that eliminated the horses that gave the wrong answer, preserved the ones that gave the right one. The Bedouin breeders who refined the process were not inventing the answers. They were recognizing them in the horses that survived, making sure those horses were the ones that bred. The broad forehead points to the desert air. The short back points to the terrain. The dense, fine bone points to the gravel. The distance. The thin skin points to the heat. The high tail points to the hindquarters driving forward beneath a horse that has been covering ground since before anyone wrote down what it was doing. Stand close enough to an Arabian horse. Let the eye travel from the head to the tail, from the broad forehead to the high-carried flag of the tail, and what you are reading is a document, not a document written by people, though people contributed to it across centuries of selection. A document written by place, by climate, by the particular demands of a landscape that did not ask for beauty. Produced it anyway, as a byproduct of asking for everything else. The breeder is standing in a field in Virginia in 1840-something, looking at a mare that has just foaled, and what stops him is the head. The foal is a few hours old, still working out the basic logistics of its own legs, and its head has the look that he's seen in pictures. Heard described by people who travelled further than he has, the broad forehead, the dish of the face below it, the large dark eye set wide. Lo, the mare is not an Arabian. She is an American horse of mixed breeding, the kind of practical animal that a working farm produces over generations of breeding for what is needed rather than what is fashionable. But somewhere in her lineage, at a remove of several generations at least, there was Arabian blood, and it has come forward now in the face of this foal with a clarity that several generations of dilution have not managed to erase. Not a dramatic transformation, not a horse that suddenly looks entirely different from everything around it, but a quality that surfaces, resurfaces across generations in the descendants of horses that carried it. The broad forehead appearing in a foal whose dam shows no obvious sign of it. The depth of chest persisting in a line long after the original Arabian cross has receded into the pedigree beyond the point where most breeders bother to trace it. The Arabian horse simply existed, with qualities that other breeders recognised as useful. And the movement of those qualities across breeds. Continents followed the same logic that has always governed the spread of useful things. The breeds that carry measurable Arabian influence span nearly every horse-producing region in the world, nearly every discipline in which horses are used. Some of that influence is recent, documented in formal stud books. Some of it is old enough that it predates the stud book tradition entirely, exists only as a genetic signature in the modern population, confirmed by the kind of analysis that was not available until the late 20th century. The thoroughbred is the most visible example, the breed whose entire foundation rests on 3 Arabian or Arabian-influenced stallions, whose modern genetic composition traces the majority of its male line ancestry to the Dali Arabian alone. But the thoroughbred is also the example that most people know, and the more interesting story of Arabian influence is the one that ran through breeds whose names do not immediately suggest it. The Morgan horse, developed in New England in the late 18th, early 19th centuries from a single foundation sire named Figure, later called Justin Morgan, carried conformation traits that Morgan historians have long associated with Arabian influence somewhere in the foundation sire's background. The refinement of the head, the depth of body, the quality of bone, appearing in a horse whose origins are incompletely documented, but whose physical characteristics point consistently toward Eastern blood. The Morgan became one of the most influential American breeds of the 19th century, contributing its genetics to the American saddlebred, the standardbred, and the Tennessee walking horse, carrying whatever Arabian influence it held forward into those breeds as well. The American quarter horse, bred for the explosive speed of the quarter-mile sprint, carries thoroughbred blood throughout its foundation, which means it carries Arabian blood at one remove, the refinement, cardiovascular capacity of the desert horse present in a breed that looks nothing like an Arabian, was developed for purposes the Arabian's original breeders could not have imagined. The quarter horse's characteristic muscling, compact body come from other sources, from the heavy colonial horses of the eastern seaboard, from Spanish horses with their own complex genetics. But the speed, the lung capacity, the quality of bone that allow a quarter horse to reach full gallop in a few strides owes something to the genetics that arrived in England on the Dali Arabian in 1700. 4. The Spanish horse tradition received Arabian influence through two distinct channels: the Islamic occupation of the Iberian Peninsula, which introduced Arabian blood into Spanish horse populations beginning in the 8th century, and the later deliberate importation of Arabian stallions by Spanish breeders working to refine their existing stock. The result was the Andalusian, a horse whose arched neck, elevated movement, proud carriage carry visible traces of Arabian ancestry while expressing them in a way that is entirely its own, the Spanish temperament. The Spanish tradition of horsemanship having shaped the breed away from the Arabian's type in ways that are as interesting as the ways it remains similar. The Lipizzaner, the white horse of the Spanish riding school in Vienna, traces its ancestry to Andalusian horses imported to the Habsburg court in the 16th century, which means it carries the Arabian influence that shaped the Andalusian at two removes, the desert genetics arriving in the balletic precision of the haute école exercises through a chain of transmission that spans 1,000 years. 3 distinct horse cultures. The Lipizzaner looks nothing like an Arabian. The broad forehead, the large dark eye that stopped the Virginia breeder in his field are not visible in a Lipizzaner's face, but the depth of chest, the quality of movement, the structural efficiency of the hindquarters that make a Lipizzaner capable of the collected work that the Spanish riding school demands are there, quieter than they were in the horses that brought them, but present. Lady Wentworth understood this paradox better than most people of her era. The Arabian horse had given its genetics to nearly every significant light horse breed in the world, and in doing so had made itself in a sense universal. Its qualities distributed so widely that they were no longer recognisable as specifically Arabian in most of the horses that carried them. The pure breed, the Asil horse that the Bedouin had maintained for centuries, risked becoming a historical curiosity, valued for its influence on other breeds rather than for what it was in itself. The work she did at Crabbit was partly a response to this risk. By maintaining rigorous standards for what constituted a pure Arabian, by tracing pedigrees back to Bedouin sources, refusing to accept horses whose lineage could not be verified to her satisfaction, she was doing for the breed in England what the Bedouin oral tradition had done in the Arabian Peninsula, keeping the standard in place against the pressure of convenience, fashion, the commercial logic of breeding for whatever the market currently wanted. The horses that left Crabbit carried pedigrees that Bedouin breeders of the classical period would have recognised as the right kind of documentation, thorough, verified, tracing maternal lines with the same care that the oral tradition had always applied to them. Lady Wentworth's approach was not universally admired by other Western Arabian breeders of the period, some of whom found her standards too rigid, a personality too combative for comfortable professional relations, though the horses she produced were harder to argue with than she was, and the argument about standards is one that the horses tended to settle simply by existing. Late 20th century genetic analysis found Arabian markers in populations that had received no documented Arabian blood for 200 years or more, the genetics more durable than the records of how they got there, the pure Arabian, the Asil lines that Bedouin breeders Their Western counterparts, like Lady Wentworth, had maintained against the pressure of crossbreeding, occupied a position in the horse family tree that is genuinely ancient. Its genetic profile diverged from the main trunk of horse evolution far enough back that the divergence is measurable in the modern genome. The desert made something specific. The specific thing proved durable enough to persist across 15 centuries of contact with every other horse population in the world without losing the qualities that made it what it was. The foal in the Virginia field got to its feet eventually, the legs sorting themselves out with the pragmatic determination of a young horse that has no option but to figure this out. Its head, with a broad forehead, the wide dark eye turned toward the breeder standing at the fence. Whatever it was looking for, or not looking for, the attention it directed at the human in its field had the quality that the Bedouin had selected for across centuries, not the blank assessment of an animal registering a presence, but something that looked, from the outside, like interest. The desert is still there, not in the landscape outside the window, not in any geography most of the people who work with Arabian horses today would recognize as the place that made them, but in the horse itself, in the room with you, in the particular way it is standing right now with its head up, its nostrils reading the air, its large dark eye taking in everything in the space with the unhurried attention of an animal that has never stopped paying the kind of attention that once meant the difference between surviving the night. Not. You're close enough to hear its breathing. The inhale is slow, deep, the chest expanding visibly with each breath, the ribs swinging outward in the way that a horse with a deep heart girth breathes, fully using the whole of the lung rather than the shallow surface of it. The exhale is quiet, a warm current of air that you can feel from where you're standing if you hold still long enough. The coat catches the light the way it always does, the veins tracing their paths beneath the skin along the neck, shoulder like a map of something that cannot be seen from the outside but is present, working, and, at this moment, at rest. The horse in front of you carries the Najd plateau in the density of its bone, the desert wind in the capacity of its lungs, and, in the quality of attention it directs at the world, the particular intelligence of an animal shaped by 15 centuries of close, careful human regard. It has been doing this, standing still, watching, in one form or another, for longer than most of the civilizations that have risen, fallen around it. The endurance race begins before dawn, and that is the condition under which everything that follows must be understood, because the Arabian horse in an endurance race is not performing for an audience or demonstrating its qualities in a controlled environment. It is doing what it was made to do, covering distance over difficult terrain at sustained speed for hours at a time, and the fact that it is doing this in the 21st century with a GPS tracker on its saddle. A veterinary crew waiting at each checkpoint does not change the fundamental nature of what is happening, which is the desert's question being asked again. The breed giving the same answer it has always given. The Tevis Cup, run annually in California over 100 miles of Sierra Nevada mountain terrain, is one of the oldest, most demanding endurance races in the world. The trail crosses canyons, ridges, river crossings, stretches of exposed granite that reflect the summer heat back up at the horses passing over them with a directness that tests thermoregulation the way the Najd Plateau once did. The Arabian horse does not merely participate in this race, it dominates it. In the decade since the Tevis Cup's founding in 1955, the list of winning horses reads as an extended argument for the specific qualities that the desert selected: deep-chested, fine-boned, metabolically efficient, able to sustain pace over distance, recover between checkpoints with a speed that other breeds cannot match. The World Equestrian Games endurance competition tells the same story at a global scale: the Arabian horse. Horses carrying significant Arabian blood account for the overwhelming majority of competitive placings across the discipline worldwide. This is not because endurance racing was designed to favour the Arabian. It is because endurance racing tests exactly what the Arabian was designed: by 15,000 years of environmental pressure, several thousand years of deliberate human selection to do. The race did not choose the horse. The horse was already built for the race before the race existed. The show ring is a different theatre. An Arabian at halter, standing on a groomed surface under careful lighting with a handler positioning it for a judge's assessment, is experiencing a context that no Bedouin mare in a desert tent would have recognised. The conformation being evaluated, the broad forehead, the dished profile, the arched neck, the high-tail carriage, is the same conformation that the desert produced. The Bedouin refined. The previous 6 chapters of this history have traced through 1,000 years of movement, influence, but the context of evaluation is entirely new, a formalised aesthetic judgment conducted by people with clipboards, rather than a practical assessment conducted by people whose lives depended on getting it right. The show ring has produced, over the century or so of its existence as the primary venue for Arabian horse evaluation in the West, a subset of the breed selected for exaggerated expression of the breed's most visible characteristics. The dish of the face deeper than functional anatomy requires, the tail carriage higher than the skeleton naturally produces, sometimes assisted by practices that are controversial within the breed community, the movement more extravagant than the efficient ground-covering stride of an endurance horse. These are not qualities the desert asked for. They are qualities that judges rewarded, which is a different kind of selection pressure than the one that made the breed what it is. The breeders who work in the preservation tradition, maintaining Asil bloodlines with the rigour that Lady Wentworth applied at Crabbit, that the Bedouin applied before her, tend to view the show ring with the patient scepticism of people who know what the horse is for. The horse they are breeding does not look like the extreme halter horses of the modern show circuit. It looks like the horses in the Persian miniatures, like the horses that Thomas Darley recognised in Aleppo, like the horses that crossed the Neige at night with a rider who trusted them completely. It looks like itself. The temperament that the Bedouin selected for is still present. This is worth saying plainly because it is sometimes misunderstood. The Arabian sensitivity read as nervousness, its responsiveness read as volatility, its engagement with human presence read as neediness, rather than as the orientation toward human companionship that centuries of selection produced deliberately. An Arabian horse in the wrong hands, with a handler who reads its responsiveness as a problem to be corrected rather than a quality to be worked with, is an Arabian horse that confirms every negative assumption about the breed. It is reactive. It is opinionated. It does not accept confusion or inconsistency from the people around it with the tolerant resignation that a more phlegmatic breed might offer. It notices everything, including the things that the handler does not intend to communicate, the tension in a grip, the hesitation before a cue, the slight change in breathing that a person makes when they are uncertain. It responds to all of it. An Arabian horse in the right hands is something else. It is the horse that the Bedouin described in the oral tradition, the one that covered ground at night with a sleeping child on its back, arrived without incident, the one that stopped at the call to battle before it had drunk because it understood that the person calling was more important than the water. Not because it had been trained into that understanding, but because it had been bred toward it across so many generations that the orientation was no longer a behaviour but a character, present in the animal the same way the dense bone, the deep chest are present, not acquired but inherited, carried forward from the horses that were kept close, trusted completely, asked everything of, never found wanting. The Arabian Peninsula today maintains its own breeding programs, some of them tracing directly to the Bedouin tribes that developed the breed, some of them representing the newer institutional breeding operations of the Gulf states, which have invested in the preservation, development of Arabian horse bloodlines with the seriousness, the resources of organisations that understand what they are stewards of. The oral tradition of pedigree has not disappeared. It exists alongside the DNA database now, the two systems of verification running in parallel, each checking the other, neither sufficient alone in the minds of the most careful breeders. The horse in the room does not know any of this. It does not know that it is the product of 15 centuries of deliberate human attention, or that its genome has been sequenced, analysed, or that its ancestors crossed 3 continents. transformed the racing industries of 2 hemispheres. It knows the smell of the space it is in, the sound of your breathing, the particular quality of your stillness, which is different from the stillness of someone who's not paying attention. It is reading you the way it reads everything, with the full, patient attention of an animal that has been oriented toward human presence for so long that your presence is, to it, simply part of what the world contains. The breathing slows, not all at once, but gradually the way a large animal settles when it has decided that the space it is in is safe. The chest rises, falls with a steadiness that has its own rhythm, slower than your own breathing, deeper, the exhale long, warm, unhurried. The large eye softens, the head drops a fraction. Not much, just enough. The horse, arriving at the place where the work is done. The distance has been covered. The night holds nothing that needs watching for. The desert made this. The Bedouin kept it. The world received it, was changed by it, is still, in the horses carrying this blood on every continent, being changed by it in ways too quiet, too gradual to see in any single generation, but visible, over time, in the shape of a forehead, in the depth of a chest, in the quality of an eye turned toward a human face with something that looks, every time, like recognition. Rest now, my tired potatoes. The horse is still watching. It has been watching for a very long time, and it is very good at it. And tonight that's enough for both of you. You're settling in now, ready to drift through a different kind of story, one that unfolds in modest homes and workrooms across America in the late 1800s and early 1900s. This is a time when careful attention, repeated effort, and community connection quietly shape opportunity, one ordinary day at a time. You wake before dawn in a small rented room, the kind with worn floorboards and a single window that catches the first pale light. The air is cool, and you move slowly through the familiar motions of dressing, washing your face in the basin, and preparing for the day ahead. This is how most mornings begin, not with grand plans, but with the simple need to work, to earn, and to keep going. Your work is domestic labour, the kind that fills the hours of countless women in cities and towns across the country. You wash laundry for families who can afford to pay someone else to do it. You carry heavy baskets of linens, scrub stains from fabric, and wring out excess water until your hands ache. The work is steady, and steady work is valuable. It pays for rent, for food, and for the small necessities that make life possible. The rooms where you work are other people's kitchens, their back porches, and their yards where clotheslines stretch between posts. You learn the rhythms of each household, the particular ways they like their sheets folded, and their preferences for soap and water temperature. You become familiar with the texture of different fabrics, the way cotton behaves differently than wool, and the way some stains require patience and others yield quickly to the right treatment. In the evenings, you return to your own modest space. The room is simple but yours. There's a bed, a chair, and a small table where you can set down the day's earnings and count them carefully. You keep a jar for savings, adding coins when you can, building towards something more stable, though you're not entirely sure what that something is yet. Your hair requires attention most evenings. Like many women, you've noticed changes, thinning in places, dryness that no amount of brushing seems to help. The remedies available are limited, and most are expensive relative to what you earn. You try different approaches, mixing oils and other ingredients you can afford, testing them on your own scalp, and observing what happens over days and weeks. The experimentation is not dramatic, it's simply practical problem solving, the same kind of thinking you apply to stubborn stains in the laundry. If one approach doesn't work, you try another. You pay attention to what your hair feels like after each treatment, whether it's softer, whether the breakage lessens, and whether growth seems healthier. You keep mental notes, adjusting proportions, and trying new combinations. You're not alone in this concern. Women in your community talk about hair care, share tips, and mention products they've tried. The conversations happen in passing, while working side by side, while walking home from church, and while waiting for streetcars. Hair is part of daily maintenance, part of presentation, and part of feeling comfortable in your own body. The commercial products marketed to black women are often harsh, sometimes ineffective, and occasionally harmful. The need for something better is quietly understood by many. Your days follow a reliable pattern. You wake early, work through the morning and afternoon, and return home tired but steady. You prepare simple meals, maintain your space, tend to your hair and skin, read when you can, and sleep when darkness settles fully. The routine is not exciting, but it provides structure, and structure makes each day manageable. Some weeks you take on extra laundry orders, working longer hours to save a bit more. Other weeks you rest more, giving your body time to recover from the physical demands of the work. You learn to read your own energy levels, to pace yourself, and to distinguish between tiredness that sleep will cure and exhaustion that requires actual rest. The neighbourhood where you live is modest but functional. Small shops line the main streets, offering basic goods. Churches anchor the community, providing not just worship but social connection and networks of mutual support. You know your neighbours by sight, exchange greetings, and occasionally share resources when someone falls on hard times. You begin to notice patterns in how businesses operate around you. The grocer who keeps meticulous records of purchases and payments. The seamstress who builds a clientele through word of mouth and reliable quality. The baker who wakes even earlier than you do to prepare the day's bread. Each of these people has found a way to turn skill and consistency into sustainable income. Your own experiments with hair treatments continue. You source ingredients from different suppliers, comparing quality and cost. You test each batch on yourself first, waiting to see results before considering whether others might benefit. The process is slow, methodical, and unglamorous. Most attempts produce modest improvements. A few produce none at all. Occasionally a particular combination works noticeably better, and you make careful note of the proportions. You start to think about whether other women might want to try the formulas that seem to help. Not as a business initially, but simply as sharing something useful. You mention your experiments to women you know, offering to prepare small amounts for them to try. Some accept, curious and willing. You ask them to report back honestly about their experiences. The feedback trickles in over weeks and months. Some women notice improvements similar to yours. Others don't see much change. You adjust based on what you hear, refining the mixture, trying to understand why it works better for some than others. You consider factors like water quality, application frequency, and hair texture differences. The learning process is gradual and requires patience. Your financial situation remains modest but stable. The laundry work continues to provide your primary income. The hair treatments are something you do in your spare time, without much expectation of profit. Still, when women ask for more product, you begin to charge a small amount to cover the cost of ingredients and your time. The amounts are tiny, but they represent something new. Income from something you've created rather than from labour alone. You think about the possibility of doing this more intentionally, of treating it as an actual business rather than a side activity. The idea is both appealing and uncertain. You have no formal business training, no capital to invest, and no clear sense of how to scale up production. What you have is a product that seems to help people and a network of women who trust your work. The decision to pursue this more seriously doesn't arrive as a single moment of clarity. Instead, it accumulates over time through repeated small confirmations that there might be something worth pursuing. A woman tells you her hair feels healthier than it has in years. Another asks if you could prepare enough for her sister who lives across town. Someone mentions you to a friend who then seeks you out to purchase a product. You begin to set aside specific time for production, treating it with the same seriousness you bring to laundry work. You establish a small workspace in your room, organising ingredients, containers and tools. You develop a routine for mixing and packaging, ensuring consistency from batch to batch. You keep simple records of what you make and what you sell, tracking whether you're covering costs and perhaps earning a bit beyond that. The work is quiet and methodical. You measure carefully, mix thoroughly, and test each batch. The room smells of the oils and other components you use. Your hands learn the feel of the mixture, the texture that indicates proper blending. You package product in whatever clean containers you can find or afford, labelling them clearly with instructions for use. As the days pass, this second form of work begins to occupy more of your time and attention. The laundry is still essential, still necessary, but the hair product work offers something different, a sense of building something that belongs to you, something that might grow beyond the limits of what your physical labour alone can produce. You stand at your work table in the early morning light, ingredients arranged in careful rows before you. The process of making each batch has become more deliberate now, less experimental and more refined. You've learned which suppliers provide the most consistent quality, which storage methods keep ingredients fresh longest, and which mixing sequences produce the best results. The base formula has evolved through countless small adjustments. Each change is tested methodically. You prepare a small amount, use it yourself for several days, and observe the effects. If the modification improves the product, you incorporate it. If it makes no difference or worsens the results, you return to the previous version. This cycle of minor refinement continues steadily, week after week. Your hands move through the familiar steps with growing confidence, measuring precise amounts, warming certain ingredients gently, and blending components in the right order at the right speed. The work requires focus but not strain. You've done this enough times now that the movements feel natural, almost meditative. The rhythm of production has its own calming quality. You pay attention to texture throughout the process. The mixture should feel a certain way when it's ready. Smooth but not too thin, blended but not overmixed. Your fingertips have become sensitive to these subtle differences. You can tell when a batch is slightly off, even before testing it more thoroughly. This tactile knowledge guides your work as much as any written recipe. The containers you use have improved as you've been able to afford better options. Clean glass jars with proper lids now replace the makeshift vessels you started with. Each jar is washed carefully, dried completely, and filled to a consistent level. You've learned that presentation matters, not for vanity, but because it communicates care and professionalism. Women are more likely to trust and use a product that looks thoughtfully prepared. Labelling becomes more systematic. You write clear instructions on each container, describing how to apply the treatment, how often to use it, and what results to expect over time. The explanations are honest and specific. You don't promise miracles or instant transformation, only the steady improvement you've observed in yourself and in the women who've used your product regularly. As demand increases slightly, you adjust your production schedule. You set aside certain evenings specifically for making product, separate from the time you spend on laundry work. This separation helps you approach each task with full attention. During production evenings, the room becomes your workshop. You light the lamp, arrange your materials, and work through several batches in succession. The repetition teaches you about efficiency. You discover that preparing ingredients for multiple batches at once saves time. You learn optimal container placement to minimize unnecessary movement. You develop a clean-as-you-go rhythm that keeps the workspace organized throughout the process. These small improvements accumulate into significantly smoother production. Quality control becomes more important as your customer base grows. You can't afford to let standards slip even slightly. Each batch must match the quality of the previous one. Consistency builds trust, and trust is what keeps women returning for more product and recommending it to others. You occasionally discard a batch that doesn't meet your standards, absorbing the cost rather than selling something subpar. You begin to think more carefully about ingredient sourcing. Some suppliers offer lower prices but inconsistent quality. Others charge more but provide reliable materials. You calculate whether the higher cost produces better results and stronger customer satisfaction. Usually it does. You shift towards suppliers who value consistency, even when it means smaller profit margins per batch. The financial mathematics of the business occupies your thoughts during quieter moments. How many jars can you produce in an evening? What does each jar cost to make? What price allows you to cover costs, compensate your time fairly, and remain affordable to the women who need the product? You adjust prices carefully, always explaining changes to regular customers, always trying to balance sustainability with accessibility. Some women ask for modifications to the formula, wondering if you can make it stronger or lighter or scented differently. You consider each request thoughtfully. Some variations make sense and might serve a real need. Others would compromise the effectiveness you've worked so hard to achieve. You're willing to experiment with genuine improvements, but protective of the core formula that you know works. Testing new variations follows the same methodical approach as your original development. Small batches, personal testing first, gradual expansion to a few trusted users, careful observation of results over time. If a modification proves valuable, you consider offering it as an option. If it doesn't provide clear benefits, you politely explain why you're staying with the original approach. The texture of your own hair serves as an ongoing reference point. You use your product consistently, maintaining the same routine you recommend to customers. This gives you direct, daily feedback about how the formula performs. When you notice any change in results, you investigate whether it's due to seasonal factors, water quality shifts, or something in the product itself that needs adjustment. You start keeping written records of your formulas and observations. A simple notebook becomes your repository of knowledge. You note the date, the ingredients and their amounts, any variations from your standard process, and eventual results. Over time, this notebook becomes invaluable, allowing you to track patterns and return to successful approaches when experiments don't pan out. The workspace itself evolves to support better production. You add a shelf for organized ingredient storage. You designate specific areas for different stages of the process, measuring, mixing, filling, and labeling. You invest in a few better tools when you can afford them, a more accurate scale, better mixing implements, and a small heating source for warming ingredients safely. Your evening production sessions settle into a comfortable routine. You clear the work table, arrange everything needed for that evening's batches, and work through the familiar steps with steady focus. The room is quiet except for the sounds of mixing, pouring, and containers being sealed. The repetition is soothing rather than tedious. Each completed batch represents product that will genuinely help someone. Between batches, you clean tools and surfaces thoroughly. This habit serves multiple purposes. It maintains hygiene standards essential for a personal care product. It prevents cross-contamination between batches, and it gives you brief mental pauses that help maintain concentration through longer production sessions. You notice improvements in your efficiency over time. What once took 2 hours now takes 90 minutes. What once required constant attention now allows brief moments for other tasks during waiting periods. You're learning the craft of production, developing the practical skills that turn good ideas into reliable products. The work remains grounded in everyday reality. There are evenings when you're too tired from laundry work to produce additional batches. There are weeks when ingredient costs rise unexpectedly, forcing you to raise prices slightly or accept reduced margins. There are occasional mistakes, a batch mixed incorrectly, a container that leaks, a label that smears. But the overall trajectory is one of gradual improvement and growing capability. You're becoming skilled at this specific work, developing expertise through repetition and careful attention. The product you make today is measurably better than what you made 6 months ago, not because of dramatic breakthroughs, but because of countless small refinements accumulated over time. You sit in a church basement on a weekday evening, surrounded by women who've come to learn about caring for their hair and scalp. The gathering is informal, arranged through word-of-mouth invitations passed along networks of friends, neighbours and acquaintances. Folding chairs form a loose circle, and the atmosphere is relaxed and conversational. You've brought samples of your product and some simple materials for demonstration. The women present range in age and circumstance, but they share common concerns about hair health and the limited options available to address those concerns. Some have used your product before, others have heard about it and are curious. A few are friends of friends, here because someone they trust suggested it might be worthwhile. The teaching you offer is practical and straightforward. You explain how you developed the formula, what each major ingredient contributes, and why consistency and application matters for best results. You demonstrate proper technique, showing how much product to use and how to work it through hair and into the scalp. The women watch carefully, ask questions, and share their own experiences and observations. This kind of gathering has become a regular part of your work. Not formal classes exactly, but opportunities to share knowledge and build relationships. You've found that women who understand how and why the product works become more effective users and more enthusiastic recommenders. Education strengthens the entire network of people connected to your growing business. Some of the women present express interest in selling the product themselves. They have their own networks of friends and family who might benefit. They could use the additional income that sales would provide. You consider this possibility carefully. Expanding through trusted individuals makes sense if done thoughtfully, with proper support and standards. You begin to develop a simple system for these potential agents. You explain the product thoroughly, ensuring they understand it well enough to discuss it accurately with others. You provide them with enough inventory to get started, extending credit when necessary based on trust and relationship. You outline fair pricing that allows them to earn reasonable income while keeping the product accessible to customers. The first few women who begin selling your product in their own communities report back regularly. They describe what works in their conversations with potential customers, what questions come up most frequently, and what concerns people express. You listen carefully to this feedback, learning about needs and perspectives you might not encounter directly. This information helps refine both the product and the approach to sharing it. Trust forms the foundation of these expanding networks. The women who represent your product are putting their own reputations on the line. If the product fails to deliver results, they lose credibility with people they know personally. This motivates everyone involved to maintain high standards and honest communication about what the product can and cannot do. You develop simple printed materials to support the agents, basic information sheets they can share, guidelines for consistent messaging, and instructions for ordering additional inventory. The materials are straightforward and practical, focused on helping agents feel confident and informed rather than creating complicated procedures. Regular gatherings become opportunities to connect with your growing network of agents. You meet monthly when possible, sharing updates, addressing challenges, and celebrating successes. The meetings are held in borrowed spaces, church halls, community centres, and occasionally someone's larger home. The atmosphere remains informal and supportive, rather than hierarchical or overly structured. During these gatherings, agents share strategies that work in their particular communities. One woman explains how she provides samples to influential community members who then recommend the product to others. Another describes demonstrating the product at small home gatherings similar to the one where she first learned about it. These peer-to-peer exchanges of practical knowledge prove more valuable than any centralized training you could provide. The community aspect extends beyond business considerations. These gatherings become spaces where women support each other more broadly, sharing information about job opportunities, offering help during difficult times, and celebrating personal milestones. The hair product business creates connections that serve multiple purposes in people's lives. You maintain careful records of inventory distributed to agents, payments received, and commissions owed. The bookkeeping is simple but essential. Fair financial treatment builds trust just as much as product quality does. You pay commissions promptly, acknowledge each agent's contributions, and work with them through any difficulties that arise in their selling efforts. Some agents prove particularly effective and begin to build substantial customer bases of their own. You recognize and support these emerging leaders within the network, providing them with additional guidance and resources. A few express interest in developing their own teams of agents, creating another layer of distribution. You consider this expansion carefully, wanting to maintain quality and relationships even as reach increases. The knowledge sharing flows in multiple directions. Agents bring you information about customer needs and competitive products. Customers provide feedback that helps you refine formulas and approaches. You share production knowledge and business practices with agents who express interest in understanding the full scope of the work. This reciprocal exchange strengthens the entire network. You occasionally encounter women who've tried to create similar products but struggled with consistency or effectiveness. Rather than viewing them as competition, you consider whether there's knowledge you could share that would help them succeed. The market is large enough that multiple good products could thrive, and collective improvement in hair care options benefits everyone. Church communities continue to serve as important networks for connection and information sharing. The trusted relationships formed through worship and service translate readily into business relationships built on integrity and mutual support. Pastors and church leaders sometimes facilitate introductions or provide space for gatherings, recognizing the practical value this business brings to their congregations. You develop a reputation for treating people fairly and honestly. When problems arise, a delayed shipment, a batch that doesn't meet standards, a financial misunderstanding, you address them directly and work toward equitable solutions. This reliability becomes one of your most valuable business assets, generating referrals and loyalty that no advertising could purchase. The collaborative nature of the growing enterprise means you're rarely working in isolation. Even during solo production sessions, you're aware of the network of women who depend on consistent inventory, who are having conversations about the product in their own communities, and who are building their own economic opportunities through connection to this work. Some agents develop specialised knowledge about particular hair care challenges. One woman becomes especially skilled at helping customers with severely damaged hair. Another focuses on preventive care for younger women. You encourage this specialisation, recognising that diverse expertise within the network serves customers better than any single approach could. The network also provides emotional support for the challenges of business building. Other women understand the difficulty of balancing multiple forms of work, the uncertainty of variable income, and the challenge of maintaining confidence when faced with skepticism or obstacles. The shared experience creates bonds of understanding and encouragement that sustain everyone involved. You finish mixing the evening's final batch and begin the familiar process of cleaning your workspace. The lamp casts steady light across the work table as you wash mixing tools, wipe down surfaces, and return ingredients to their designated storage places. Your movements are methodical and unhurried, part of the daily rhythm that signals transition from productive work to evening rest. The importance of rest has become clearer as your workload has increased. Between laundry labour and product business, you're working more hours than before. Your body requires proper recovery to sustain this pace over time. You've learned to recognise the difference between ordinary tiredness at day's end and the deeper fatigue that indicates a genuine need for restoration. Sunday remains a day of reduced activity. Morning church service provides both spiritual nourishment and community connection. The afternoon stretches open, hours you protect from work obligations. Sometimes you read. Sometimes you simply sit quietly, allowing your mind to rest along with your body. Occasionally you visit with friends, having conversations that refresh rather than drain. These Sunday pauses prove essential for maintaining focus and energy through the working week. The break creates mental space for reflection, for considering whether your current approach to work is sustainable, and for noticing if adjustments are needed in how you allocate time and energy. The rhythm of work and rest prevents the gradual accumulation of exhaustion that would eventually undermine everything. You've also built smaller rest periods into your daily routine. After returning from laundry work, you allow yourself time to eat a proper meal and sit quietly before beginning evening production sessions. This transition period, even just 30 minutes, makes the evening work more sustainable. You approach the work table refreshed rather than already depleted. Some evenings, you choose rest over production. If you're genuinely tired, if your body is telling you it needs recovery, You honour that signal. You've learned that forcing work through exhaustion produces lower quality results and increases the risk of mistakes. It is better to produce fewer batches at high quality than to push for quantity at the cost of standards and well-being. Sleep itself receives careful attention. You maintain relatively consistent sleep and wake times, helping your body establish reliable rhythms. The room where you sleep is kept as comfortable as circumstances allow, clean, reasonably quiet and free from unnecessary clutter that might disturb rest. You prepare for sleep deliberately, settling your mind along with your body. The evening routine before sleep includes practical preparations for the next day. You set out clothes for morning, prepare any materials needed for the next day's work, and review what needs to happen tomorrow. This advanced organisation prevents morning stress and allows you to sleep without worrying about being unprepared for what's coming. You've noticed patterns in your energy levels across the week. Certain days you feel naturally more energetic and capable of handling demanding tasks. Other days your energy runs lower, better suited to routine work that requires less intense focus. You try to align your work schedule with these natural fluctuations, tackling more challenging production or business tasks on higher energy days. Physical care beyond sleep also matters. You maintain simple practices that support your body's ability to work. Adequate food and water throughout the day, and occasional stretching to counter the physical demands of laundry labour. These aren't elaborate self-care rituals, but basic maintenance that prevents accumulated physical strain. Rest also includes mental quiet. Some evenings, instead of reading or planning, you simply allow your mind to wander without particular direction or purpose. This unstructured mental time seems to help with problem solving and creativity in ways that direct focus doesn't. Solutions to business challenges sometimes emerge during these unfocused periods. You've become protective of your rest time, understanding it as essential rather than optional. When people request meetings or deliveries during hours you've designated for rest, you politely suggest alternative times. This boundary setting feels uncomfortable at first, but proves necessary for long-term sustainability. The balance between work and rest requires ongoing attention and adjustment. Busy periods sometimes demand temporarily increased hours, but you remain aware of how long you can sustain elevated work levels before rest becomes non-negotiable. You've learned to distinguish between seasons of legitimate increased effort and unsustainable overwork that will eventually exact a cost. Other women in your network share their own approaches to managing energy and avoiding exhaustion. These conversations normalize the importance of rest, counter-cultural messages that equate worthiness with constant productivity, and provide practical strategies for protecting recovery time even amid demanding circumstances. You notice that adequate rest improves not just your physical capability, but also your emotional resilience and judgment. Business decisions made when well rested tend to be sounder than those made in states of exhaustion. Customer interactions go more smoothly when you're not depleted. Creative problem solving comes more readily when your mind has had proper recovery time. The financial pressures of building a business could easily drive you toward unsustainable work hours, sacrificing rest for increased production and income. You resist this temptation consciously, having observed others whose health failed under constant strain, ultimately costing them far more than any short-term financial gain was worth. Rest periods also provide opportunities for gratitude and perspective. When you step back from constant activity, you can recognize progress that's easy to miss while immersed in daily challenges. You can appreciate the network of supportive relationships, the modest but real improvements in your circumstances, and the satisfaction of work that genuinely helps people. Evening walks occasionally serve as both exercise and mental rest. The familiar neighbourhood streets, the rhythm of walking, the slight shift in air temperature as full night approaches. These simple sensory experiences provide restoration different from sleep but equally valuable. Movement and fresh air clear your mind in ways that sitting indoors cannot. You sit at your small table with a ledger book open before you, entering the day's transactions in careful handwriting. Each sale is recorded with the date, agent name, quantity, and amount. Each expense is noted with similar detail. The bookkeeping is tedious but essential, providing clear information about whether the business is actually sustainable or merely creating the illusion of progress. The financial records reveal patterns that guide decision-making. You can see which months bring higher sales, which agents consistently move significant product, and what your actual costs per unit are versus what you assume they might be. This information replaces guesswork with knowledge, allowing you to plan more realistically. You've begun to think more systematically about business operations. What seemed informal and unmanageable when serving a dozen customers now requires more structure as the network expands to 50, then 100, then more. Without systems, chaos would quickly undermine everything you've built. Inventory management becomes increasingly important. You need to maintain sufficient supply to meet agent demand without tying up too much money in materials and finished products sitting idle. You develop simple tracking methods that show how much inventory you have, how quickly it typically moves, and when you need to reorder ingredients. The production schedule itself becomes more formalized. Instead of making products whenever time allows, you designate specific production days and target quantities. This regularity makes planning easier for agents who need to know when fresh inventory will be available. It also helps you manage your own time and energy more effectively. You create standardized procedures for mixing batches, written down clearly enough that the process could be replicated consistently, even by someone else following the instructions. This documentation serves multiple purposes. It ensures quality consistency, it creates a reference if you forget a detail, and it represents tangible intellectual property that has value beyond your personal labour. Order fulfillment develops its own routine. Agents submit orders on a regular schedule. You compile these orders, determine what needs to be produced, create the necessary batches, package everything appropriately, and arrange for delivery or pickup. Each step requires attention and organisation to prevent errors that would damage trust and relationships. You begin using simple form letters for common communications, acknowledgement of orders, shipping notifications, and monthly statements. These standardised documents save time while ensuring clear professional communication. You still add personal notes when appropriate, but the basic framework is consistent and efficient. The question of where to produce becomes pressing as volume increases. Your small room is adequate for current levels, but won't support significant growth. You begin to consider whether you need a dedicated workspace, perhaps renting a small commercial space that could accommodate larger production batches and inventory storage. The financial calculation around workspace is complex. Rent would increase your fixed costs, requiring higher sales volume to justify the expense. But dedicated space would allow more efficient production, better quality control, and room for potential growth. You research available spaces, compare costs and project, whether your current sales trajectory could support the additional overhead. Training materials for new agents become more developed. You create written guidelines explaining product benefits, proper usage instructions, pricing policies, ordering procedures, and quality standards. These materials allow new agents to get started with less direct intervention from you, freeing your time for other aspects of the business. You establish clearer policies around various business situations. What happens if an agent can't pay for inventory they ordered? How do you handle customer complaints? What quality standards must be met before a product can be sold? Having thought through these scenarios in advance allows you to respond consistently and fairly when they actually occur. Record keeping expands beyond financial transactions to include agent performance, customer feedback, and product development notes. You maintain separate sections in your ledger for different types of information, creating an organised reference system that helps you track the business's evolution and learn from experience. Communication systems develop to keep agents informed and connected. You send regular written updates about new product availability, policy changes, or useful techniques that agents have shared. These communications maintain connection even between in-person gatherings and help everyone feel part of a coordinated effort. Quality control procedures become more rigorous. You develop a checklist for evaluating each batch before it goes to agents. Appearance, texture, scent, and consistency with standard. Any batch that doesn't meet all criteria is held back for further investigation or discarded. This systematic quality assurance protects the reputation you've worked so hard to build. You begin to think about product packaging more strategically. Better containers cost more but present the product more professionally and reduce the risk of spills or contamination. You experiment with different suppliers and container styles, weighing appearance, functionality, and cost. Eventually you settle on a standard package that balances these considerations appropriately. Labeling becomes more sophisticated while remaining clear and honest. You include not just usage instructions, but also ingredient information, your name and contact information, and simple but consistent visual design that makes your product recognizable. The labels communicate professionalism and care without overstating what the product can deliver. You develop systems for gathering and incorporating feedback. Agents fill out simple forms reporting sales numbers, customer comments, and questions that arise frequently. You review these forms regularly, looking for patterns that might indicate needed improvements or new opportunities. The business structure you're building isn't elaborate or complicated, but it's becoming increasingly reliable and professional. Each system serves a clear purpose, making some aspect of the work more efficient or effective. The accumulated effect of these modest improvements is significant operational capability. You also create financial reserves when possible, setting aside money to cushion against slower sales periods or unexpected expenses. This buffer provides stability and reduces the stress of variable income. Building reserves requires discipline, putting money aside even when immediate uses for it feel pressing. Administrative work now occupies specific time blocks in your schedule. Several hours each week are devoted to bookkeeping, correspondence planning, and reviewing business operations. This dedicated time ensures that administrative tasks don't get perpetually postponed in favour of more immediate production or sales work. The lamp's glow illuminates papers spread across your work table, orders to review, letters to write, and calculations to verify. Outside, the neighbourhood has grown quiet as evening deepens into night. This is your time for the planning and administrative work that keeps the business functioning smoothly. You begin by reviewing the week's orders from agents across different communities. Each order represents women you may never meet, but whose hair care needs connect them to your work. You note quantities, calculate required production, and determine which ingredients need to be ordered to fulfill everything promptly. The mathematics is straightforward, but requires careful attention to avoid errors. Correspondence occupies a significant portion of these evening sessions. Letters to suppliers inquiring about ingredient availability and pricing. Notes to agents acknowledging their orders and providing shipping timelines. Responses to questions about product usage or business procedures. Each letter is written carefully, your handwriting neat and legible, and your language clear and professional. The physical act of writing is soothing in its way. The scratch of pen on paper, the formation of letters and words, the gradual accumulation of a completed page. Unlike the quick conversations of daily business, letters allow you to consider your thoughts carefully and express them precisely. They create lasting records of commitments and information. You review financial records, comparing actual income and expenses against your projections. Some months exceed expectations, others fall slightly short. You note patterns, trying to understand what drives variation. Are certain months naturally slower? Do particular agents need additional support to maintain steady sales? The numbers tell stories if you examine them thoughtfully. Planning for the coming weeks involves juggling multiple considerations. How much product do you need to produce? When should ingredients be ordered to arrive in time? Which agents need attention or communication? What administrative tasks have been postponed that now require completion? You create simple lists that organise these questions into manageable actions. The evening hours also include maintenance of your workspace and tools. You sharpen a knife used for cutting labels, you wash containers thoroughly and set them to dry for tomorrow's production. You reorganize shelves that have become cluttered, returning each item to its proper place. These small acts of care extend the life of your tools and maintain an environment conducive to good work. Sometimes you use evening time to experiment with potential product improvements. Small test batches with slight formula modifications, new packaging approaches, and different labeling designs. These experiments happen separately from regular production, carefully contained so they don't compromise the consistency customers depend on. You draft business plans of a sort, though they remain simple and grounded. What do you want the business to look like 6 months from now? What would need to happen to achieve that vision? What obstacles might arise? The planning is realistic rather than grandiose, focused on steady improvement rather than dramatic transformation. Reading occupies some evening hours when correspondence and planning are complete. You've acquired a few books about business practices and chemical preparations, reading them slowly, absorbing information that might prove useful. The reading is purposeful but also relaxing, a way to learn while allowing your mind to shift away from immediate concerns. You occasionally reflect on how far the business has come from its informal beginnings. The progression from personal experimentation to systematic production and distribution represents real development, achieved through consistent effort rather than sudden breakthroughs. The reflection brings satisfaction without complacency, appreciation for progress while recognizing work that remains. Evening planning sessions also include thinking about the women in your agent network, who might benefit from additional training or support, who has expressed interest in taking on more responsibility, who might be struggling with some aspect of the work. The business depends on these relationships, and they deserve thoughtful attention. You write notes to yourself about ideas that arise during these quiet evening hours, a potential new agent who was recommended, a different approach to packaging that might reduce costs, a question to research about ingredient sourcing. These notes accumulate in a designated section of your ledger, captured for future consideration rather than lost to forgetfulness. The rhythm of these evening work sessions provides structure to your days. Knowing that planning time is protected allows you to defer certain decisions and questions during busier daytime hours. You can note something that needs attention and trust that you'll address it during evening administrative time. Some evenings include preparation of materials for upcoming agent gatherings. You compile information to share, prepare samples to demonstrate, and organize any documents that will be distributed. These preparations ensure that gathering time is used effectively for connection and learning rather than wasted on disorganization. You maintain a simple calendar system tracking important dates, when ingredient shipments should arrive, when agents expect inventory, and when you've committed to various communications or meetings. The calendar prevents oversights and allows you to plan your time realistically across multiple responsibilities. Financial planning receives regular attention during evening sessions. You consider questions like whether to reinvest all profits into business growth or to pay yourself more for your labour. You think about whether you're charging appropriate prices, whether your profit margins are sustainable, and whether expense patterns show opportunities for greater efficiency. The evening work is less physically demanding than production or laundry labour, but it requires mental energy and focus. You've learned to tackle more complex planning tasks earlier in the evening, when your mind is fresher, leaving routine correspondence and simple calculations for later, when fatigue might compromise more challenging analytical work. As each planning session winds down, you organise papers into designated files, return your ledger to its shelf and extinguish the lamp. The work table is cleared, ready for whatever the next day requires. The evening's work is complete, and you can transition to the final routines before sleep. You stand at your small basin, washing your face and hands with movements that have become automatic through countless repetitions. The water is cool and refreshing after the evening's work. The simple act of washing marks the transition from productive activity to rest and recovery. Your hair receives attention as it does most nights. You apply a small amount of your own product, working it through methodically. ensuring even distribution from scalp to ends. The process is both practical maintenance and direct connection to the work that now defines much of your life. Your hair remains the ongoing test of your product's effectiveness. The room is arranged in a familiar order. Materials for tomorrow's laundry work are set out near the door. Your production workspace is clean and organised, ingredients properly stored, and tools in their places. Clothes for morning are laid across the chair. Everything is positioned to make tomorrow's start as smooth as possible. You move through the space, straightening minor disorder, smoothing the coverlet, aligning items on the shelf, and returning stray objects to their proper locations. This evening tidying is both practical and ritual, a way of settling the space and your own mind. The order creates a sense of completion, of closing the day properly. The lamp's flame is adjusted lower now, providing just enough light for final preparations without the brightness needed for detailed work. The softer illumination suits this quieter part of the evening, the transition toward darkness and sleep. Shadows gather gently in the corners of the room. You review tomorrow's commitments mentally, a final check to ensure nothing essential has been overlooked. Laundry pickup early morning, production batch in the afternoon, letter writing in the evening. The day ahead is clear in your mind, anticipated, but not worried over. Knowing what's coming allows you to rest without anxiety about being unprepared. A simple nightgown replaces your day clothes, comfortable fabric suitable for sleep. The physical sensation of changing clothes signals to your body that work is truly finished for the day. These small bodily cues help establish the shift into restorative rest. You spend a few moments sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, simply breathing, allowing the day's activities to settle. Thoughts about work drift through your mind without particular urgency. Plans, memories, questions, and observations all are acknowledged and then released, not pursued into problem-solving or detailed planning. The bed itself has been made carefully this morning, and you appreciate now the smooth sheets and plumped pillow that wait. This small act of self-care from hours ago creates comfort now. The continuity between morning and evening, between different versions of yourself caring for one another across time, provides quiet reassurance. You extinguish the lamp with practiced efficiency, the room falling into darkness except for whatever moonlight or streetlight enters through the window. Your eyes adjust slowly to the dimness. The familiar shapes of furniture become barely visible silhouettes. Lying down, you feel your body begin to relax incrementally, muscles releasing tension accumulated through the day's work. The mattress, though simple, provides adequate support. The blanket's weight is comforting without being too heavy. The pillow cradles your head at a comfortable angle. Outside sounds are minimal at this hour. Occasional footsteps on the street perhaps, the distant sound of a closing door. Mostly there is quiet. The neighbourhood settled into night. The sounds that do reach you are familiar and therefore comforting rather than disturbing. Your mind continues to wind down, thoughts becoming less linear and focused. Images and sensations drift past without coherent narrative. The boundary between waking and sleeping grows permeable. Awareness of your body becomes diffuse. The specific sensations of contact with bed and blanket fading into general comfort. Sleep approaches not suddenly but gradually, consciousness dimming like a lamp being turned down degree by degree. There is no effort to force sleep, only willingness to receive it when it arrives. The day's work is complete. Tomorrow's work will come when it comes. For now, there is only this quiet transition into rest. Your breathing has slowed and deepened without conscious direction. The rhythm is steady and automatic, the body's natural preparation for sleep. Each breath out releases a bit more tension. Each breath in brings calm. The room holds you safely in its familiar bounds. The walls you've looked at countless times. The ceiling you know even in darkness. The window is in its usual place. The door was properly secured. Everything is as it should be, ordered and peaceful. The last conscious thoughts are barely thoughts at all. Vague awareness of comfort, fleeting appreciation for rest, and dim anticipation of tomorrow without anxiety. Then even these fade and sleep takes over fully, the mind relinquishing its hold on wakefulness and settling into the restorative darkness of night. Morning returns as it always does, light gradually filling the room, the neighbourhood waking to another day of work and connection. You rise and begin again the familiar routines that structure your life, washing, dressing and preparing for the day ahead. This cycle continues, reliable and sustaining. The business has become an established part of your community and your own identity. Women across multiple cities now depend on your product for their hair care needs. Agents across these communities earn income through their connection to your work. The enterprise that began as personal experimentation has grown into something that serves and supports many people. This growth happened through accumulation rather than sudden transformation. Each day's work built upon the previous days, each improvement added to the foundation of what came before. The progression was steady, grounded in consistency and care rather than dramatic leaps or radical changes. Your days maintain familiar patterns even as specific tasks evolve. Laundry work continues, though perhaps there is less of it now as product business income increases. Production sessions follow established routines, the movements and measurements automatic after countless repetitions. Administrative work fills evening hours with planning, correspondence, and record keeping. The network of agents grows gradually, with new women joining as others recommend them based on trust and observed capability. Each new agent receives the same careful introduction to the work, the same training and support, and the same fair treatment. The network's expansion maintains the values and relationships that have made it successful. Product quality remains paramount, protected by the systems and standards you've developed. Each batch meets the same criteria before reaching customers. Consistency builds trust, and trust sustains the entire enterprise across distance and time. Women who've never met you trust your product because women they know have verified its reliability. The business provides not just income but purpose and connection. It creates opportunities for women to improve their economic circumstances through effort and relationships. It addresses a genuine need with a quality product. It demonstrates that careful work and community support can build something sustainable and valuable. You continue to learn and adapt as circumstances change. New challenges arise, ingredient supply issues, competitive products, and economic fluctuations affecting customer spending. You address each challenge with the same methodical approach that characterized your early experiments, trying different solutions, observing results, and adjusting accordingly. The financial foundation strengthens over time, reserves grow slowly but steadily, providing buffer against uncertainty. Income becomes more predictable as customer loyalty develops and agent networks mature. The business isn't wildly profitable, but it's increasingly stable and sustainable. Relationships within the agent network deepen through shared experience and mutual support. Women who started as strangers become colleagues, sometimes friends. They celebrate each other's successes, help each other through difficulties, and share knowledge freely. The business creates community alongside commerce. Your own role evolves as the business grows. Less time on direct production, more on planning and relationship management. Less focus on perfecting formulas, more on maintaining systems and supporting agents. The work changes but remains grounded in the same values of quality, fairness and service. The workspace you occupy now is larger than your original room, a modest commercial space that allows better production efficiency and inventory storage. The upgrade was carefully considered and cautiously financed, implemented only when sales clearly justified the additional cost. Even this expansion was incremental rather than dramatic. Evening routines continue to provide structure and reflection time. The administrative work that once fit into brief sessions now requires several hours weekly, but it's organised and manageable. Planning happens regularly rather than reactively. The business operates with increasing smoothness as systems mature. You remain connected to the product itself, still using it daily, still testing any modifications personally before considering broader implementation. This direct relationship with your core offering keeps you grounded in the practical reality that sustains everything else. The community's response to your work brings quiet satisfaction. Women express genuine gratitude for a product that helps them care for themselves. Agents appreciate the opportunity to earn income while serving their communities. The impact is modest but real, improving lives in tangible ways. Looking forward, you see the potential for continued growth without losing the essential character of the work. More communities could be served. More agents could participate. Production could expand to meet increased demand. All of this is possible while maintaining the quality and relationships that make the enterprise worthwhile. But growth is not pursued for its own sake. The business serves a purpose beyond profit, providing good work, addressing genuine needs, creating opportunity, and building community. These purposes guide decision-making more than any abstract goal of expansion or wealth. The evenings remain peaceful times for planning and reflection. Work completed, preparations made, rest approaching. The cycle of effort and recovery continues, sustainable precisely because it respects both sides of that rhythm. Rest makes work possible. Work gives rest purpose. Together they create a balanced life. As night arrives and you complete your familiar evening routines, there is a sense of rightness about the day. Work was done with care. People were served fairly. Progress continued steadily. Relationships were maintained. These small achievements accumulate into a life of meaning and stability. You settle into rest, knowing tomorrow will bring more of the same essential work: production, relationship, service, and care. The repetition is not tedious but sustaining. The familiar patterns provide structure within which skill deepens and capability grows. The business endures not through dramatic intervention, but through consistent attention to fundamentals. Quality product carefully made. Fair treatment of all involved. Honest communication about what's being offered. Reliable systems that support rather than constrain. Community relationships that create mutual benefit. This approach builds slowly but durably. There are no shortcuts, no dramatic breakthroughs that bypass the need for steady work. But there is progress, real and measurable, accumulating year by year into something substantial and enduring. The lamp is extinguished. The room falls into comfortable darkness. Your body relaxes into the familiar bed. Tomorrow will come with its familiar rhythms and responsibilities. For now there is rest, well-earned and deeply needed. The business you've built will continue tomorrow and the days after, serving communities, supporting agents, and addressing needs. It will endure because it's founded on principles that sustain quality, fairness, community, and care. These foundations support continued growth without requiring constant dramatic effort, and you will rest, gathering strength for tomorrow's work, secure in the knowledge that your efforts matter, that the patterns you've established are sound, and that the community you've built with others will continue its quiet, steady work of service and opportunity. The night is calm, the room is ordered. Rest comes easily, as it should after honest work thoughtfully completed. Tomorrow will bring more work, more connection, and more steady progress toward a future built one careful day at a time. Imagine living in a world where nobody really agreed on how to figure out what was true. Not just disagreeing about the facts, that happens all the time, but fundamentally disagreeing about the process itself. Should you trust your senses, or are they lying to you? Should you rely on logic and mathematics, or should you look at the actual world around you? Can you even trust that the world around you is real? This was Greece in the 5th century BCE, and it was having something like an intellectual identity crisis. For most of human history, people had explained the world through stories about gods and heroes. Thunder wasn't a meteorological phenomenon, it was Zeus having a bad day. Disease wasn't about germs and immune systems, it was divine punishment, or maybe a curse from that neighbour who gave you the evil eye last Tuesday. But then something remarkable happened. A group of people in the Greek world started asking a revolutionary question. What if we could understand the world without resorting to supernatural explanations? What if there were natural causes for natural effects? What if, instead of just accepting that things happen because the gods will it, we could actually figure out how the world works? These early thinkers, we call them the pre-Socratics because they came before Socrates, which is a bit like calling everyone who lived before Shakespeare pre-Shakespeareans, came up with wildly different theories. Thales thought everything was made of water. Heraclitus believed everything was constantly changing, like a river you can never step in twice. Parmenides argued the opposite, that change was an illusion and reality was actually perfectly still and unchanging. You can imagine how confusing this must have been for regular people trying to live their lives. One philosopher tells you everything is water, another says everything is fire, and a third insists that motion is impossible, and you're not really walking to the market. You just think you are. It was like having too many fortune cookies with contradictory advice, except these philosophers were dead serious and would debate these points for hours. Then came Socrates, wandering around Athens like that uncle who asks uncomfortable questions at family dinners. Socrates didn't claim to know anything. In fact, his whole thing was admitting he knew nothing, which somehow made him wiser than everyone else. His method was to ask questions until people realized they didn't actually understand the things they thought they understood. This made him simultaneously the most important philosopher in Athens and probably the most annoying person at parties. Socrates had a brilliant student named Plato who took his teacher's question-asking method and built an entire philosophical system around it. Plato believed that the world we see around us is just shadows on a cave wall, imperfect copies of perfect forms that exist in some higher realm. That chair you're sitting on? It's just a flawed imitation of the perfect form of chairness that exists in the realm of forms. Plato's philosophy was beautiful, elegant, and deeply mathematical. It appealed to people who liked their truth pure, abstract, and divorced from the messy complications of everyday reality. The physical world, in Plato's view, was just a distraction from true knowledge, which could only be found through pure reason and contemplation. This was the intellectual world into which Aristotle would be born, a world where philosophers disagreed about everything, where the relationship between thought and reality was unclear, and where nobody had quite figured out how to systematically study the natural world. It was like the internet before search engines or a library where all the books were filed randomly, and nobody could agree on what counts as a book. The Greeks had made tremendous progress in mathematics, logic, and abstract thinking. What they needed was someone who could take all these brilliant ideas and connect them to the actual observable world. They needed someone who could bridge the gap between pure philosophy and empirical observation, between what we can think and what we can see. They were about to get exactly that person, though he would arrive from an unexpected place, not from Athens itself, but from the wild northern frontier of the Greek world. In 384 BCE, in a small town called Stagira on the Macedonian peninsula, a child was born to a family that straddled two worlds. His name was Aristotle, Aristoteles in Greek, which means something like the best purpose or excellent end, a name that turned out to be remarkably prophetic, even if his parents couldn't have known it at the time. Aristotle's father, Nicomachus, was the court physician to the Macedonian king. This was no small thing. Imagine being the personal doctor to royalty in an era when medicine was part science, part guesswork, and part hoping really hard that your treatments worked before the patient died. Nicomachus apparently did well at it, which suggests he had a combination of observational skills, empirical knowledge, and the bedside manner necessary to keep nervous monarchs calm. Growing up in a physician's household meant young Aristotle was exposed to a very different way of thinking than most Greek philosophers of his time. While Plato and his students in Athens were debating abstract forms and mathematical perfection, Aristotle was probably watching his father dissect fish, examine symptoms, and make careful notes about which treatments worked and which ones didn't. This early exposure to empirical observation, to the idea that you learn by looking, touching, measuring, and recording, would shape everything Aristotle would later do. Medicine in ancient Greece wasn't about applying perfect theoretical principles. It was about noticing patterns, testing treatments, and learning from experience. It was messy, practical, and grounded in the physical world. Tragically, both of Aristotle's parents died when he was young, probably around 10 years old. This must have been devastating for the boy, but it also set in motion events that would change the course of intellectual history. His guardian, a man named Proxenus, took responsibility for the orphaned child and continued his education. Young Aristotle grew up in Macedonia, which was considered the backwoods of the Greek world. Athenians looked down on Macedonians the way sophisticated urbanites have always looked down on rural populations. They saw them as rough, unsophisticated, and not quite civilized. The Macedonian accent was apparently a source of mockery in Athens, like speaking with a strong regional accent in a place that prides itself on its sophistication. But being from the provinces gave Aristotle something valuable, a certain independence, from Athenian intellectual fashion. He wasn't raised in the echo chamber of elite Athenian thought. He'd seen how people lived in different places, under different systems. He'd been exposed to the practical, empirical approach of medicine rather than just the abstract reasoning of philosophy. When Aristotle was 17, an age when most of us were trying to figure out who we were and what we wanted to do with our lives, his guardian made a decision that would alter the course of philosophy forever. He sent the young man to Athens to study at Plato's Academy, the most prestigious philosophical school in the Greek world. Imagine being a teenager from a small provincial town, arriving in Athens, the intellectual and cultural capital of Greece. It would be like moving from a rural town to the most exciting city you can think of, except instead of worrying about where the good coffee shops are, you're suddenly surrounded by the greatest minds of the ancient world debating questions about the nature of reality. Athens in the 360s BCE was extraordinary. It was recovering from the devastating Peloponnesian War, but still retained its status as the centre of Greek intellectual life. The agora, the marketplace, wasn't just where people bought vegetables and sandals. It was where philosophers held forth, where politicians debated, and where ideas collided and combined in fascinating ways. Plato's Academy sat just outside the city, walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, which is where we get the word academy. It wasn't a school in the way we think of schools today, with classrooms and curricula and final exams. It was more like an advanced research institute crossed with a philosophical monastery, where brilliant people gathered to think, debate, and pursue knowledge for its own sake. Young Aristotle, arriving from Macedonia with his provincial accent and his physician father's emphasis on observation, must have seemed a bit odd to the other students. But he had something they lacked, a mind that could absorb and synthesize information like a sponge absorbing water. Within a short time, it became clear that this young man from the provinces was something special. You know how in university some students just coast through, doing the minimum required to get by, while others become completely absorbed in their studies to the point where they forget to eat or sleep? Aristotle was definitely the second type, except more so. He didn't just study at Plato's Academy, he became its most brilliant and ultimately most independent-minded student. Plato apparently called him the mind of the school, which is high praise from someone who didn't hand out compliments lightly. But Plato also called him the foal or the reader, nicknames that suggest Aristotle was always reading, always learning, always consuming knowledge with an appetite that probably worried the Academy's librarians about the survival of their scrolls. Aristotle spent 20 years at the Academy from age 17 to 37. That's longer than many people spend in their entire educational career today. But ancient philosophical education wasn't like modern university, where you take classes, write papers, and graduate after 4 years. It was more like a lifelong apprenticeship in thinking itself. During these years, Aristotle absorbed everything Plato had to teach. He learned about the forms, about the immortality of the soul, and about mathematics as the key to understanding reality. He learned Socrates' method of questioning, Plato's theory of knowledge, and the elaborate philosophical system that Plato had built over his lifetime. But something interesting was happening as Aristotle learned. He was also beginning to disagree, not in small ways, but fundamentally. While Plato looked at a tree and saw an imperfect copy of the form of treeness existing in some perfect realm, Aristotle looked at a tree and thought, this tree right here is real and worth studying for itself. This might not sound like a revolutionary insight, but it was. Plato's philosophy essentially said that the physical world was less real, less important, and less worthy of study than the abstract realm of forms. Aristotle was starting to think the opposite, that you couldn't understand anything without careful study of actual physical things. Imagine being a student whose growing convictions directly contradict your revered teacher's fundamental beliefs. It must have created considerable tension. Plato had built his entire philosophical system on the idea that true knowledge comes from reason alone, that the senses deceive us, and that the physical world is just shadows on a cave wall. And here was his best student, increasingly convinced that observation and empirical study were essential to understanding anything. Aristotle began writing during this period, though most of his early works are lost. What we do know is that he was developing his own philosophical positions, often in direct contradiction to Plato's teachings. There's a famous saying attributed to Aristotle: "Plato is dear to me, but dearer still is truth." Whether he actually said this or not, it captures his attitude. Loyalty to his teacher, yes, but greater loyalty to following arguments wherever they led. The academy during these years was like an intellectual pressure cooker. Students and teachers would debate for hours, testing ideas against each other, looking for weaknesses in arguments, and trying to build philosophical systems that could withstand scrutiny. It was mentally exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. Aristotle distinguished himself not just by his intelligence, but by the breadth of his interests. While other students might focus narrowly on one area of philosophy, Aristotle seemed interested in everything. Ethics? Sure. Politics? Absolutely. The natural world? Fascinating. Poetry and drama? Why not? He was developing into what we might call a polymath, someone whose curiosity encompassed the entirety of human knowledge. But there were social challenges too. Aristotle's provincial background and his Macedonian connections made him something of an outsider in Athenian society. Athens and Macedonia had complicated relations, sometimes allies, sometimes rivals, always regarding each other with a mixture of respect and suspicion. Being Macedonian in Athens was like being permanently foreign, never quite fitting in no matter how long you stayed. In 347 BCE, after 2 decades at the academy, Plato died. He was over 80 years old and had shaped Western philosophy more profoundly than perhaps any single person before or since. His death left a vacancy at the head of the academy, and many people, probably including Aristotle himself, expected that the brilliant student would succeed his master. But that's not what happened. The academy's leadership chose Plato's nephew Speusippus instead. We can't know exactly why. Maybe Aristotle's disagreements with Platonic doctrine were already too well known. Maybe his Macedonian background worked against him, or maybe there were personal factors we'll never understand. Whatever the reason, Aristotle found himself passed over for the position he'd spent 20 years preparing for. So Aristotle did what any reasonable person would do when faced with professional disappointment. He left Athens entirely and began an entirely new chapter of his life. He was 37 years old, intellectually mature and ready to chart his own course. What he didn't know was that his best work still lay ahead of him. Leaving Athens after 20 years must have felt like leaving home, even if that home had never quite accepted you as family. Aristotle travelled to Assos, a small city on the coast of what's now Turkey, where a former fellow student named Hermias ruled as a local tyrant. Though tyrant in Greek didn't necessarily mean bad ruler, just sole ruler, which shows you how differently ancient Greeks thought about political terminology. Assos gave Aristotle something he'd never really had before: freedom to pursue his own philosophical vision without being in Plato's shadow. He established a small philosophical school, gathered students, and began to seriously work out his own ideas. It was like being a musician who'd apprenticed with a master for 20 years and was finally ready to compose their own music. But Assos also gave Aristotle something unexpected: love. He married Pythias, who was either Hermias' daughter or niece. Sources disagree, and ancient family trees are notoriously difficult to untangle. What we do know is that Aristotle seems to have genuinely loved her, which is worth noting in a time when philosophical marriages were often more about alliances than affection. The couple had a daughter, also named Pythias. Aristotle would later write about marriage and family life with the kind of nuanced understanding that suggests his own experience informed his philosophy. He understood that human flourishing wasn't just about abstract contemplation. It was also about relationships, love, and the texture of daily life. During his time in Assos and later on the nearby island of Lesbos, Aristotle began the biological, research that would occupy him for much of his life. The Aegean coast was perfect for this: tide pools full of sea creatures, forests with diverse plant life, and marine environments that changed with the seasons. It was a living laboratory, and Aristotle approached it with the systematic curiosity he'd inherited from his physician father. He would wade into tide pools, examining starfish and sea urchins with the focus of a modern marine biologist. He dissected squid, studied dolphins, and observed how different fish species spawned. He collected plants, noted their characteristics, and tried to understand the patterns that connected different forms of life. It was hands-on, empirical work that would have made Plato deeply uncomfortable. All this focus on the physical world, this belief that truth could be found by getting your feet wet and your hands dirty. Aristotle was developing a method that combined observation with logical analysis. He would look at many examples of something, say different types of fish, notice their similarities and differences, and then try to work out the principles that explain these patterns. It was the beginning of what we now call the scientific method, though Aristotle would have just called it investigating nature. His biological observations were remarkably accurate. He correctly described the development of chick embryos inside eggs, noted that whales and dolphins are mammals rather than fish, and documented hundreds of species with precision that wouldn't be matched until centuries later. Some of his observations were so detailed that modern biologists who've gone back to check have found them essentially correct. But then, in 343 BCE, Aristotle received an invitation that would change his life again. Philip II of Macedonia, remember that kingdom in the north that sophisticated Athenians looked down on, had a teenage son who needed a tutor. The son's name was Alexander, and Philip was willing to pay handsomely for the best education money could buy. For Aristotle, this was both an opportunity and a homecoming. He would be returning to Macedonia, the land of his childhood, but now as a distinguished philosopher rather than an orphaned boy. More importantly, he would have the chance to shape the mind of a young prince who might someday rule Macedonia. Neither Philip nor Aristotle could have imagined that this teenage student would become Alexander the Great, conqueror of the Persian Empire and creator of an empire stretching from Greece to India. But for 3 years, in a quiet grove in Macedonia, one of history's greatest minds taught one of history's greatest conquerors. Picture this. You're Aristotle, a 40-year-old philosopher who spent your entire adult life studying everything from ethics to zoology, and now you've been hired to teach a headstrong, ambitious 13-year-old prince who's already been training with weapons and horses, who's grown up hearing stories of military glory, and who shows about as much interest in philosophical contemplation as most teenagers show in eating vegetables. The tutoring took place at Mysa, a village in Macedonia, where Philip had established something like a private school for Alexander and a few select companions. It was quieter than the royal court, which was probably essential for any serious studying, and it had the kind of natural surroundings that Aristotle loved for observing and collecting specimens. What did Aristotle teach a future world conqueror? We know he introduced Alexander to Homer's Iliad, which became the prince's favourite book. Alexander reportedly slept with a copy under his pillow, along with a dagger, which tells you something about his priorities. The Iliad wasn't just entertainment, it was a manual on honour, glory, and what it meant to be a hero in the Greek tradition. But Aristotle taught more than literature. He introduced Alexander to philosophy, science, medicine, and the Greek ideal of education as forming the complete person, body, mind, and character all developed in harmony. He encouraged the young prince's curiosity about the natural world, his interest in different cultures, and his appreciation for knowledge of all kinds. There's a wonderful image of Aristotle and his teenage students, Alexander and his companions, walking through the countryside, discussing philosophy while observing plants and animals. It combines everything Aristotle loved: intellectual conversation, empirical observation, and the belief that education happens best when you're actively engaged with the world rather than locked in a classroom. Did Aristotle's teaching actually influence the man Alexander became? It's hard to say for certain. Alexander the Conqueror, who swept across Asia, wasn't exactly practicing the moderate contemplative life that Aristotle advocated in his Ethics. He was more interested in military glory than philosophical wisdom, more concerned with conquest than with the careful observation of nature. But there are hints of Aristotle's influence. Alexander founded cities throughout his empire and filled them with Greek culture, libraries, theatres, and schools. He collected botanical and zoological specimens during his campaigns and sent them back to Aristotle, supporting his former teacher's scientific research. He showed curiosity about the peoples he conquered, trying to understand their customs and incorporate them into his empire rather than simply destroying them. Their relationship was complicated, like many relationships between teachers and students, who've gone in different directions. Later, when Alexander executed Aristotle's nephew Callisthenes for alleged treason, It created a rift between them. Aristotle had shown Alexander how to think, but he couldn't control what the young man thought about or what he chose to do with his power. After 3 years, when Alexander was 16, Philip decided his son was ready for more practical education, namely learning to be a warrior and leader. Aristotle's job was done. The tutor and his student would go their separate ways, one to conquer the known world, the other to found a school and revolutionize human understanding. In 335 BCE, at age 49, Aristotle returned to Athens. Alexander was now king, Philip had been assassinated, and beginning his conquest of Persia. Athens was nervous about Macedonia's growing power, but Aristotle's connection to the Macedonian court actually gave him resources and protection that few other philosophers enjoyed. It was time for Aristotle to do what he'd been preparing for his entire adult life: establish his own school, develop his own philosophical system, and teach students according to his own vision rather than Plato's. The intellectual adventure was about to enter its most productive phase. When Aristotle returned to Athens in 335 BCE, he couldn't return to Plato's academy. It had its own leadership and its own Platonic tradition that Aristotle had largely rejected. So he did what any philosopher with ambition and resources would do. He founded his own school. The Lyceum, named after the nearby temple of Apollo Lyceus, became Aristotle's intellectual home for the next 12 years. Located in a grove just outside Athens, it was similar to the academy in being a place where philosophers gathered to study, debate, and pursue knowledge. But in crucial ways, it was completely different. For one thing, the Lyceum was far more empirically focused. Where the academy emphasized mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum collected specimens, dissected animals, gathered data, and built what was essentially the ancient world's first research library. Aristotle wanted his students to study the actual world, not just contemplate perfect forms. The school got the nickname peripatetic, which comes from the Greek word for walking around. This wasn't because they were wanderers or couldn't sit still. It was because Aristotle liked to teach while strolling through the covered walkways of the Lyceum. There's something about walking that helps thinking, as if the physical movement somehow facilitates intellectual movement as well. Imagine morning lectures where Aristotle and his advanced students would walk slowly through the colonnade discussing complex philosophical questions while the less advanced students listened and tried to keep up, both physically and intellectually. In the afternoons, Aristotle would give public lectures on more accessible topics, drawing crowds of interested Athenians who wanted to hear what this brilliant Macedonian philosopher had to say. The Lyceum became a centre for what we might call systematic research. Aristotle organised his students to collect and organise information on an unprecedented scale. They gathered constitutions from 158 different Greek city-states, analysing how different political systems worked. They collected biological specimens, built up a library of books and scrolls, and created charts and diagrams to organise information. This was revolutionary. Before Aristotle, philosophy was largely about individual thinkers developing their own systems. Aristotle turned philosophy into something more like a research enterprise, with multiple people working together to gather data, test hypotheses, and build cumulative knowledge. The library at the Lyceum was apparently extraordinary for its time. Aristotle collected not just philosophical works, but texts on every subject: history, medicine, drama, politics, and natural science. He understood that to think clearly about any topic, you needed to know what others had thought before you. It was an early version of the research library concept that would become essential to universities centuries later. During his morning sessions, Aristotle would address the more technical aspects of his philosophy. These weren't casual conversations, they were rigorous, systematic explorations of difficult questions. How do we gain knowledge? What is the nature of reality? What makes an action ethical? How should societies be organised? Aristotle approached these questions differently than Plato had. Instead of starting with abstract principles and deducing conclusions, he would often start with observations and work his way toward principles. He believed that philosophy should be grounded in how the world actually works, not in how we might wish it to work in some perfect realm of forms. His teaching method involved what we might call collaborative inquiry. He would raise a question, examine what previous thinkers had said about it, identify the difficulties with their answers, and then work toward his own solution, always testing his ideas against observations and common sense. The atmosphere at the Lyceum must have been intense but also collaborative. Students weren't just passively absorbing Aristotle's wisdom, they were actively engaged in research, debate, and the collective pursuit of knowledge. Some were dissecting animals and examining their organs, others were studying plant life or collecting information about different governments. Still others were working through logical problems or ethical questions. Aristotle himself was incredibly productive during these years. He wrote on an astonishing range of topics: physics, metaphysics, ethics, politics, poetics, rhetoric, biology, and psychology. His works weren't written in the polished literary style of Plato's dialogues. They read more like lecture notes or research papers, dense with argument and packed with observations. This wasn't because Aristotle couldn't write well. His lost dialogues were apparently beautifully written. It's because what survived were his working texts, the materials he used for teaching and research rather than for public consumption. It's like the difference between a professor's polished textbook and their lecture notes. The notes are rougher, but often contain more of the real thinking. The Lyceum attracted students from throughout the Greek world and beyond. Some came because of Aristotle's connection to Alexander, who was now conquering the Persian Empire and making Macedonia the dominant power in the Mediterranean world. Others came because the Lyceum represented something new in education, not just learning to think, but learning to observe, analyse and understand the natural and human world. For 12 years, Aristotle led the Lyceum in this systematic investigation of reality. It was the most productive period of his intellectual life, when he synthesized everything he'd learned into comprehensive philosophical and scientific systems that would influence human thought for the next 2 millennia. But this productive period was about to end in a way that must have felt painfully familiar to Aristotle. Once again, political events would force him to leave Athens, once again demonstrating that philosophers, however wise, cannot escape the tumultuous currents of history. Before we discuss how Aristotle's time in Athens ended, let's explore what made his approach to knowledge so revolutionary, because this is really the heart of Aristotle's legacy, not any single discovery, but a whole new way of thinking about how we understand the world. Settle back into your cushions as we dive into philosophy, but I promise to keep it relaxed and avoid the kind of dense jargon that makes most people's eyes glaze over. Aristotle's ideas at their core are actually quite practical and grounded in common sense. Remember how Plato believed that true knowledge came from contemplating perfect, eternal forms that exist in some realm beyond the physical world? Aristotle looked at this theory and essentially said, "That's beautiful, but it doesn't help us understand the actual world we live in. If you want to understand horses, you don't contemplate the perfect form of horseness. You go observe actual horses." This might seem obvious to us now, but it was radical then. Aristotle was saying that the physical world isn't just imperfect copies of something better. It's real and worth studying for its own sake. That tree outside your window isn't a poor imitation of some perfect tree form. It's an actual tree with its own nature, and you can learn about trees by examining it. Aristotle developed what we call an empirical approach to knowledge. Empirical just means based on observation and experience. He believed that knowledge begins with our senses, what we see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. These sensations give us raw data about the world, which our minds then process into understanding. But Aristotle wasn't naive about this. He knew that senses can be deceived, and that appearances can be misleading. His solution was to combine observation with reason, to look carefully at many examples, notice patterns, and use logic to work out the principles underlying what we observe. His biological work shows this method perfectly. He didn't just look at one dolphin and declare he understood all dolphins. He examined many dolphins, dissected them, observed their behaviour, talked to fishermen about what they'd seen, and gradually built up a comprehensive understanding. It was painstaking, systematic work that required patience and attention to detail. Aristotle organised knowledge in ways that still influence how we think. He created the first system for classifying living things, grouping organisms by their shared characteristics. His categories weren't always perfect by modern standards, but the underlying method, observe similarities and differences, group things accordingly, look for the principles that explain the patterns, is still how biological classification works. Today, he applied the same systematic approach to other areas. In ethics, he observed how people actually live and what seems to make them happy, then worked out principles for good living based on these observations. In politics, he studied 158 different governments, noting what worked and what didn't. building a political science grounded in actual experience rather than abstract ideals. Aristotle's concept of causation was particularly influential. He argued that to truly understand something, you need to understand 4 different types of causes. Take a bronze statue as an example. The material cause is the bronze itself, what it's made of. The formal cause is the shape, the design of the statue. The efficient cause is the sculptor who made it. And the final cause is its purpose, why it was made. This framework might seem complicated at first, but it's actually quite intuitive. When you ask, why is this statue here? You might mean, what is it made of? Or, who made it? Or, what's it for? Aristotle recognized these as different types of questions that all contribute to complete understanding. His emphasis on final causes, on purpose and function, was especially important for biology. Aristotle understood that you can't fully understand an organ or organism without understanding what it's for. The heart makes sense when you understand it's for pumping blood. Eyes make sense when you understand they're for seeing. Everything in nature exists for a reason, serving some purpose in the organism's life. Now, Aristotle sometimes took this teleological thinking too far. He assumed that everything has a purpose assigned by nature, which isn't quite how evolution actually works. But his instinct that function and purpose are essential to understanding was fundamentally sound. Modern biology still asks, what is this for? Even if it answers that question in terms of evolutionary advantage rather than in inherent purpose. In logic, Aristotle literally invented formal logic as a discipline. He developed the syllogism, that method of reasoning where you start with 2 premises and derive a conclusion. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It sounds simple, but Aristotle systematically worked out all the valid and invalid forms of this kind of reasoning, creating a tool for checking whether arguments actually make sense. For over 2,000 years, Aristotle's logic was essentially all of logic. It wasn't until the 19th century that mathematicians developed forms of logical reasoning that went beyond what Aristotle had created. That's an extraordinary intellectual achievement, creating a system so robust that it remains fundamentally sound for millennia. Aristotle's ethics emphasized something he called eudaimonia, usually translated as happiness or flourishing. But he didn't mean momentary pleasure or simple contentment. He meant living well in the fullest sense, developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging with your community, and using your reason well. The key to eudaimonia, Aristotle argued, is virtue. But virtue understood as a kind of skill, or excellence that you develop through practice. Courage isn't something you're born with. It's something you cultivate by repeatedly facing your fears appropriately. Generosity is a habit you develop by practicing giving well. Every virtue lies between 2 extremes. Courage between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity between stinginess and wastefulness. This is practical ethics grounded in how people actually become good, rather than abstract theories about moral perfection. Aristotle understood that becoming a good person is like learning to play an instrument. It requires practice, guidance, and the formation of good habits over time. In all these areas, biology, logic, ethics, politics, Aristotle's method was similar. Start with careful observation. Notice patterns, work out underlying principles, test these principles against further observations, and build systematic understanding. It was the birth of organized science and systematic philosophy, even though Aristotle wouldn't have recognized those as separate disciplines. What made Aristotle's approach so revolutionary was this combination of respect for empirical observation, with confidence in human reason. He believed we could understand the world, not through divine revelation, not through pure mathematics divorced from reality, but through the careful, systematic application of our observational and rational faculties. This was optimistic without being naive, empirical without being merely fact-collecting, and systematic without being rigid. It was a vision of human knowledge as something we build gradually, collectively, through careful attention to reality and rigorous thinking about what we observe. And now, with your tea perhaps growing cold and your eyelids perhaps growing heavy, we need to see how Aristotle's story ends, because even the greatest philosophers cannot entirely control the historical currents that sweep them along. In 323 BCE, news reached Athens that would change everything. Alexander the Great had died in Babylon. At the age of 32, The empire he'd built with astonishing speed was already fracturing as his generals fought over the pieces, and in Athens, anti-Macedonian sentiment that had been simmering for years suddenly boiled over. Aristotle found himself in an impossible position. He was Macedonian by birth, had been Alexander's tutor, and maintained close connections to the Macedonian court. For 12 years, Athens had tolerated his presence because Macedonia's power made it necessary. But with Alexander dead and Macedonia temporarily weakened, old resentments surfaced. Someone brought charges of impiety against Aristotle, the same charge that had been used against Socrates a century earlier. The specific accusation was something about honouring a friend in ways reserved for gods, which sounds technical but was really just a pretext. The real issue was politics. Aristotle represented Macedonia, and Athens wanted to strike back at Macedonia however it could. Aristotle, now 61 years old, and having watched Socrates' fate unfold from his prison cell, made a different choice. He decided not to stay and face trial. According to tradition, he said he wouldn't let Athens sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' execution. So he left Athens, turning over the Lyceum to his student Theophrastus, and retired to Chalcis, his mother's hometown. Think about what this meant. For 12 years, Aristotle had built the Lyceum into the ancient world's premier research institution. He had gathered an incredible library, trained brilliant students, and created systematic approaches to nearly every field of knowledge. And now, because of politics he couldn't control, he had to walk away from it all. In Chalcis, Aristotle lived quietly for about a year. We don't know much about this final period of his life. He was likely working on his writings, perhaps revising and organising the vast body of work he'd produced over his lifetime. He may have been suffering from some illness. Ancient sources mention stomach problems, which given ancient medicine's limitations could have meant almost anything. In 322 BCE, just 1 year after leaving Athens, Aristotle died at the age of 62. It wasn't a dramatic death like Socrates' execution, or a mysterious one like Alexander's early demise. It was simply the end of a life that had been, by any measure, extraordinarily productive and influential. Aristotle left behind his daughter Pythias. His wife of the same name had died years earlier, and he'd later had a relationship with a woman, named Herpyllis, with whom he had a son named Nicomachus. His will, which survived, shows him as a thoughtful, caring person who made provisions for his family, his slaves, whom he freed, and even his concubine's future. It's a touching document that reveals the human side of this towering intellect, but more importantly, he left behind an intellectual legacy that would shape human thought for the next 2,000 years. His works, or rather the lecture notes and research texts that survived, were preserved and eventually edited by scholars in later centuries. They became the foundation for education throughout the Mediterranean world, and eventually throughout medieval Europe. Now comes one of the most fascinating parts of Aristotle's story. Not what he did during his life, but what happened to his ideas after his death. Because unlike many philosophers whose influence fades with time, Aristotle's impact actually grew over the centuries, spreading far beyond the Greek world he knew. After Aristotle's death, his writings were preserved by the Lyceum under Theophrastus's leadership, but they weren't immediately famous throughout the ancient world. For several centuries, Aristotle was known more for his published dialogues, works that haven't survived, than for the dense technical treatises we now have. Then came a strange period where Aristotle's works apparently disappeared from circulation. According to tradition, they were hidden in a cellar in Asia Minor to protect them from being seized, where they suffered damage from moisture and insects. Whether this story is entirely true or partly legend, we do know that Aristotle's major works were relatively unknown for a couple of centuries. In the 1st century BCE, a scholar named Andronicus of Rhodes collected and edited Aristotle's writings, organising them into the form we know today. This wasn't just filing papers, it was an act of reconstruction and interpretation that shaped how we read Aristotle. The arrangement of his works, the way they're grouped and titled, comes largely from Andronicus's editorial decisions. As Rome became the Mediterranean's dominant power, Greek philosophy spread throughout the empire. Aristotle's works became central to higher education. Young Romans who wanted philosophical training studied Aristotle along with Plato and the Stoics. His logic became the standard method for teaching reasoning, and his ethics a framework for thinking about the good life. But Aristotle's most significant journey was yet to come. As the Roman Empire declined and eventually fell in the West, much of Greek learning was lost in Europe. The sophisticated intellectual culture that had produced and preserved Aristotle's works crumbled as cities shrank, trade declined, and literacy became increasingly rare outside monasteries. However, Aristotle's work survived in the Eastern Roman Empire, what we call the Byzantine Empire, centred on Constantinople. Byzantine scholars continued to read, copy, and study Aristotle in Greek. Meanwhile, something extraordinary was happening further east. Islamic scholars in the expanding Arab world encountered Aristotle's works and recognized their value immediately. Beginning in the 8th century CE, a massive translation movement began in Baghdad and other centers of Islamic learning. Aristotle's treatises were translated from Greek into Arabic, often by Christian scholars working in Muslim courts. Islamic philosophers like Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and Averroes didn't just translate Aristotle, they engaged with his ideas, wrote extensive commentaries, and integrated his philosophy with Islamic theology and science. Averroes in particular became such an important interpreter of Aristotle that medieval Europeans would later call him simply the commentator, while Aristotle was the philosopher. This Islamic engagement with Aristotle preserved his works and developed his ideas in ways that would prove crucial for European intellectual history. When Europe began to recover economically and culturally in the 11th and 12th centuries, scholars rediscovered Aristotle, but often through Arabic translations and Islamic commentaries, rather than directly from Greek sources. The reintroduction of Aristotle to Western Europe was like injecting intellectual electricity into a system that had been running on minimal power. Suddenly, European scholars had access to systematic treatments of logic, natural science, ethics, and metaphysics that far exceeded anything available in Latin. It was like upgrading from a basic toolset to a fully equipped workshop. But this created a problem. Much of Aristotle's philosophy, particularly his ideas about the eternity of the world and the nature of the soul, seemed to conflict with Christian theology. Church authorities were unsure whether this pagan Greek philosopher from ancient times should be taught in Christian universities. Enter Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century Dominican friar who accomplished one of the great intellectual syntheses in Western history. Aquinas carefully worked through Aristotle's philosophy, showing how it could be reconciled with Christian doctrine. He distinguished between what reason could discover, Aristotle's domain, and what required divine revelation, theology's domain, creating a framework where both could coexist. Aquinas' achievement meant that Aristotle became central to medieval university education. Students learned Aristotelian logic, physics, ethics, and metaphysics as the foundation for their studies. The University of Paris, Oxford, Cambridge, all the great medieval universities made Aristotle the core of their curriculum. For several centuries, Aristotle's authority was so great that Aristotle said so was considered a sufficient argument to settle most questions. This led to some absurdities. Scholars would debate how many teeth a horse has by analysing what Aristotle wrote rather than, just counting a horse's teeth. Aristotle himself, who emphasised observation, would have been appalled. The scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries involved, in many ways, overthrowing Aristotelian physics and cosmology. Galileo's experiments contradicted Aristotle's claims about motion. Harvey's discovery of blood circulation contradicted Aristotelian physiology. Newton's physics replaced Aristotelian explanations of how things move. But interestingly, even as scientists rejected Aristotle's specific conclusions, they often kept his method, the emphasis on observation, the search for causes, and the systematic organisation of knowledge. Modern science isn't Aristotelian, but it's arguably descended from Aristotle's approach to investigating nature. Today, you might think Aristotle is just a historical curiosity, relevant only to scholars studying ancient philosophy, but his influence persists in surprising ways. Every time you use formal logic, you're using tools Aristotle developed. When you think about ethics in terms of character and virtue rather than just rules, you're thinking in Aristotelian terms. When scientists classify organisms or analyse functions, they're following procedures Aristotle pioneered. His political science, his analysis of poetry and drama, his psychology, and his understanding of how we form concepts, all of these continue to influence how we think, often without our realising it. Aristotle is like the foundation of a building you live in. You don't usually notice it, but everything rests on it. As your tea grows cold and the hour grows late, let's consider what Aristotle's life and work mean for us today. Because this isn't just ancient history, it's about how we understand the world and our place in it. Aristotle gave us something fundamental. confidence that the world is knowable through careful observation and clear thinking. Before him, many people thought true knowledge required mystical insight or divine revelation. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary human beings, using their senses and their reason, could genuinely understand reality. This is such a basic assumption for us that we barely notice it. When you wonder how something works and decide to look it up or experiment to find out, you're operating on Aristotelian principles. The idea that we can figure things out by observing carefully and thinking clearly, that's Aristotle's legacy. His emphasis on studying actual things in the actual world rather than abstract perfections influenced the entire development of science. Yes, scientists have rejected many of his specific conclusions. His physics, his astronomy, and his chemistry were wrong in important ways. But his method of systematic observation, careful classification, and looking for underlying principles, that's still how science works. Aristotle's virtue ethics has seen a remarkable revival in recent decades. Modern philosophers rediscovered that his approach to ethics, focusing on character, habits, and human flourishing rather than just rules and duties, addresses aspects of moral life that other ethical theories miss. How do we become good people? What does it mean to live well? These Aristotelian questions feel more relevant to many people than abstract debates about moral principles. His political science, with its careful analysis of different forms of government and what makes them work or fail, still informs political theory. His understanding that politics isn't about implementing perfect systems, but about finding arrangements that work for actual human beings with all their flaws, that's a lesson every generation needs to relearn. In education, Aristotle's model of learning through apprenticeship and hands-on experience with a master teacher influenced how universities developed and still shapes how we think about advanced education. The idea of gathering students around a wise teacher to pursue knowledge collectively, that's the Lyceum's legacy, still alive in graduate seminars and research groups. But perhaps Aristotle's most important legacy is something less tangible, his demonstration that human knowledge is cumulative, that we can build on what previous thinkers discovered, and that intellectual progress is possible. Before Aristotle, philosophers tended to create their own complete systems from scratch. Aristotle showed that you could start with what others had learned, identify their insights and errors, and build something better. This is how knowledge actually grows, not through lone geniuses inventing everything themselves, but through communities of thinkers building on each other's work. Every scientific paper that begins with a literature review, every philosopher who engages with previous traditions, every scholar who stands on the shoulders of giants, they're all following the model Aristotle established at the Lyceum. Aristotle also showed us that intellectual breadth matters. In our age of specialization, when experts know more and more about less and less, Aristotle reminds us that understanding anything fully requires understanding its connections to everything else. His interests spanned from marine biology to literary criticism, and from formal logic to political science, because he understood that reality doesn't come neatly divided into academic departments. There's something profoundly human about Aristotle's approach to knowledge. He wasn't interested in abstract perfection divorced from lived experience. He wanted to understand the world we actually inhabit, messy, complicated, full of purposes and functions and constant change. He believed that ordinary things, plants, animals, human relationships, political systems, were worthy of serious systematic study. This might sound obvious now, but it was revolutionary then and remains important today. How often do we dismiss the everyday as uninteresting, searching for something more exotic or dramatic to hold our attention? Aristotle teaches us to look closely at what's right in front of us, because ordinary reality is actually extraordinary when you examine it carefully. His life also reminds us that intellectual work happens in communities. Aristotle didn't develop his ideas in isolation. He learned from Plato, taught Alexander, collaborated with students at the Lyceum, and engaged with other philosophers. Knowledge is social, built through conversation, debate, teaching, and collaborative investigation. And yet Aristotle's story also carries a cautionary note. His systematic approach sometimes became too rigid. His confidence in human reason sometimes led to speculation beyond what observation could support, and his influence eventually became so great that it stifled rather than stimulated inquiry. Aristotle said so became an excuse to stop thinking rather than a starting point for further investigation. This tension between respect for tradition and openness to new discovery is something every field of knowledge must navigate. We need to learn from the past without being imprisoned by it, to respect previous thinkers without treating their words as sacred scripture. Aristotle himself would have understood this. He honoured Plato while departing from Platonic philosophy, and learned from his predecessors while correcting their errors. As we near the end of our journey with Aristotle, imagine him in those final months in Chalcis, looking back on his 62 years. What did he think about when he reflected on his life? We can't know for certain, but we can imagine. Perhaps he thought about his childhood in Macedonia, watching his father practice medicine with careful attention to symptoms and treatments. Those early lessons in observation stayed with him throughout his life, shaping his entire approach to knowledge. Perhaps he remembered arriving in Athens as a young man, feeling provincial and out of place, but discovering at Plato's academy an intellectual home that would shape him for 20 years. Even as he eventually departed from Plato's teachings, he never forgot what he learned there: the importance of rigorous argument, the value of questioning assumptions, and the pursuit of truth wherever it leads. He might have smiled, remembering his time teaching young Alexander, that energetic, ambitious teenager who would grow up to conquer the world. Did Aristotle feel pride at his students' achievements, or dismay at how different Alexander's path was from the contemplative life Aristotle advocated? Probably both. Like any teacher watching a brilliant student make choices they wouldn't have made themselves. Surely he thought about his years at the Lyceum, those productive, satisfying years when he'd finally been able to pursue his own vision of what philosophy and science should be. The morning walks with advanced students discussing complex questions while strolling through shaded colonnades. The afternoon public lectures share knowledge with anyone interested enough to listen. The collaborative research projects have students collecting data on everything from fish to governments. He might have felt regret about leaving Athens, forced out by political circumstances beyond his control. To build something significant and then have to abandon it must have been painful. But perhaps he found some comfort in knowing he'd trained capable students like Theophrastus, who could carry on his work. If Aristotle had known how his ideas would travel through time, translated into Arabic, preserved by Islamic scholars, reintroduced to Europe, becoming the foundation of medieval universities, influencing thinkers for 2,000 years, what would he have thought? Probably a mixture of satisfaction and bemusement, especially at the ways his ideas would be misunderstood, ossified into dogma, and eventually partially overturned. But he would likely have been pleased that his fundamental approach, careful observation, systematic thinking, and the belief that the world is knowable, continued to influence how humans pursue understanding. That was his real contribution, not any specific doctrine, but a whole way of approaching knowledge. Aristotle understood that knowledge is always provisional, always subject to refinement as we learn more. His works constantly engage with previous thinkers, building on their insights and correcting their errors. He would have expected, probably hoped, that future thinkers would do the same with his work. In his final days, perhaps Aristotle found peace in having lived a life devoted to understanding. He'd started with nothing but curiosity and intelligence, and he'd used these to investigate nearly every aspect of reality accessible to human inquiry. He'd been a student, a teacher, a researcher, a founder of institutions, and a systematizer of knowledge. He'd loved his wife, Pythias, his companion, Herpyllis, and his children. He'd formed friendships with students and colleagues. He'd experienced political success and political exile. He'd known the satisfaction of intellectual breakthrough and the frustration of unanswered questions. In short, he'd lived a fully human life while also living a life of the mind. The ancient Greeks had a concept that Aristotle wrote about extensively: eudaimonia, human flourishing, living well. By his own account, this came from developing your capacities, acting virtuously, engaging meaningfully with others, and using your reason well. By these measures, Aristotle had indeed achieved eudaimonia, even if his life ended in exile rather than triumph. When he died in 322 BCE, Aristotle probably had no idea that he was, in a sense, immortal. His body would decay like all physical things. He understood biology too well to imagine otherwise. But his ideas, his methods, and his approach to understanding the world, these would outlast empires and influence civilizations he'd never heard of. That's a legacy worth reflecting on as you drift towards sleep. A single person, through careful thought and systematic inquiry, can influence how millions of future people understand reality. The questions Aristotle asked, the methods he developed, and the knowledge he systematized, these became tools that countless others would use to build their own understanding. As you settle into that space between waking and sleeping, where thoughts become less linear and more dreamlike, consider this. Aristotle's greatest achievement wasn't any single discovery, but showing that the world is comprehensible. Before him, many people thought that true understanding required mystical revelation or abstract mathematics divorced from physical reality. After him, it became possible to believe that ordinary people could understand the world by looking carefully, thinking clearly, and building knowledge systematically. Every time you try to understand something by observing it carefully, you're following Aristotle's path. Every time you classify things by their similarities and differences, you're using Aristotle's method. Every time you ask, "What is this for?" or "How does this work?" you're asking Aristotelian questions. You might never have studied Aristotle in school. You might not be able to name a single one of his books, but his influence is in the very air you breathe intellectually, in how you think about causes, in how you understand living things, in how you reason about ethics, and in your assumption that the world makes sense and can be understood. This is what it means to be a foundational thinker. Not that everything you say is correct. Aristotle was wrong about many things, but that you change how people think about thinking itself. You create tools that others can use, methods that others can follow, and frameworks that others can build upon. Aristotle showed us that knowledge is not something revealed from above, but something built from below, starting with simple observations and building toward comprehensive understanding. He demonstrated that you don't need mystical insights or mathematical perfection to understand reality. You need careful attention, clear thinking, and the patience to work through problems systematically. This optimistic view of human knowledge, that we can figure things out, that the world is knowable, that reason and observation together can lead us toward truth, remains one of civilization's most important assumptions. When we doubt it, science stops, inquiry ends, and we retreat into authority and tradition. Aristotle also reminds us that intellectual work is deeply human. It happens in communities of teachers and students. It requires conversation and debate. It builds on what others have learned. It connects to the practical concerns of living well. Knowledge isn't just abstract information. It's part of how we flourish as human beings. As sleep approaches and this story ends, remember that the quiet philosopher from Stagira, who spent his life observing, thinking, and teaching, changed the world, more profoundly than many conquerors. His student Alexander's empire fell apart within years of his death. But Aristotle's intellectual empire, his methods, his insights, his approach to understanding, has lasted more than 2 millennia and shows no signs of disappearing. Tomorrow, when you wake and observe the world around you, noticing patterns, asking questions, trying to understand how things work, you'll be thinking in ways that Aristotle helped make possible. The morning light streaming through your window illuminates a world that Aristotle taught us could be studied and understood, rather than merely feared or worshipped. That's his gift to us. Confidence that the world makes sense, methods for making sense of it, and the belief that understanding is worth pursuing for its own sake, not for power or wealth or fame, but simply for the joy of knowing, the satisfaction of understanding, and the human fulfillment that comes from using our minds well. Sleep now, with gratitude for this ancient Greek physician's son who devoted his life to helping humanity wake up to the intelligibility of the world. May your dreams be full of wonder at the patterns that connect all things, the purposes that animate living creatures, and the joy of understanding that makes us most fully human. And when you wake, may you see the world with fresh eyes, not as a chaos of random events, but as Aristotle taught us to see it, as a cosmos, an ordered whole that our minds are capable of comprehending, one careful observation and clear thought at a time. Sweet dreams, and may Aristotle's spirit of systematic wonder follow you into sleep and beyond. You're stepping into the daily rhythm of a 1950s housewife, where each morning begins the same and each evening closes with familiar rituals. This is a world shaped by routine, where the care of a home and family follows patterns that repeat with quiet constancy. Let yourself settle into the steady flow of these ordinary days, where expectation and repetition create a life of their own. You wake before the rest of the household stirs. The alarm clock on the nightstand rings softly, and you reach over to silence it before it disturbs anyone else. The room is still dim, the first light of dawn just beginning to show through the curtains. You slip out from under the covers and set your feet on the cool floor. The house is quiet at this hour. You move through the bedroom without turning on the overhead light, finding your robe and slippers by touch. The fabric of the robe is cotton, worn soft from years of washing, and it wraps around you with familiar comfort. The hallway is silent as you pass the children's rooms, their doors closed, their breathing steady behind them. You descend the stairs with care, your hand trailing along the banister, each step memorized through countless repetitions. In the kitchen, you turn on the small lamp above the counter. The light is warm and contained, enough to see by without feeling harsh. You fill the percolator with water from the tap, measure coffee grounds into the basket and set it on the stove. The flame catches blue beneath the pot and you adjust it to a low simmer. The scent of coffee will fill the room in a few minutes, that first signal that the day has truly begun. While the coffee brews, you open the refrigerator and take stock of what you have. Eggs, milk, and butter wrapped in waxed paper. A package of bacon sits on the lower shelf, and you consider whether to use it this morning or save it for the weekend. You decide on toast and scrambled eggs for breakfast, simple and filling. You set the butter dish on the table and take down plates from the cabinet, arranging them at each place setting with the care of long habit. The percolator begins to bubble, that distinctive sound that marks every morning. You pour yourself a cup and cradle it in both hands, standing by the window. Outside, the street is still. A few lights appear in neighbouring windows as other households begin their own mornings. The sky is turning pale blue, the colour soft and even. You can see your breath on the window pane where the warmth of the kitchen meets the cool glass. You hear movement upstairs. Footsteps cross the floor above you, and you know your husband is awake. You set your cup down and return to the stove, cracking eggs into a bowl and whisking them with a fork. The butter melts in the pan, spreading in a thin golden layer. You pour the eggs in and stir them slowly as they cook, keeping them soft and fluffy the way your family prefers. Your husband comes down dressed for work, his shoes already on, his tie knotted. He sits at the table and you bring him coffee, returning to the stove to finish the eggs. He reads the paper while he waits, the pages turning with a soft rustle. You plate the eggs and toast, set them in front of him, and refill his cup. He nods his thanks, already absorbed in the news of the day. The children wake next. You hear them moving above, voices muffled through the ceiling. You pour glasses of milk and set them at their places. They come down one by one, still drowsy, taking their seats without much conversation. The youngest rubs sleep from her eyes, her hair tangled from the pillow. The older one sits straighter, more alert, already thinking about the school day ahead. You bring them their breakfast and remind them to eat quickly. They have school, and the bus comes at the same time every day. They eat with the focused attention children bring to food, forks scraping against plates, milk leaving white moustaches that you gently remind them to wipe away. You move between the table and the counter, clearing dishes as they finish, rinsing plates in the sink. Your husband folds the paper and stands, checking his watch. He takes his hat from the hook by the door and tells you he will be home at his usual time. You walk him to the door and watch as he heads down the front walk toward the car parked at the curb. The morning air is crisp, and you pull your robe tighter as you stand in the doorway. The children finish their breakfast and gather their school books. You check that they have their lunches, packed the night before and waiting in the refrigerator. You hand them the brown paper bags, each one labelled with a child's name in your handwriting. You remind them to bring home any notes from their teachers and any permission slips that need signing. They file out the door, and you stand on the porch until they reach the corner where the bus stops. The yellow bus arrives right on schedule, its brakes squeaking as it comes to a halt. The children climb aboard, and you wave, though you cannot tell if they see you through the windows. The bus pulls away, and the street is quiet again. When the house is empty, you return to the kitchen. The table is scattered with crumbs and half-empty glasses. You clear everything away, stacking dishes in the sink. You run hot water and add a few drops of dish soap, washing each plate and cup by hand. The water is warm against your skin, and the soap makes soft bubbles that cling to your fingers. You scrub each dish thoroughly, rinse it under clear water, and place it in the drying rack. You dry the dishes with a clean towel and put them back in the cabinet. Each plate has its place, each cup its designated shelf. The kitchen is tidy now, the counters wiped down, and the floor clear of crumbs swept into the dustpan. You glance at the clock. The morning has only just begun, and there is much left to do before the day can be considered properly underway. You prepare yourself for the day ahead, changing out of your robe and into a house dress. The dress is practical, buttons down the front, and is patterned with small flowers against a light background. You tie an apron around your waist, the pockets already holding a handkerchief and a shopping list you started yesterday. You run a comb through your hair and pin it back, checking your reflection briefly in the hall mirror before moving on. You begin with the beds. You climb the stairs again, entering each bedroom in turn. The children's rooms are small and shared, their blankets rumpled, pyjamas left on the floor. You hang the pyjamas on hooks behind the door and smooth each bedspread flat, tucking the edges under the mattress with hospital corners your mother taught you years ago. You straighten pillows and pick up stray toys, placing them back in their proper spots on shelves or in boxes. A stuffed bear goes back on the bed, and a toy truck is returned to the wooden toy chest. In your own room, you pull the sheets tight and fold the top blanket down neatly. You fluff the pillows and set them upright against the headboard. You open the curtains to let in light, and the room brightens. Dust motes drift slowly in the air near the window, visible in the shaft of morning sun. Downstairs you collect the laundry. There is a hamper in the bathroom and another in the hall closet. You carry both to the kitchen and sort the clothes on the floor by colour and fabric. Whites in one pile, darks in another, and delicates separate from everything else. The washing machine sits in a corner of the kitchen, a squat white appliance with dials and a lid that lifts. You load the first batch of laundry into the machine, adding detergent from a large box that sits on the shelf above. The powder is bright blue and smells of synthetic flowers. You set the dial to the appropriate cycle and turn it on. The machine hums as it fills with water, and you lower the lid. The cycle will take time, and you turn your attention elsewhere while it runs. You move through the living room with a dustcloth, wiping down the surfaces of tables and shelves. The mantel above the fireplace holds framed photographs, and you lift each one to clean beneath it before setting it back in place. There is a wedding photo, school portraits of the children, and a picture of your husband's parents. You dust the lampshades and the arms of chairs, working methodically from one side of the room to the other. The vacuum cleaner stands in the hall closet. You pull it out and plug it into the outlet, pushing it across the carpet in straight lines. The sound is steady and low, and you guide the machine carefully around the legs of furniture. The carpet shows the tracks where you have passed, neat parallel lines that will fade as people walk across them later. When the living room is finished, you move to the dining room, then the hallway, covering every inch of flooring that needs attention. The washing machine finishes its cycle with a loud buzz that cuts through the quiet house. You return to the kitchen and lift the wet clothes from the drum. They're heavy with water, twisted together in a damp mass. You carry them outside to the backyard where the clothesline stretches between two metal posts. The line is taut and secure, checked regularly for wear. You pin each piece of laundry to the line with wooden clothespins, spacing them evenly so they can dry without touching. Shirts hang by their shoulders, trousers by their waistbands, and sheets stretched full length along the line. The fabric is heavy with water, and drops fall onto the grass below, darkening small circles in the dirt. A breeze stirs the wet clothes, and you know they will dry by afternoon if the weather holds. Back inside, you start the next load of laundry and wipe down the bathroom. You scrub the sink with cleanser, the white powder forming a paste that you work into the porcelain with a damp sponge. The faucets are polished until they shine, catching the light from the small window above. You clean the mirror with vinegar and a soft rag, removing streaks and fingerprints left from the morning routines of face washing and toothbrushing. The toilet and tub receive the same attention. You work on your knees, scrubbing the tub with a brush, paying special attention to the ring that forms at the waterline. The work is physical, and you feel it in your shoulders and back, but you do not rush. Thoroughness matters more than speed. When you finish, the bathroom smells of cleanser and vinegar, sharp and clean. You mop the kitchen floor on your hands and knees, dipping a sponge into a bucket of soapy water. The linoleum gleams when you finish, and you rinse the sponge and wring it out, setting it aside to dry. You empty the bucket in the sink and put it away under the counter where it lives between uses. The second load of laundry finishes, and you hang it beside the first. The clothesline is full now, a display of your family's wardrobe flapping gently in the breeze. You step back to check that everything is secure, that no pins have come loose. The sun is higher in the sky, and you can feel its warmth on your shoulders as you stand in the backyard. Inside again, you check the pantry and make a list of what needs to be restocked. Flour is running low, and you are nearly out of canned vegetables. The sugar canister is half full, which means it will need refilling soon. You write these items on a piece of paper in neat handwriting, folding the list and tucking it into your purse. The grocery store will be your destination later, after lunch, when the morning rush has passed and the aisles are less crowded. You dust the bedrooms upstairs, running the cloth over dressers and nightstands. You empty wastebaskets into a larger bag that you will take out to the trash bin later. You check under the children's beds for forgotten items and find a sock, a marble, and a homework paper that should have been turned in last week. You make a mental note to remind them about the homework. The house is taking shape around you, becoming cleaner and more orderly with each task completed. This is satisfying work, seeing the results of your effort in every room. The house responds to your care, looking better, smelling fresher, and feeling more comfortable. You pause briefly to drink a glass of water, standing at the kitchen sink and looking out at the backyard. The laundry moves in the breeze, the white sheets billowing like sails. You set the empty glass in the sink and return to your tasks. The middle of the day brings thoughts of the children. You check the clock and know they are at school, sitting at their desks, learning what their teachers set before them. You picture them in their classrooms, quiet and attentive, and you hope they are doing well. You wonder if the youngest remembered to hand in her spelling homework, and if the older one is getting along with the classmates who sometimes give him trouble. You think about what they will need when they return home. Snacks will be expected, something simple to tide them over until dinner. You set out crackers and a jar of peanut butter, placing them on the counter where they will be easy to reach. You slice an apple and arrange the pieces on a plate, covering it with a clean towel to keep them from browning. Before they arrive, you go through their schoolwork from the previous day and papers they brought home and left on the table. You look over their assignments, checking for notes from teachers or reminders about upcoming events. There is a permission slip for a field trip, and you sign it carefully, placing it in the folder that will go back with them tomorrow. There is also a notice about a bake sale, and you make a note to prepare cookies later in the week. You fold their clean clothes, now dry and brought in from the line. The fabric is stiff from the sun and air, and you fold each piece with care. Shirts are folded with sleeves crossed, and pants are folded at the crease. Each child has a small dresser in their room, and you place their things in the appropriate drawers. Socks are rolled together in pairs, underwear is stacked neatly, and everything is returned to its place. This small act of order helps the household run more smoothly, and helps the children find what they need in the morning without confusion. Your husband will be home in the evening, and you consider what he might need. His work shirts hang in the closet, pressed and ready. You check his shoes and see that they could use polishing. You take them to the kitchen and work polish into the leather with a soft cloth, buffing them until they gleam. The smell of the polish is sharp and waxy. You set the shoes back by the door where he'll find them in the morning. The house is a space you share with others, and each person's needs are woven into your daily tasks. You prepare without being asked, anticipating what will make their lives easier. This is not a burden, but a rhythm you have learned, a pattern that feels natural after years of repetition. You know what your husband prefers for breakfast, what time he likes to leave for work, and which shirts he wears on which days. You know which child needs extra help with homework and which one needs reminding to wash behind their ears. When the children come home, they enter with noise and movement, dropping their bags by the door and heading for the kitchen. You greet them and offer the snacks you prepared. They eat standing up, talking over each other about their day. You listen without interrupting, gathering details about their teachers, their classmates, and the small dramas of school life. Someone's desk was moved. Someone else got in trouble for talking. The lunch was terrible according to both of them, though they ate what you packed without complaint. They finish their snacks and scatter to different parts of the house. One heads upstairs to change out of school clothes. Another sits at the table with homework. You move between them, answering questions and offering guidance when needed. You help them sound out a difficult word, explain a math problem, and remind them to write neatly so the teacher can read their work. You remind them of chores they have promised to do, setting the table, taking out the trash, and feeding the family dog. The dog waits by the back door, tail wagging in anticipation. The children comply with varying degrees of enthusiasm. You do not demand perfection, only that they contribute what they can. The house is not yours alone to manage, and they are learning their own responsibilities within it. The older child sets the table, placing forks and knives at each setting. You check the work and gently correct the placement of a napkin and the direction of a knife. These small lessons accumulate over time, teaching without lectures. The younger child fills the dog's bowl with kibble and carries it outside. You watch through the window to make sure the task is completed properly. They return to their activities once their chores are done. One reads a book in the living room, curled up in the corner of the sofa. The other plays with toys in the hallway, building something elaborate with blocks. You can hear the quiet click of wood on wood as the structure grows. Your husband arrives in the early evening, and the house shifts again to accommodate his presence. He hangs his hat and coat, loosens his tie, and sinks into his chair in the living room. You bring him coffee and the evening paper, and he settles in to read. The children know to keep their voices lower now, to move with less noise. They have learned that their father needs quiet after a day of work and that he will be more available to them after he has had time to unwind. You return to your own tasks, aware of each person's location and activity. The household functions as a unit, each member playing a role. You coordinate these roles without thinking, adjusting as needs arise, maintaining the balance that keeps everything running smoothly. You know when to intervene and when to step back, when to offer help, and when to let them figure things out on their own. The afternoon light stretches through the windows, golden and warm. The house feels full in a good way, occupied but not chaotic. Everyone is where they should be, doing what they should be doing. You move among them, a steady presence that holds it all together. Rest does not come in long stretches, but in small moments scattered throughout the day. You find these moments when you can, sitting down for a few minutes between tasks. They are not scheduled or planned, but you have learned to recognize when they are possible. After the children leave for school and before the laundry finishes its cycle, you sit at the kitchen table with your second cup of coffee. The house is quiet and you let yourself simply sit without moving. The coffee is warm in your hands and you sip it slowly, looking out the window at the backyard. The grass needs mowing, but that is a task for your husband on the weekend, not something you need to worry about now. You have a magazine on the counter, one you picked up at the grocery store last week. You flip through its pages, looking at recipes and advertisements, reading short articles about homemaking and family life. There is a feature on organising kitchen cupboards, and another on making the most of leftovers. The writing is cheerful and practical, offering tips you already know, but find comforting to read again. There are photographs of perfect kitchens and women in dresses and aprons smiling as they arrange flowers or frost cakes. You know your own kitchen will never look quite like these, but there is pleasure in the aspiration. In the afternoon, after the children are home and occupied, you sit in the living room with mending. There is always something that needs a button reattached or a hem repaired. You thread a needle and work slowly. your hands moving with practiced ease. The radio plays softly in the background, music and occasional news reports providing gentle company. The programmes during the day are familiar. Soap operas and variety shows you half listen to while you work. Sometimes you sit without doing anything at all. You close your eyes for a few minutes, leaning back in the chair, letting your shoulders relax. The house makes small sounds around you, the settling of wood, the hum of the refrigerator, and the ticking of the clock on the mantel. These pauses are brief, but they are necessary. You have learned to take them without guilt, recognizing that rest allows you to continue. On some afternoons, a neighbour stops by for a short visit. You sit together at the kitchen table, sharing coffee and conversation. The talk is easy and unhurried, covering ordinary topics, children, weather, and plans for the weekend. She tells you about a sale at the department store downtown, and you tell her about a recipe you tried that did not turn out quite right. These visits are a form of rest too, a break from solitude and a connection to the world beyond your own household. When the neighbour leaves, you walk her to the door and wave as she crosses the lawn to her own house. You return to the kitchen, and the quiet settles back in. You appreciate this return to solitude after company. You value both, each in its own time. You have learned to recognise when you need to pause. Your body tells you a tiredness in your legs or a heaviness in your shoulders. You honour these signals sitting down with a glass of water, taking a breath, and letting the moment pass before you resume. You know that pushing through exhaustion leads to mistakes, to irritability, and to work that must be redone. Rest is not leisure. It is not extended or indulgent. It is functional, woven into the day as naturally as any other task. You rest so you can continue, so the work ahead does not overwhelm you. You rest because the day is long and your energy is finite. You have learned this through experience, through days when you pushed too hard and paid for it later. In the late afternoon, when dinner is not yet urgent but the day's main tasks are complete, you sometimes step outside. You stand on the back porch and breathe the air, watching the light change as the sun begins its descent. The world is calm at this hour, and you allow yourself to be calm within it. The neighbourhood is quiet, with other houses just as busy inside and just as still outside. These moments do not announce themselves. They arrive quietly, and you take them as they come. You do not wait for permission or for someone to tell you it is acceptable to pause. You simply do it, knowing it is part of what allows you to keep going. You have learned that rest is not selfish, but essential, that taking care of yourself enables you to take care of others. Sometimes rest comes in the form of a bath at the end of the day, water hot enough to steam, and a few minutes alone behind a locked door. Sometimes it comes in the few pages of a book read before sleep. Sometimes it is nothing more than sitting in a chair and letting your mind wander, thinking of nothing in particular. You do not have long vacations or days off. The work of the house continues every day, weekends included. But you have these small respites, and they are enough. They sustain you through the repetition, through the endless cycle of tasks that must be done and then done again. Planning meals is a task that never ends. Each day brings 3 meals, and you are responsible for all of them. You think about dinner while making breakfast, considering what ingredients you have and what needs to be used before it spoils. You think about breakfast while cleaning up from dinner, planning what will be quick and nourishing for the morning rush. You keep a mental inventory of the pantry and refrigerator, knowing what sits on each shelf. Canned goods line the back of the pantry, their labels turned outward for easy identification. Dry goods fill glass jars. Flour, sugar, rice, and oats. The refrigerator holds perishables, and you check these daily, noting what must be cooked soon. There is a head of lettuce that is beginning to wilt, and you decide it will go into a salad tonight. The chicken you bought earlier in the week needs to be used within the next day or two. In the late morning, you decide on dinner. Tonight it will be meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and green beans. These are foods your family eats without complaint, familiar and filling. You take ground beef from the refrigerator and set it on the counter to come to room temperature. Cold meat does not mix as well, and you have learned these small details through years of cooking. You peel potatoes at the sink, the skins falling into the drain in long strips. The potatoes are pale and smooth underneath, and you drop them into a pot of cold water to keep them from browning. You will cook them later, closer to dinner time, so they will be hot when served. You mix the meatloaf in a large bowl, combining the beef with breadcrumbs, an egg and a bit of milk. Your hands work the mixture together, pressing and kneading until it reaches a uniform texture. The feeling is familiar. The cool meat between your fingers, the slight resistance as the ingredients combine. You shape it into a loaf and place it in a baking pan, spreading ketchup over the top in a thick layer. It goes into the oven and you set the timer. The kitchen will smell of cooking meat soon, a smell that signals dinner is underway. The potatoes boil on the stove, the water bubbling gently. You open a can of green beans and pour them into a saucepan, adding a small pat of butter. The kitchen fills with the scent of cooking food, warm and ordinary. These are the smells of home, the smells your children will remember when they think of their childhood. You set the table while everything cooks. Plates, forks, knives and napkins folded beside each plate. You fill glasses with water and place them at each setting. The table looks neat and ready, a small centre of order in the busy household. You wipe the table with a damp cloth, removing crumbs from earlier snacks. When the timer rings, you remove the meatloaf from the oven and let it rest. The top is browned and slightly crisp, and the ketchup is caramelised. You drain the potatoes and mash them with butter and milk, whipping them until they are smooth and creamy. The green beans are drained and placed in a serving dish, steam rising from them. You call the family to the table. They come from different parts of the house and take their seats. You bring the food to the table and serve each person, portioning out meatloaf and scooping potatoes onto plates. The green beans are passed around and everyone helps themselves. You serve yourself last, taking smaller portions to ensure there is enough for everyone else. The meal is eaten with a little conversation at first. Forks scrape against plates, and the sound is companionable. Eventually someone speaks, and the talk picks up. Your husband mentions something that happened at work and you listen, asking questions where appropriate. The children talk about school, about friends, and about minor conflicts that seem enormous to them. You mediate gently when they argue, redirecting attention before tensions escalate. You eat slowly, aware that you may need to get up for something someone has forgotten. More water, more bread and salt that was left in the kitchen. You're attentive to the needs of others, ensuring the meal proceeds smoothly. When the meal is finished, you clear the table. The plates are stacked, and the leftovers are wrapped and stored in the refrigerator. There is enough meatloaf for your husband's lunch tomorrow, and you make a note of this. You wash the dishes in hot, soapy water, scrubbing away the remnants of dinner. The pans are heavier and take more effort, but you work through them one by one, rinsing and placing them in the rack to dry. The kitchen is cleaned, the counters wiped down and the floor swept. The room is returned to the state it was in before you began cooking, ready for the next meal. You hang the dish towel to dry and turn off the overhead light, leaving only the small lamp above the sink glowing. Breakfast tomorrow will be simple, oatmeal perhaps with toast. You make a mental note to set out the oats tonight so they're easy to find in the morning. Lunch for your husband will need to be packed, and you think about what to include. A sandwich made from tonight's leftover meatloaf, an apple, and a thermos of coffee. You will prepare it in the morning while he reads the paper. Food is a constant thread through your days. Planning, preparing, serving, and cleaning. Each meal leads to the next, and the cycle never stops. You do not resent this. It is simply what is required, and you have learned to do it efficiently without wasted motion. You have learned which meals your family prefers, which shortcuts save time without sacrificing quality, which dishes can be prepared ahead, and which must be made fresh. You have accumulated years of knowledge about feeding a family. You know how to stretch a small amount of meat with fillers, how to make vegetables palatable to reluctant children, and how to present the same ingredients in different ways so the family does not grow bored. You know how to cook for company, preparing extra without appearing to fuss. You know how to make do when money is tight, creating satisfying meals from simple ingredients. This knowledge is practical and unromantic, but it is real. It keeps your family fed and healthy, and that is no small thing. The afternoon is a time of gradual slowing. Tasks that were urgent in the morning feel less pressing now. You have accomplished what needed to be done, and the remaining hours stretch out with a different quality. The light changes, becoming warmer and more golden, and the pace of the household shifts with it. You finish the last of the ironing, running the hot iron over your husband's work shirts. The fabric smooths under the pressure, and you can feel the heat rising from the metal plate. You hang each shirt on a hanger, buttoning the top button so it holds its shape. The ironing board is folded and put away, and the iron is left to cool on the counter. You have learned not to touch it for at least 20 minutes, having burned yourself in the past through impatience. You check on the children. They are in the backyard, playing a game that involves running and shouting. You watch them from the window for a moment, satisfied that they are occupied and safe. The dog runs with them, barking occasionally, his tail wagging. The yard is fenced, and you know they cannot wander off without you seeing. Inside, you move through the house, tidying as you go. Magazines are straightened on the coffee table, cushions are plumped on the sofa, and shoes are lined up by the door. These small adjustments maintain a sense of order, preventing clutter from accumulating. You pick up toys that have migrated from the children's rooms, returning them to their proper places. You glance at the clock and see that dinner time is approaching. The food is prepared, waiting only to be reheated and served. You have planned ahead, and now the evening feels manageable. You turn on the oven to preheat, knowing you will need it soon to warm the meatloaf. The light outside begins to change. The sun lowers, casting longer shadows across the yard. The air cools slightly, and you close a window that was open earlier. The house adjusts to the shift from day to evening, and so do you. You remove your apron and smooth your dress, checking that you look presentable for when your husband arrives home. Your husband arrives home at his regular time, and the rhythm of the household shifts again. You hear his car pull into the driveway, the engine cutting off, and the car door closing. He enters through the front door, and you greet him. He moves through the house, changing out of his work clothes and washing his hands. You hear him upstairs, the sound of drawers opening and closing, and water running in the bathroom. The children are called inside. They come reluctantly, still energized from play, but they obey. They wash their hands at the kitchen sink, jostling each other for space. You remind them to settle down, and they do, their voices dropping to a more acceptable volume. They know the routine and know what is expected as evening approaches. You serve dinner, and the family gathers at the table. The meal proceeds as it always does, with food eaten and small conversations exchanged. You refill glasses and pass serving dishes, ensuring everyone has what they need. The conversation flows around you, and you participate when appropriate, mostly listening and observing. After dinner, the children have a brief period of free time before bed. They play quietly in the living room or read in their rooms. Your husband returns to his chair with the newspaper, and you clear the kitchen. The evening tasks are familiar and require little thought. You move through them with the ease of long practice. Dishes washed, leftovers stored, counters wiped. The kitchen is restored to order once more. You prepare lunches for tomorrow, wrapping sandwiches in waxed paper, filling the thermos with coffee for your husband. You set everything in the refrigerator where it will stay fresh overnight. You check the time and realize the day is drawing to a close. The evening has arrived, and soon it will be night. The transition feels natural, the day winding down as it should. You can feel your own energy diminishing, the tiredness of a full day settling into your muscles. You take a moment to sit in the living room, sharing the space with your husband. He reads, and you sit nearby, your hands folded in your lap. The companionship is quiet, requiring no words. After years of marriage, you're comfortable in silence together. The house settles around you. The sounds of the day fade, replaced by evening stillness. Outside, the streetlights come on, one by one, illuminating the sidewalk. The neighbourhood is quiet, families inside their own homes, living their own versions of this same routine. The children are called to prepare for bed. They protest mildly, as they often do, but you're firm. Bedtime is not negotiable, and they know this. They trudge upstairs, and you follow to supervise. Left to their own devices, they would skip steps, forget to brush their teeth, and delay until much later than is healthy. They change into pyjamas, the fabric soft from many washings. You check that they have chosen appropriate pyjamas for the weather, not too warm on a summer night, and not too thin when it's cold. They brush their teeth, and you watch to ensure they do it properly, not just running the brush underwater and calling it done. You remind them to brush the back teeth, to take their time. They wash their faces, and you provide washcloths and towels. You check their work, making sure teeth are actually brushed and faces are actually clean. Sometimes you must send them back to do it again, more thoroughly. They accept this with resignation, knowing you will check. You tuck them into their beds, pulling the covers up to their chins. The younger one asks for a glass of water, and you bring it. Knowing this is partly a delay tactic, but also a genuine need. The older one arranges stuffed animals along the edge of the bed, a nightly ritual that must be completed before sleep can come. You say goodnight to each one, and they settle in with varying degrees of readiness to sleep. The younger one will likely be asleep within minutes. The older one will read for a while, a small lamp on the nightstand providing light. You allow this, knowing that quiet reading is acceptable before sleep. You turn out the overhead lights in their rooms, leaving the doors slightly open so you can hear if they call for you. The hallway is dim, lit only by a small lamp on a table near the stairs. This lamp stays on all night, a guide if anyone needs to get up. Downstairs, your husband is still reading. You sit with him for a short time, sharing the quiet of the evening. The house is peaceful now, the day's activity fading into stillness. You discuss tomorrow briefly, confirming plans and mentioning things that need attention. The conversation is practical, covering logistics rather than feelings. You think about the next day, mentally reviewing what needs to be done. There is always something, but tonight you do not dwell on it. Tonight is for rest, for letting go of the day's concerns. You allow yourself to relax, to stop planning and preparing for just a little while. You prepare yourself for bed, moving through your own routine. You remove your dress and hang it in the closet. You wash your face at the bathroom sink using cold cream to remove the day's accumulation. You brush your teeth and your hair, counting the strokes as you were taught as a girl. You change into your nightgown, the fabric cool against your skin. You set your slippers beside the bed where you will find them easily in the morning. You set the alarm clock for tomorrow, the same time it is set every day. The clock ticks steadily, a sound you barely notice anymore. You slip under the covers, feeling the coolness of the sheets against your skin. Your husband joins you a short time later, and you both settle in, finding your comfortable positions. The bed is familiar, the mattress shaped by years of use to accommodate your bodies. The house is dark and quiet. Outside, the street is still, the neighbours' lights going out one by one. You can hear the faint sound of a car passing several blocks away, but mostly there is silence. You close your eyes and let your body relax, releasing the tension of the day. You review the day briefly in your mind, not dwelling on anything but simply acknowledging what was accomplished. The house is clean, the family is fed, and the laundry is done. Tomorrow will bring the same tasks, but tomorrow is not yet here. For now, you can rest. Sleep comes gradually, a gentle drifting rather than a sudden plunge. You do not fight it. You let it take you, knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm, the same tasks, and the same quiet repetition. This knowledge is comforting rather than oppressive. It provides structure, predictability, and a sense of order in a world that often feels chaotic. Your breathing slows and deepens. The last thoughts of the day fade, replaced by the stillness of sleep. The house settles around you, creaking softly as it cools. Outside, the night continues, but inside, all is rest. The days repeat, each one much like the last. You wake at the same time, move through the same rooms, and complete the same tasks. There is comfort in this repetition, a sense of security in knowing what to expect. The world outside may change, but within your home, the rhythm remains constant. The seasons change and your routines adjust slightly to accommodate them. In winter, you light the furnace in the morning and close the windows against the cold. You dress the children in layers, reminding them to wear their coats. The laundry takes longer to dry indoors, and you drape wet clothes over racks in the basement. In summer, you open the windows early to catch the cool morning air, closing them again as the day heats up. You serve lighter meals, salads, and cold cuts instead of heavy roasts. The children play outside longer, their bedtimes stretching with the extended daylight. But the core of your days remains constant. Meals are still prepared, dishes are still washed, and floors are still swept. The specific tasks may vary with the weather, but the overall pattern does not change. You mark time not by dramatic events, but by small milestones. A child loses a tooth, and you save it in a small box. Your husband receives a raise, and you discuss what it might allow, perhaps a new refrigerator or a family vacation. The dog learns a new trick sitting on command, and the children are delighted. These moments are noted and then absorbed into the ongoing flow of daily life. They do not disrupt the routine but become part of it. Small variations in an otherwise steady rhythm. You do not often think about the larger shape of your life. You're too occupied with the immediate needs of each day, but occasionally in a quiet moment, you reflect on the years that have passed and the years that lie ahead. You see them stretching out in an unbroken line, each day linked to the next. Your identity is shaped by these routines. You are defined by the care you provide, the tasks you complete, and the order you maintain. When people ask what you do, you say you're a housewife, and that answer encompasses everything. It is not a job with clearly defined hours or measurable output, but it is work nonetheless. It is constant, demanding, essential work. The house is your domain, and you know every inch of it. You know which floorboards creak, which faucet drips, and which door sticks in humid weather. You know where everything belongs and how long each task will take. This knowledge is a form of mastery, quiet and unacknowledged but deeply real. You know the idiosyncrasies of your appliances, the washing machine that needs an extra push to start, the oven that runs hot and requires temperature adjustment, and the vacuum cleaner that works better if you jiggle the cord. These are small frustrations, but you have learned to work around them. Your family depends on you, and you meet that dependence with steady reliability. You do not seek recognition or praise. The work itself is its own reward, or if not a reward, then simply what must be done. You measure success not by achievements, but by the smooth functioning of the household, and by the comfort and well-being of those you care for. The years accumulate and the routines remain. Your children grow and you adjust your care to their changing needs. The youngest, who once needed help dressing, now manages alone. The older one who needed homework supervision now works independently. Your husband ages, and you age alongside him. The house stays the same, requiring the same care, offering the same shelter. You do not imagine a different life. This is the life you have, and you have learned to live it well. You have found a way to move through each day with competence and calm, managing the endless tasks that fill your hours. You have developed strategies and shortcuts and learned what matters and what can be let go. You have friendships with other women who live similar lives. You meet at the grocery store or across backyard fences, exchanging advice and sympathy. These connections are important reminders that you are not alone in this work. Other women understand the challenges you face, the small frustrations and the quiet satisfactions. You have learned what to expect from each day, and this knowledge brings a measure of peace. You know that if you start the laundry early, it will be dry by afternoon. You know that if you prepare dinner components in the morning, the evening rush will be less stressful. You know that children need consistency, that husbands appreciate routine, and that homes require constant maintenance. At night, when the house is dark and everyone is asleep, you lie in bed and feel the quiet all around you. It is a peaceful quiet, the kind that comes after a day of work completed. You have done what was needed, and tomorrow you will do it again. The continuity is its own kind of comfort. There is no uncertainty, no need to wonder what comes next. You know what comes next. Morning will come, and you will rise before the alarm, and the day will unfold as it always does. You will make breakfast and pack lunches, wash dishes and sweep floors, prepare dinner, and tuck children into bed. This knowledge could feel oppressive, this certainty that nothing will change. But instead, it feels secure. In a world that often seems unpredictable and chaotic, your home is a place of order. The tasks may be endless, but they are also manageable. You know how to do them, and you do them well. You close your eyes and let yourself drift towards sleep. The house settles around you, its walls solid and familiar. You're safe here, held by routine, surrounded by the life you've built and maintained. The work is never finished, but that is acceptable. It continues day after day, week after week, year after year. And so the days continue one after another, steady and unchanging, a rhythm as reliable as your own heartbeat. You wake and work and rest and sleep, and then you wake again. The pattern repeats, and in that repetition, you find your place, your purpose, and your life. The mornings all begin the same, and the evenings all end the same, and in between is the work that defines you. You do not question it or resist it. You simply live it day after day, moving through the familiar rooms of your home, caring for the people you love, and maintaining the small world that depends on you. This is what daily life is like for you, and it is enough. You are drifting back through thousands and thousands of years to a time when the world's great deserts were still forming, slowly and patiently, grain by grain. The landscapes you know today took tens of thousands of years to dry, cool, and settle into their current shapes, and tonight you'll follow that quiet transformation as it unfolds across deep time. The sun rises over land that has been drying for longer than any single generation can remember. The change happens so gradually that no one living through it would describe their world as becoming a desert. Instead, each day simply arrives a little warmer, a little drier, following patterns that stretch back before anyone's grandfather's grandfather could recall. You wake in a landscape where the morning light feels familiar. The air carries the scent of dust and distant grass. Small shrubs dot the ground between patches of exposed stone. This is not yet desert in the way you might picture it today, but the transformation has already begun, written in the spacing between plants and the colour of the soil. The sun moves across the sky in the same arc it has always followed. Its heat builds through the morning, reaches its peak around midday, then softens again as afternoon gives way to evening. This rhythm repeats itself day after day, season after season, century after century. There is comfort in this predictability, even as the intensity of the heat increases by imperceptible degrees over generations. Rain still falls, but its patterns are shifting. Where your ancestors might have expected steady seasonal rains, you now notice longer gaps between storms. When water does come, it arrives in the same familiar way. Clouds gathering, the smell of moisture in the air, drops pattering on stone and earth. But the intervals between these welcome events grow gradually longer. The land responds to these changes with patience. Grasses that once grew thick and tall begin to thin. They don't disappear all at once, but rather spread themselves more carefully across the available space. Each plant stands a bit farther from its neighbour, making the most of whatever moisture soaks into the ground. Trees that relied on consistent rainfall slowly retreated to areas where water ran beneath the surface. You can trace the presence of underground streams by following lines of green through increasingly brown terrain. These corridors of life become important landmarks, places where the old patterns of growth continue while the surrounding land transforms. The wind picks up loose soil and carries it in gentle clouds across the open ground. This happens more often now that fewer roots hold the earth in place. The dust settles into new patterns, filling low spots and building against rocks. Over time, these small movements of soil reshape the land's surface in subtle ways. Animals adjust their routines to match the changing availability of food and water. Herds that once roamed widely begin to follow more specific paths, moving between reliable water sources on schedules that sync with the seasons. Their tracks wear into the ground, creating trails that future generations will continue to use. Birds time their migrations differently, arriving and departing based on when they can expect to find food and nesting sites. Some species that once stayed year-round became seasonal visitors instead. Others that prefer drier conditions appear more frequently, filling niches left by those who have moved on. The drying happens so slowly that each generation inherits a world that feels normal to them. Children grow up knowing the current spacing of waterholes, the present thickness of vegetation, the existing patterns of animal movement. They learn these conditions as simply the way things are, not as a departure from how things used to be. Your own observations span only a lifetime, perhaps noticing that a particular spring produces less water than you remember from childhood, or that certain plants your grandparents described are now harder to find. But these changes fold into the natural variation you expect from year to year. Some seasons bring more rain, others less. The long-term trend hides within normal fluctuations. The soil itself changes colour as it dries. Rich browns fade toward tan and pale yellow. The surface develops a crust where minerals concentrate as water evaporates. When rain does fall, it takes longer to soak in through this hardened layer, and more of it runs off across the surface instead of seeping down to roots. Rocks that were once hidden beneath soil and plants emerge as the covering thins. Their surfaces, exposed to sun and wind, begin to weather in new ways. Temperature swings between day and night cause the outer layers to expand and contract, gradually flaking away. The resulting fragments add to the dust and sand accumulating across the landscape. In areas where water occasionally pools, salt crystals form as the liquid evaporates. These white crusts mark places where temporary ponds once lingered. They create patterns on the ground that shift with each rainfall and subsequent drying. A slow conversation between water and earth that plays out across centuries. The horizon seems to stretch farther as vegetation thins and the air becomes clearer. You can see greater distances now, making out landmarks that would have been hidden behind dense growth in earlier times. This openness changes how people navigate, relying more on distant features and less on nearby markers. Shadows lengthen and shorten with the sun's movement, providing a natural clock that governs daily activities. The quality of light shifts through the day, sharp and bright at midday, softer and golden near dawn and dusk. These variations in illumination become familiar references, ways to gauge time without conscious thought. As evening approaches, the heat begins to release its grip. The land has absorbed warmth all day, and now it radiates that energy back into the cooling air. This transition happens gradually, a gentle unwinding that brings relief without suddenness. The rhythm of heating and cooling, repeated endlessly, shapes everything that lives here. Wind becomes the patient sculptor of drying landscapes, working grain by grain across spans of time that dwarf human lifetimes. It lifts the finest particles from exposed surfaces and carries them along invisible currents, sorting them by weight and size. Heavier sand grains settle out first, while lighter dust can travel remarkable distances before finally coming to rest. The movement of these particles is constant but never rushed. On any given day, you might notice dust in the air, or feel sand moving past your feet, but the cumulative effect of millions of such days creates entirely new landforms. Dunes begin as small accumulations around obstacles, a rock, a shrub, anything that disrupts the wind's flow enough to cause particles to drop out. Once started, a dune grows following rules written in physics and probability. Sand grains hop and skip along the surface, kicked up by the impact of other grains falling from above. They climb the gentle windward slope and tumble down the steeper face on the opposite side. The dune creeps forward, one grain at a time, in the direction of the prevailing wind. Different wind patterns create different dune shapes. Steady winds from one direction build long linear ridges. Winds that shift with the seasons produce star-shaped formations with multiple arms. In areas where wind speed varies, crescent-shaped dunes form, their horns pointing downwind. Each shape reflects years of consistent conditions, a readable record of atmospheric patterns. Between the dunes, flat areas of exposed bedrock or hard-packed soil stretch out in patterns determined by erosion. Water, during its infrequent appearances, flows across these surfaces in sheets rather than channels. It picks up loose material and carries it to lower elevations, slowly levelling high spots and filling depressions. The exposed rock itself changes texture over time. Daily temperature swings cause expansion and contraction, creating stress within the stone. In the heat of midday, the surface can be too hot to touch comfortably. At night, especially under clear skies, it radiates heat away and cools significantly. This repeated cycling weakens the bonds between mineral grains. Eventually thin layers flake away from the surface in a process so gradual that individual events are barely noticeable. But over centuries, these small losses reshape boulders and cliffs. Rounded forms emerge where sharp edges once stood. Surfaces become smooth, polished by wind-borne sand acting as a gentle abrasive. In areas where harder and softer rock layers alternate, erosion creates distinctive stepped landscapes. The softer material wears away faster, undercutting the harder layers above. Eventually, slabs of the harder rock break free along natural fracture lines and tumble down, coming to rest in jumbled piles at the base of cliffs. These rockfalls happen infrequently enough that witnessing one is noteworthy, yet frequently enough that the landscape is constantly being reshaped. Valleys that once carried regular water flow begin to fill with sediment when the water stops coming. The material washes in from surrounding slopes during occasional rainstorms, spreading out across the valley floor in thin layers. Over many repetitions, these deposits can bury what were once deeply incised channels, creating flat surfaces where water once carved deep. Ancient stream beds remain visible as slight depressions or lines of different vegetation, marking where underground water still flows even though the surface has gone dry. These buried channels become crucial resources, places where digging down just a few arm lengths can reach moisture that sustains life. The colour of the landscape shifts as different minerals concentrate on the surface. Iron compounds oxidize in the heat and dryness, creating rusty reds and oranges. Calcium carbonate forms white crusts where water evaporates. Dark desert varnish develops on rock surfaces where manganese and other minerals, carried in dew and occasional moisture, slowly accumulate over thousands of years. Salt flats emerge in low areas where water has no outlet. Any moisture that collects here evaporates, leaving behind dissolved minerals. Over time, these deposits build up, creating surfaces that are alternately hard and crunchy or soft and muddy depending on recent rainfall. They reflect light intensely, creating shimmering effects that can be seen from great distances. The formation of these distinctive landscapes follows predictable patterns, but each area develops its own unique character based on local conditions. The composition of underlying rock, the direction of prevailing winds, the amount and timing of rainfall, and countless other factors combine to create variations on common themes. Mesas and buttes stand as remnants of once continuous layers, isolated by the removal of surrounding material. Their flat tops preserve the original surface level, showing how much has been worn away from the adjacent land. The steep sides expose layers of different rock types, creating striped patterns that record ancient environments, lake beds, river deposits, volcanic flows, all stacked in chronological order. Canyons develop where occasional water flow concentrates along fractures in the rock. Each flood, rare as it may be, cuts a little deeper. Between floods nothing seems to happen, but the patient work of erosion continues through chemical weathering and the gradual weakening of rock structure. Over immense time, these episodes of activity separated by long quiet periods carve impressive gorges. The land maintains a kind of balance even as it changes. Material removed from one place accumulates in another. Energy from the sun drives the heating and cooling that breaks rock down. wind and water transport the resulting fragments. Gravity pulls everything toward lower elevations. These processes work together in a system that is dynamic yet stable, constantly moving yet maintaining recognizable patterns. Pavements of closely fitted stones develop on some surfaces where wind has removed all the finer material, leaving only rocks too heavy to move. These areas become remarkably stable, protecting the soil beneath from further erosion. They can persist for thousands of years, surfaces that feel almost intentionally arranged despite being entirely natural. The slow transformation of landscapes continues whether anyone observes it or not. The mechanisms remain the same across vast stretches of time. Heat, wind, gravity, and the infrequent presence of water shape everything. The results surround you, a world that appears permanent yet is always slowly changing, built by processes too gradual to see but profound enough to create the distinctive features of desert lands. As landscapes gradually dry, the people living within them adjust their patterns of movement and settlement in response to shifting resources. These changes unfold over many generations, with each cohort learning from the previous one and adding their own observations to a growing body of practical knowledge. You notice the locations of reliable water sources and organise your movements to include them in your regular circuit. Some springs continue flowing year-round, while others produce water only during certain seasons. Learning the timing of each source becomes essential information, passed from experienced travellers to those making the journey for the first time. Routes between water sources become well-established paths, worn smooth by the passage of many feet over many years. These trails follow the most efficient lines across the terrain, avoiding obstacles and taking advantage of easier ground. Along the way, markers help with navigation, distinctively shaped rocks, unusual plants, or places where the path splits to serve different destinations. Settlements shift location as the balance of resources changes. A site that once had good access to water and plant foods might become less favourable as those resources diminish or move. Rather than struggling to maintain a position that no longer offers advantages, groups relocate to areas where conditions remain suitable. This flexibility allows communities to persist even as their specific locations evolve. The size and permanence of settlements adjust to match what the land can sustainably support. Where abundant resources once allowed larger groups to stay in one place through all seasons, smaller groups and more frequent movement might now make better sense. Structures become lighter and easier to rebuild, acknowledging that future moves are likely. Knowledge about which plants remain available and when they produce edible parts becomes increasingly detailed. You learn to recognize dozens of species by their leaves, stems, and growth patterns. You know which produce seeds or roots at particular times of year, and you plan movements to arrive when harvest is possible. This information accumulates across generations, creating a sophisticated calendar tied to plant cycles rather than abstract measures of time. Sharing information with others who travel similar routes creates informal networks of mutual support. When someone discovers a new water source or observes changing conditions along familiar paths, that knowledge spreads through conversation at meeting points. These exchanges help everyone adjust to current conditions without each person having to rediscover everything independently. Cooperation in gathering and processing food resources makes the work more efficient and more social. Groups working together can accomplish tasks that would be difficult alone. Processing tough plant materials, carrying water back to camp, or keeping watch while others focus on detailed work. The time spent together also allows for teaching younger members and sharing stories that contain practical guidance. The timing of movements between locations develops a natural rhythm tied to resource availability. You travel to areas where certain plants ripen, stay long enough to gather what you need, then move on to the next seasonal opportunity. This circuit might cover considerable distances over the course of a year, but each segment is manageable and the pattern becomes familiar through repetition. Temporary camps at resource-rich locations might be used repeatedly over many years, with each group adding small improvements or repairs to existing structures. These sites become recognised meeting places where different groups might encounter each other during their seasonal rounds. The overlap provides opportunities for the exchange of goods, information, and companionship. Tools and techniques evolve to work well with available materials. Containers for carrying water become lighter and more efficient. Methods for processing particular plant foods improve through experimentation and refinement. Skills for reading the landscape, predicting where water might be found, identifying useful plants from a distance, and navigating by landmarks and star positions are cultivated and shared. Children learn by accompanying adults on daily activities, observing, and gradually taking on more responsibilities as their skills develop. This hands-on education transmits not just techniques, but also the reasoning behind choices. Why camp in this spot rather than another? When is it time to move on? How do you decide which route to take? The answers embed practical wisdom developed over many lifetimes. Rest periods during the heat of the day provide time for maintenance of equipment, processing of gathered materials, and social interaction. People gather in whatever shade is available, working on tasks that don't require much physical exertion. This regular pause in activity helps manage energy expenditure in hot conditions, while still keeping everyone productively engaged. The gradual drying of the landscape creates some challenges, but also opens new possibilities. Areas that were once too wet or too densely vegetated might become more accessible. New resources can be discovered as the plant community shifts. The changes require flexibility, but they don't necessarily make life harder, just different from how it was before. Some groups develop closer relationships with particular areas, becoming experts on local conditions and seasonal patterns there. Others maintain broader territories and more varied knowledge, trading depth for breadth. Both strategies can work well depending on specific circumstances and personal preferences. Exchange networks allow specialised resources from different areas to reach people who value them. Stone useful for making tools, pigments for decoration, or particularly productive patches of favoured plants can be shared across distances through chains of giving and receiving. These connections create ties between groups and spread innovations in technique or technology. Stories about the land and its history carry practical information wrapped in memorable narratives. A tale about ancestors finding water in an unlikely place might also teach observation skills useful for finding similar situations. Accounts of long journeys preserve knowledge about distant areas and the routes to reach them. The entertainment value of storytelling ensures the information gets transmitted even when it's not immediately needed. Adaptation happens through small, incremental adjustments rather than dramatic transformations. Each generation inherits a working system and makes minor modifications based on current conditions. The accumulation of these small changes over time allows human communities to maintain themselves across shifting environmental circumstances without crisis or upheaval. The intensity of midday heat shapes daily patterns of activity and rest in drying landscapes. As the sun climbs higher and temperatures rise, it makes sense to pause strenuous work and find shade for a period of relative quiet. This rest time becomes a natural feature of each day, as predictable as the sun's movement across the sky. You seek out whatever shade is available, beneath a rock overhang, under the spreading branches of a hardy tree, or in simple shelters designed to block direct sunlight. The relief is immediate and significant. Air temperature and shade can be noticeably cooler than in direct sun, and the absence of solar radiation hitting your skin reduces the sensation of heat even more. During these rest periods, activity slows but doesn't stop entirely. Small tasks that don't require much movement or exertion can be accomplished while waiting out the worst of the heat. Repairing equipment, preparing food gathered earlier, or working on crafts that involve careful attention rather than physical labour all fit well into these quieter hours. Conversation flows easily during midday rest, creating social time that strengthens bonds between people sharing the same space. Stories are exchanged, plans are discussed, and observations about the land and its resources are shared. This regular opportunity for communication helps maintain group cohesion and ensures that knowledge circulates among all members. Children who might have been energetic during the cooler morning hours often nap during midday heat. The quiet time allows them to rest while adults remain nearby, attentive but not actively engaged in demanding work. This pattern of activity and rest teaches the young ones natural rhythms that will serve them throughout their lives. The position of the sun provides a reliable indicator of when the hottest part of the day has passed and movement can resume. As it begins its descent toward the horizon, the intensity of heat gradually diminishes. Shadows lengthen, providing more areas of shade. The transition is gradual enough that there's no single moment when activity must restart, but rather a general resumption as comfort increases. Evening hours become productive and pleasant for work that requires movement and effort. The fading heat makes travel comfortable, gathering tasks feel less taxing, and physical work more enjoyable. This late-day activity period can extend well past sunset in many seasons, as cooler air and softer light create ideal conditions. The rhythm of rest during peak heat and activity during cooler hours repeats itself day after day, creating a natural structure that requires no conscious planning once established. Your body becomes attuned to this pattern, naturally feeling ready to pause when the sun reaches its zenith and ready to move again as it descends. Seasonal variations adjust the timing and duration of rest periods. During the hottest months, midday breaks might extend longer, while cooler seasons might require only a brief pause or none at all. The flexibility of the pattern allows it to accommodate different conditions while maintaining its basic logic. Water consumption increases during rest periods in heat, as your body continues to use moisture for cooling even when you're not moving much. Having water available during these times is important, and the knowledge of how much you'll need over the course of a day, including rest periods, informs decisions about how much to carry and when to seek replenishment. Shade-providing features in the landscape become recognised and valued stopping points. A particular cluster of rocks that casts a good shadow, a tree with wide-spreading branches, or a cave with a cool interior might be regularly visited by many different travellers. These spots can develop into informal gathering places where paths naturally converge. The practice of resting during heat is something you observe in animals as well. Lizards retreat under rocks, birds become quiet in whatever cover they can find, and larger animals seek shade or remain still to conserve energy and reduce heat generation. This shared response to temperature creates a kind of quiet across the landscape during the hottest hours. Rest time also provides an opportunity for simply observing your surroundings without the distraction of active tasks. Details you might not notice while focused on movement or work become apparent when you're sitting still. The pattern of light filtering through leaves, the texture of rock surfaces, the small movements of insects going about their business. The value of rest becomes clear through its effects. After a period of sitting quietly in the shade, you feel refreshed and ready to continue. Without these breaks, sustained activity and heat would be much harder to maintain. The rest periods aren't interruptions to productivity, but rather essential components of it, allowing for consistent effort across the full day. In cooler months or cloudy conditions, the urgency of midday rest decreases, but the habit often persists as a social custom, even when it's not strictly necessary for comfort. The regular gathering time has value beyond just avoiding heat, creating predictable opportunities for connection and communication. Different landscapes offer different opportunities for shade and rest. In rockier areas, overhangs and crevices provide numerous options. In flatter, more open terrain, you might need to create your own shade using materials at hand or carry simple structures. This variation adds to the skills required for moving through different types of dry country. Night brings its own rhythm of rest, but the midday pause serves a different function. Nighttime sleep restores energy used throughout the previous day. Midday rest helps moderate current heat stress and positions you to make good use of the cooler evening hours ahead. Together, these rest periods bracket the day's activities in a sustainable pattern. The quiet that settles during midday rest feels peaceful rather than empty. It's a chosen pause, a recognition of natural conditions, and a sensible response that makes the rest of the day more pleasant and productive. This balance between activity and rest becomes second nature, woven into the way you experience time in landscapes shaped by heat and dryness. Managing food and water in drying landscapes requires attention to patterns, careful planning, and knowledge built across generations. The abundance of resources varies by season and location, creating a complex map of when and where different foods become available. Learning this map and moving accordingly becomes essential. Water sources, springs, seeps, and places where digging reveals moisture are known locations that you revisit regularly. The amount each produces might vary from season to season, but their positions remain consistent. You learn to recognize the subtle signs that indicate water nearby. Certain plant species, patterns in the rock, or slight changes in soil color. When you reach a water source, you drink your fill and replenish containers for the journey ahead. The amount you carry depends on the distance to the next reliable source and the temperature you expect to encounter. Experience teaches you to calculate these needs accurately, avoiding both the burden of carrying excess and the risk of running short. Some locations allow for staying near water for extended periods, while gathering other resources in the surrounding area. These sites become seasonal camps where you might remain for many days, taking advantage of the security that comes from having water readily available. Daily tasks can be planned without constant concern about water supply. Between water sources, conservation becomes important but not difficult. You drink when thirsty, but awareness of supply helps moderate consumption naturally. Travelling during cooler parts of the day reduces water needs. Resting during peak heat minimises the amount lost through perspiration. These practices are sensible responses to conditions rather than hardship measures. Plant foods require knowledge of which species are edible when they produce usable parts, and how to process them if needed. Some plants offer edible leaves or shoots during their growing season. Others produce seeds that can be gathered and stored. Roots and tubers from certain species provide nourishment when other options are scarce. The variety is considerable for those who know what to look for. Gathering techniques develop to make efficient use of time and effort. You learn to spot productive patches from a distance and move directly to them, rather than searching randomly. Processing methods passed down through generations make tough plant materials more digestible and improve flavour. Sharing the work among several people makes large harvests manageable. Some gathered foods can be dried for storage, extending their usefulness beyond the immediate season of abundance. Seeds naturally keep well if protected from moisture and pests. Certain other foods can be processed and dried to create portable nutrition for journeys or times when fresh gathering is less productive. The timing of movements across the landscape is often governed by when different plant foods become available. You might spend late spring in one area where certain seeds ripen, then move to a different location for midsummer gathering of other resources, following a circuit that returns to earlier locations when their seasons come around again. This pattern of movement means you rarely deplete any single area. By the time you return to a gathering location, plants have had time to grow back, produce new seeds, or otherwise recover from previous harvesting. The natural regeneration cycle matches your pattern of use, maintaining productivity over many years. Sharing food within groups ensures everyone has enough regardless of daily variations in individual gathering success. What you collect today supplements what others gathered yesterday. Over time, these exchanges balance out, providing stability and security for all members. Cooperation makes more sense than strict individual accounting. Knowledge about where to find emergency resources, plants that produce edible parts even in less favourable seasons, locations where water can be found through digging, areas that reliably support animal life that might be hunted, provides backup options if primary resources fall short. This information is valued and carefully maintained. Processing areas near camps might show signs of repeated use, accumulations of nutshells, areas worn smooth from grinding activities, or cleared spaces where people regularly work. These locations become familiar spots that future visitors recognise and continue to use, adding their own marks to the accumulated evidence of long human presence. Water found at different sources has distinct qualities. Some taste slightly mineral, others are perfectly sweet. Some runs cool even in hot seasons. Others feel lukewarm. Preferences develop, and you might detour slightly to reach a particularly pleasant spring if time allows. These small choices add character to journeys that might otherwise seem purely functional. Food preferences exist as well, both personal tastes and broader seasonal cravings. After many days of eating preserved foods, fresh greens might be particularly welcome. Certain flavours become associated with specific times of year or places, creating positive memories that link sensory experience with landscape and season. Teaching younger people about food and water management happens through participation, rather than formal instruction. Children accompany adults on gathering trips, learning to recognise useful plants and good digging spots. They help carry water and watch how it's rationed during travel. Through repeated experience, they absorb the knowledge they'll need to manage these resources independently. The landscape provides enough for those who understand it well and move with its rhythms. Scarcity is rare when you know what to look for and time your presence to match availability. The system works through knowledge, flexibility, and the maintenance of patterns that have proven sustainable over long periods. Gratitude for food and water comes naturally when you are aware of the effort required to locate and gather them. Nothing is taken for granted, yet nothing needs to feel desperately precious either. The balance between appreciation and confidence in continued availability creates a healthier relationship with resources. Careful use isn't about anxiety or deprivation, but about respect and intelligence. You use what you need, gather what makes sense, and move on when it's time. The land continues to provide because its use is calibrated to match what it can sustainably offer. This equilibrium, maintained through generations of accumulated wisdom, supports ongoing human presence in drying landscapes. As the sun descends toward the horizon, the quality of light across dry landscapes shifts from the harsh brightness of midday to softer, warmer tones. Long shadows stretch across the ground, creating patterns that change moment by moment. The intensity of heat begins to fade, replaced by air that feels gentler and more forgiving. This transition from day to evening brings renewed energy for activity after the quiet of midday rest. People move about more freely, resuming tasks or beginning new ones in the pleasant conditions. The coolness is relative. Evening temperatures might still feel warm by some standards, but the relief from peak heat is noticeable and welcome. Gathering tasks that were postponed during the hot hours can be completed in evening comfort. You might walk to nearby plant patches to collect items for the next day's meals, moving with easy efficiency now that exertion doesn't bring overwhelming heat. The lower light angle can actually make certain plants easier to spot, their shapes standing out against long shadows. Evening is a good time for longer walks to check on familiar landmarks or visit nearby areas of interest. The cooler air makes distance feel less daunting. You can cover ground at a steady pace without the need for frequent breaks. The changing light reveals the landscape in different ways than midday sun, highlighting textures and contours that weren't as visible earlier. Social life expands in the evening hours. As individual tasks conclude and people return to shared spaces, conversation increases. There's time to discuss what was observed during the day, share information about resources or conditions, and make plans for tomorrow. The communal atmosphere grows stronger as night approaches. Food preparation often happens in the evening, creating pleasant aromas that drift through the camp. Fires might be lit if fuel is available, and there's a need for cooking or warmth later in the night. The process of preparing and sharing a meal provides structure to the evening, a familiar sequence of activities that marks the transition toward rest. Children who napped during midday heat might be particularly lively in the evening, playing in the cooler air while adults work nearby. Their games and interactions add energy and sound to the camp, creating a different atmosphere than the quieter midday period. This burst of activity helps tire them out before nighttime sleep. The sky transforms as the sun continues its descent. Colours intensify. Oranges, pinks, and purples spread across the horizon, where dust and distance create vivid displays. These sunsets can be spectacular in dry air that holds little moisture to diffuse the light. The show is brief but memorable, a daily gift from the interaction of sun, atmosphere, and landscape. As darkness begins to gather, birds that were quiet during the heat become active again. Their calls mark territories or communicate with mates. The sounds add another layer to the evening, natural background music that signals the healthy presence of life in the landscape. Different species have distinct calls that you learn to recognize without conscious thought. Stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. First the brightest ones, then gradually more and more as night deepens. In dry climates with little artificial light, the number of visible stars can be astonishing. The familiar patterns of constellations rotate through the seasons, providing another way to track time's passage and orient yourself in space. Evening temperatures continue to drop as heat absorbed during the day radiates back into the night sky. The rate of cooling depends on cloud cover. Clear skies allow faster heat loss, while clouds act like a blanket, slowing the process. You can predict how cool the night will become based on whether clouds are present at sunset. Movement between areas within camp becomes easier in the gathering darkness, as your eyes adjust to lower light levels. The shapes of familiar objects remain recognizable even when details blur. Memory and familiarity guide you around spaces you've been using all day, requiring less conscious attention to navigate. Conversation in the evening might turn to stories, recounting events from the past or sharing traditional narratives that carry both entertainment and instruction. These stories often feature the landscape itself. Memorable journeys, unusual discoveries, encounters with animals, or explanations of how certain features came to be. The telling strengthens cultural knowledge while providing enjoyment. Evening routines develop that suit the particular conditions of each season and location. During warmer months, activities might continue well into full darkness, taking advantage of every cool hour. In colder seasons, evenings might involve gathering closer together, sharing warmth as temperatures drop more significantly after sunset. The transition from evening to night is gradual rather than sudden. There's no single moment when day ends and night begins, but rather a gentle progression through deepening shades of twilight. This slow change allows for natural adjustment of activities without abrupt shifts. Work that requires good light winds down as visibility decreases, but tasks that can be done by feel or near firelight might continue. Hands stay busy with familiar work, repairing equipment, preparing materials for tomorrow, or crafting items that don't require fine visual detail. The combination of productive work and social time creates satisfying evenings. The cooling air settles into low areas, creating subtle temperature variations across the landscape. Higher ground might remain slightly warmer, while valleys and depressions collect cooler air. These microclimates affect where you choose to sleep and how you arrange your resting space for comfort. As full night approaches, the pace of activity naturally slows. Energy that surged with evening's relief from heat gradually winds down toward the rest that will come with sleep. The day's efforts have been completed, tomorrow's plans are roughly sketched, and the present moment opens into calm anticipation of restorative sleep. Night in desert landscapes brings a quality of coolness that balances the heat of the day. The temperature drop can be significant, creating comfortable conditions for sleep after hours of warmth. This daily swing between temperature extremes becomes a reliable pattern, something you anticipate and plan around without conscious thought. The air feels different at night, often still and calm, with less wind than daylight hours might bring. This stillness creates quiet that enhances the sense of peace. Small sounds carry farther in the silence, but they're generally soft and unthreatening. The rustle of a small animal moving through sparse vegetation, the settling of cooling rocks, or the whisper of a gentle breeze. Your sleeping space is arranged to match nighttime conditions. During warmer seasons, you might sleep in the open, where any breeze can reach you and radiate heat easily escapes upward. In cooler months or locations, you might seek more shelter, using natural features or simple structures to block wind and retain some warmth. The sky at night, especially in dry regions far from any artificial light, displays stars in remarkable abundance. The Milky Way stretches across the darkness like a river of light. Familiar constellations wheel through their seasonal positions. Planets, brighter than surrounding stars, mark specific points in the heavens. This celestial display is available every clear night, a constant presence that connects you to deep time and vast space. Sleep comes easily after a day of activity and the natural tiredness that accumulates through waking hours. Your body responds to the darkness and cooler temperatures by settling into rest. The regular rhythm of day and night, repeated without variation, keeps your internal timing synchronized with the external world. Night sounds create a subtle backdrop to sleep. Insects might chirp or buzz in patterns specific to their species. Occasional calls from nighttime animals punctuate the quiet. These sounds are familiar rather than alarming, part of the normal acoustic environment that confirms everything is as it should be. The temperature continues to drop through the early night hours, reaching its lowest point typically just before dawn. Your body adjusts to this cooling without waking, perhaps shifting positions slightly or drawing coverings a bit closer. The changes happen gradually enough that they don't disturb rest. Dreams blend elements of daily experience with deeper patterns of thought and memory. The landscapes you move through, while awake, might reappear in sleep, mixed with other elements in ways that don't follow waking logic but feel meaningful nonetheless. These nighttime mental wanderings process experiences and consolidate memories without requiring conscious effort. Middle of the waking, if it happens, is usually brief. You might notice the position of the stars or moon, gauge how much of the night has passed, and then settle back into sleep. The darkness and quiet support rest, making it easy to return to unconsciousness. There's no anxiety about these brief wakeful periods. They're natural parts of the sleep cycle. The moon, when present, creates its own quality of light that transforms the nighttime landscape. Surfaces that seemed dark become visible in shades of silver and grey. Shadows shift as the moon moves across the sky. Full moons can be bright enough to move around comfortably, while new moons leave the landscape to starlight alone. Clouds passing over at night are usually invisible except as they block stars, creating moving areas of darkness against the otherwise light-filled sky. Their passage might bring subtle changes in temperature or humidity, but typically not enough to disturb sleep. The minor variations blend into the overall experience of night. Other people sleeping nearby create a quiet companionship, their presence reassuring even though everyone is unconscious. The shared space of sleep strengthens social bonds in ways that don't require words or waking interaction. Simply being together through the vulnerable hours of darkness builds trust and connection. Children sleep soundly after their evening energy has been expended. Their deeper, less conscious sleep might be punctuated by moments of movement or quiet sounds, but they typically rest through the entire night. Adults with more years of experience reading the environment might sleep more lightly, subconsciously monitoring conditions even while resting. Night's coolness allows your body to recover from the day's heat exposure. Core temperature that might have risen slightly during peak warmth returns to its optimal range. The cooler external temperature actually aids in maintaining comfortable internal conditions, making sleep more restorative. The stillness of night creates space for the land itself to settle and recover from the day. Rocks that expanded slightly in the heat contract as they cool. Plants that wilted in the sun recover some turgidity. Animals that hid from midday warmth emerge to go about their nocturnal activities. The landscape remains dynamic even in darkness. Pre-dawn hours bring the coolest temperatures, and you might pull coverings a bit closer or shift to catch any residual warmth from your sleeping spot. These small adjustments happen automatically, requiring minimal waking consciousness. Your body knows how to regulate its comfort, and does so with practiced efficiency. The approach of dawn begins subtly. The eastern sky might lighten almost imperceptibly at first, and the coolest air seems to deepen just before this hint of coming light. Stars begin to fade in areas where the sky brightens. The transition is so gradual that pinpointing the exact moment day begins is impossible, but the overall shift is unmistakable. Night has provided the rest needed to meet another day. Your body has restored energy, processed the previous day's experiences, and prepared for whatever the coming hours will bring. The cycle of activity and rest, heat and cool, waking and sleep continues in reliable patterns that support ongoing life in desert landscapes. Desert landscapes, once fully formed, continue to shape human experience across countless generations. The patterns established during the long drying period persist, creating conditions that influence how people move, gather resources and organize their lives. This influence is subtle but pervasive, woven into daily routines and long-term planning. Trade routes develop along paths that connect water sources across arid regions. These routes become increasingly important as the value of moving goods between distant areas grows. Caravans follow trails established over many generations, each journey adding slightly to the knowledge of optimal timing, reliable stopping points, and potential hazards along the way. The goods that move along these routes include items not available in all regions: salt from dry lake beds, obsidian or other tool-making stone from specific outcrops, dried foods that travel well, and crafted items that showcase particular skills or local styles. The exchange creates connections between people separated by considerable distances. Desert crossings require planning and preparation that become refined through repeated experience. You learn to travel during cooler seasons when water needs are reduced. You memorize the locations of every reliable spring and seep along your route. You prepare for the specific conditions you'll encounter: loose sand that slows movement, rocky ground that demands careful footing, or areas where navigation is tricky due to few landmarks. Stories about desert travel accumulate, carrying practical information wrapped in memorable narratives. Tales of successful crossings note the timing, route choices, and preparations that worked well. Accounts of difficult journeys identify what went wrong and what might have prevented problems. This collective knowledge base makes each subsequent journey safer and more efficient. Settlements along desert edges and near reliable water sources become meeting points where different groups exchange goods, information, and social connections. These locations might host seasonal gatherings when the weather is favourable and resources are abundant enough to support larger groups temporarily. The interactions strengthen networks that span beyond any single community. Architecture develops that responds intelligently to desert conditions. Structures use thick walls to moderate temperature swings, small windows to reduce heat gain while still allowing light and air, and designs that create shade while catching any breeze. These features become standard elements, refined over many building cycles. Water management techniques grow increasingly sophisticated. Systems for collecting and storing rainwater make the most of infrequent precipitation. Wells are dug with knowledge passed down about where to find underground sources and how to maintain them. Channels direct water to areas where it's most needed, creating productive patches within otherwise dry landscapes. Plant cultivation begins in some areas where water can be controlled reliably. Certain species that naturally grow in desert margins respond well to a bit of extra water and attention. Gardens near water sources supplement gathered wild foods, adding security and variety to diets. The knowledge of which plants can be encouraged and how to care for them develops through patient experimentation. Cultural practices reflect desert realities. Hospitality traditions ensure that travellers can find welcome and resources at settlements along trade routes. Sharing water with visitors is considered essential rather than optional. These customs recognise the mutual vulnerability everyone faces in arid environments and create networks of support that benefit all. Spiritual and artistic traditions incorporate desert imagery and symbolism. The stark beauty of desert landscapes, the clarity of night skies, and the drama of rare rainstorms all find expression in stories, songs, and visual arts. The physical environment shapes cultural identity in ways both obvious and subtle. Navigation skills particular to desert environments develop into specialised knowledge, reading subtle variations in terrain, predicting weather from cloud formations, using star positions for direction, and recognising the signs of approaching seasonal changes all become valued abilities. Those with particular skill in these areas share their knowledge with others. The continuity of desert landscapes creates a sense of connection to past generations who move through the same spaces. You walk trails worn by countless feet before yours. You camp at sites that show evidence of long use. You draw water from springs that have flowed for time beyond memory. This temporal depth adds meaning to daily activities. Adaptation to desert conditions becomes so thoroughly integrated into ways of living that it feels natural rather than imposed. The rhythms of movement, the patterns of work and rest, and the social customs that facilitate survival and comfort. All of these simply are the way things are done. The desert has shaped culture to match its requirements, and the fit feels comfortable. Changes continue even after deserts reach their current extents. Climate variations bring wetter and drier periods over decades and centuries. Water sources might shift location or change their productivity. Plant communities adjust their ranges and abundances. People respond to these changes with the same flexibility that served their ancestors during the initial drying periods. The knowledge required to thrive in desert landscapes remains valuable and continues to be transmitted from experienced individuals to learners. Each generation adds their own observations and innovations to the accumulated wisdom. The tradition is living and dynamic rather than static and fixed. Desert crossings that once seemed daunting become familiar journeys for those who make them regularly. The distances don't shrink, the challenges don't disappear, but experience makes them manageable. What required intense focus the first time becomes routine on the 10th or 20th crossing. Confidence builds with repetition. The stark beauty of desert landscapes attracts people who appreciate their particular qualities. The clean lines of distant horizons, the dramatic contrast between sky and land, the intensity of light and colour, and the sense of space and openness. What might seem harsh to unfamiliar eyes becomes beloved to those who know these places well. Evening light in deserts continues to transform the view with the same reliable magic it has shown for thousands of years. The colours, the lengthening shadows, the gradual cooling, these daily events maintain their appeal through countless repetitions. Each sunset is unique in its details, yet familiar in its pattern. As you settle into sleep tonight, the desert landscapes that took thousands of years to form continue their patient existence. They've shaped human history not through dramatic events, but through steady influence on the practical details of life, where people travel, how they gather resources when they rest, and what they value. The quiet persistence of these dry lands has proven as influential as any dramatic historical force, working its effects through the accumulated weight of daily choices and adaptations across generations beyond counting. The world's deserts hold their shape, neither expanding nor contracting in any way you would notice within a lifetime. They continue offering their particular challenges and rewards to those who learn their patterns. And in the cool darkness of night, beneath stars that have watched these lands for far longer than humans have walked them, the balance holds between heat and cool, activity and rest, movement and staying, all the rhythms that make life possible in these remarkable places. Picture this. You're sitting in ancient China around 220 BC, probably wondering what's for dinner and hoping the weather holds up for harvest season. You've got your little plot of land, maybe some chickens pecking around, and life is pretty predictable. Then Emperor Qin Shi Huang shows up with what might be history's most ambitious home improvement project. "We're going to build a wall," he announces. Not just any wall, mind you, a wall that stretches across mountains, deserts and valleys for thousands of miles. Your neighbours probably thought he'd been sampling too much rice wine, but this emperor was dead serious. He had already conquered 6 other kingdoms to unite China, so building an impossibly long wall seemed like a simple task. Tuesday afternoon's project. The thing is, walls already existed. Various kingdoms had been building defensive barriers for centuries, like having a really impressive fence to keep the neighbours' goats out of your garden. But Qin Shi Huang looked at these scattered walls the way you might look at mismatched furniture in your living room. Functional, but lacking a unified vision. His plan was brilliant in its audacity. Connect the existing walls, extend them, and create one continuous barrier along China's northern border. Imagine this as the world's first massive renovation project, where instead of demolishing walls, they were constructing the ultimate wall to end all walls. The emperor's motivation wasn't just showing off, though that was certainly part of it. The Mongols and other nomadic tribes from the north were habituated to dropping by uninvited, usually with swords and an attitude problem. These weren't friendly social calls. They were more like aggressive house parties, where the guests take everything and leave the place in shambles. So you can understand the emperor's thinking. Build a wall so impressive, so formidable, that these northern neighbours would take one look and decide maybe they'd rather stay home and tend their horses instead. It was like installing the world's most elaborate security system, except the cameras were guard towers and the alarm was a very loud horn. But here's where it gets intriguing for regular folks like you. This project wasn't going to be built by magic or imperial decree alone. This undertaking was going to require hands, millions of them. Suddenly, your quiet life of farming and chicken tending was about to get a lot more complicated. The recruitment process was about as subtle as an earthquake. Local officials would show up in villages with scrolls and serious expressions, essentially conducting a very involuntary job fair. "Congratulations," they'd say. "You've been selected for a wonderful opportunity to serve your emperor and build something truly historic." The fact that you hadn't applied for this opportunity was considered irrelevant. Now, before you start feeling too sorry for yourself in this scenario, consider the alternative. The emperor had just finished unifying China through a series of wars that made Game of Thrones look like a peaceful afternoon tea. Building a wall, even an impossibly long one, was actually the peaceful option. Still, knowing you're part of the calmer solution doesn't make the prospect of hauling stones across mountains any more appealing. The scale of this project was something no one had ever attempted. Imagine trying to coordinate a construction project that spans the distance from New York to Denver, except there are no trucks, no power tools, and no Home Depot. Everything had to be done with human muscle, animal power, and whatever clever engineering solutions people could devise with the technology of 220 BC. And so began one of history's greatest adventures in construction management, community cooperation, and sheer human stubbornness. You were about to become part of something that would still be visible. So here you are, standing with your hastily packed belongings and wondering how your life took such an unexpected turn. The recruitment officer has assured you that the job is a temporary assignment, just a few months, maybe a year at most. You'll be back home before you know it, he says, with the confidence of someone who's never actually built a wall. Your first glimpse of the construction site is like nothing you've ever seen. Imagine an anthill the size of a city, except the ants are people and they're all carrying rocks. Thousands of workers stretch across the landscape, creating a human chain that disappears into the distance. The noise is incredible. Hammering, shouting, the scrape of stone against stone, and the occasional creative curse word that probably shouldn't be repeated in polite company. You're assigned to a work crew that becomes your new family, whether you like it or not. There's old Chen, who claims he helped build the Emperor's palace and has strong opinions about proper mortar mixing. Young Liu bounces around with the enthusiasm of someone who thinks this whole wall business might actually be fun. Wang the Quiet barely speaks but can carry stones that would make a donkey jealous. And there's you, trying to figure out which end of a hammer to hold. The living arrangements are, shall we say, cosy. Your new home is a tent shared with 5 other men, which sounds awful until you realise some crews are sleeping 12 to a shelter. Privacy becomes a fond memory. like a favourite dish from home that you can almost taste if you concentrate hard enough. The good news is that everyone snores, so at least the noise is evenly distributed. Your daily routine starts before dawn, because apparently whoever designed this schedule believed that sunlight was a luxury rather than a necessity. You stumble out of your shared tent, grab some rice and maybe a pickled vegetable if you're lucky, and report to your section chief. This is a man who has elevated shouting into an art form and seems to believe that volume is directly proportional to work efficiency. The work itself is simpler in concept than execution. You're building a wall, which sounds straightforward until you realise this wall needs to be tall enough to stop mounted warriors, strong enough to withstand siege engines, and long enough to protect an entire frontier. It's like being asked to build a fence around your property, except your property is the size of several states and the fence needs to stop an army. The foundation work is back-breaking in the most literal sense. You spend days moving earth, laying stones, and creating the base that everything else will rest on. Each stone needs to be placed just so, because a wobbly foundation today means a collapsed wall tomorrow, and nobody wants to explain to the emperor why his wall has developed a lean. But here's the thing about shared misery. It has a way of bringing people together. By the end of your first week, you and your tent mates have developed an effortless camaraderie born of mutual exhaustion. Old Chen shares techniques he learned from previous construction projects. Young Liu invents games to make the repetitive work more bearable. One the quiet turns out to be an excellent cook who can make rice taste almost intriguing. The engineers overseeing the project are a fascinating bunch. They've had to solve problems no one has ever faced before, like how to build a uniform wall across terrain that varies from desert sand to mountain granite. Watching them work is like seeing puzzle masters tackle a jigsaw with a million pieces, none of which seem to fit together properly. Supply lines stretch back towards civilization like the world's longest grocery delivery route. Wagons arrive with fresh stone, timber, rice, and replacement tools. Occasionally they bring news from home, which everyone gathers around to hear like it's the evening entertainment. Occasionally they bring new workers to replace those who've completed their service, or, more grimly, those who won't be going home at all. Despite the hardships, there's something oddly satisfying about the work. Each day you can see progress. The wall grows taller, stronger, and more impressive. You begin to take pride in your section, competing informally with other crews to see who can lay the straightest line or build the most solid foundation. It's like the world's most exhausting team sport. After a few weeks on the wall, you've developed what your grandmother might charitably call character. Your hands, once soft from farm work, now sport calluses in places you didn't know could grow calluses. Your back has adapted to a permanent slight hunch from lifting stones, and you've learned to identify different types of rock by their weight and the specific way they make your shoulders ache. The workday starts with what the section chief optimistically calls morning coordination, but which everyone else recognises as the daily ritual of figuring out who's going to do what and how badly it might go wrong. Today, your crew is assigned to mortar mixing, which sounds easy until you realise that getting the consistency right is like trying to bake bread while blindfolded during an earthquake. Old Chen takes this opportunity to share his philosophy on mortar, which apparently involves the same level of precision that other people reserve for poetry. If the mixture is too wet, it runs like water from a broken bucket, he explains, while stirring the mixture with a wooden paddle that has seen better days. Too dry, and it crumbles like a promise from a politician. You're beginning to suspect that Old Chen has strong opinions about everything, which makes him either very wise or very annoying, depending on how early in the morning it is. The stones themselves come from quarries that seem impossibly far away, yet somehow keep producing an endless supply of building material. Watching the stonecutters work is mesmerising. They can look at a rough boulder and somehow see the perfectly shaped block hiding inside like sculptors working in reverse. Their hammers ring against chisels with a rhythm that becomes the soundtrack of construction, a percussion section for the symphony of building. Transportation of materials has evolved into a complex dance of human efficiency. Teams of workers form chains from the supply wagons to the construction site, passing stones hand to hand in a process that looks chaotic but actually moves materials faster than you'd think possible. It's like watching a very patient version of the world's heaviest relay race. Young Liu has invented a game where you try to predict which stone will be the most awkward to carry, based on its shape. He's surprisingly talented at this, having developed an eye for stones that look innocent but turn out to be engineered by nature specifically to be impossible to grip properly. His uncanny ability to spot these troublemakers has saved the crew numerous bruised toes and creative vocabulary lessons. The wall itself is taking shape with surprising speed, considering it's being built entirely by hand. Each section has its own personality, reflecting the crew that built it. Some sections are precisely uniform, built by teams that measure twice and cut once. Others show more character, with small variations that somehow make them look more human and less like something assembled by very patient machines. Weather adds its complications to the work. Rain turns the construction site into a muddy obstacle course, where every step requires careful consideration of physics and balance. Hot days make the stones too hot to handle comfortably, and cold mornings mean waiting for fingers to thaw enough to grip tools properly. You begin to develop a farmer's intuition for weather, reading the sky like a daily newspaper that specialises in inconvenient surprises. The guard towers, spaced at regular intervals along the wall, present their engineering challenges. These aren't just tall platforms. They're sophisticated observation and communication posts that need to be sturdy enough to withstand attacks, while remaining tall enough to provide commanding views of the surrounding territory. Building them requires a combination of masonry, carpentry, and what might generously be called optimistic physics. Food becomes both fuel and entertainment. The camp cooks have mastered the art of making large quantities of rice interesting through creative use of whatever vegetables, meat, or seasonings happen to be available. Sometimes you have lucky and there's pork. Other times, you learn to appreciate the subtle flavours of turnips and hope. Crews gather during meal times to share stories, voice complaints, and occasionally speculate about the potential completion date of this project. Your tent mates have developed distinct personalities that make the cramped living quarters more bearable. Old Chen tells stories from his construction days that may or may not be entirely true, but are always entertaining. Young Liu practices writing characters in the dirt, determined to return home more educated than when he left. Wang the Quiet has revealed a talent for repairing tools and equipment, making him the most popular person in a 100-yard radius. By now you've realised that building the Great Wall isn't just construction, it's engineering on a scale that makes regular building projects look like children's blocks. Every day brings new problems that require solutions no one has ever had to figure out before, and you're starting to appreciate the complexity of what seemed like a simple concept. Take, for instance, the challenge of building a wall across a mountain ridge. You can't just pile stones in a straight line and hope for the best. The wall needs to follow the natural contours of the land while maintaining its defensive capabilities, which means constantly adjusting height, thickness, and angle. It's like trying to draw a straight line on a crumpled piece of paper while wearing mittens. The foundation work varies dramatically depending on terrain. In rocky areas, you're essentially building on nature's concrete, which sounds great until you realise that rocky often means uneven, unpredictable, and determined to make your life difficult. In sandy or soft soil areas, the foundation needs to go much deeper, which means more digging and more stone, but at least the digging is easier. In marshy areas, well, everyone tries to avoid thinking about marshy areas. Your crew has been assigned to work on a section that crosses a particularly steep hillside, which provides spectacular views and spectacular challenges in equal measure. Building on a slope means every stone wants to roll downhill, apparently having missed the memo about staying put. This has led to the development of increasingly creative techniques for convincing stones to remain where you place them. Old Chen has become something of a master at reading stone behaviour. He can look at a rock and predict whether it's going to be cooperative or whether it's going to spend the day trying to escape down the mountainside. Stones have personalities, he explains, while wedging a particularly rebellious boulder into place. Some want to work, some want to wander, and some just want to cause trouble. You're starting to suspect he might be right. The mortar mixing has evolved into something approaching science. Different weather conditions require different consistencies, and the local materials, limestone here, clay there, all react differently to mixing and setting. The master masons have developed an almost mystical ability to produce exactly the right mixture for current conditions, like chefs who can cook perfect meals without measuring ingredients. Tool maintenance has become a critical skill for survival. When your livelihood depends on hammers, chisels, and carrying baskets, keeping them in good repair isn't just professional pride, it's self-preservation. Wang the Quiet has set up an informal repair service, trading tool maintenance for extra rice or help with heavy lifting. His ability to resurrect a broken handle or straighten a bent chisel has made him the most valued member of several crews, The logistics of the project are mind-boggling when you stop thinking about them. Someone, somewhere, is coordinating the delivery of materials, food and equipment to dozens of construction sites spread across hundreds of miles. Supply wagons consistently arrive, delivering not only essentials but also occasional luxury items such as tea or preserved fruit, adding a touch of joy to everyone's day. Communication along the wall happens through a system of signals that's part practical necessity and part entertainment. Horn calls relay messages from section to section, creating a chain of communication that can carry news faster than a running messenger. The horn operators have developed a surprisingly sophisticated vocabulary of calls, different patterns for mealtime, shift changes, material deliveries, and occasionally warnings about approaching inspectors. The inspectors themselves are a source of both anxiety and amusement. These are officials who arrive periodically to check progress and quality, armed with measuring devices and serious expressions. They examine wall sections with the intensity of art critics, running their hands along stone joints and muttering about specifications. Smart crews learn to recognise the signs of an approaching inspection and spend extra time making their sections look particularly impressive. Quality control has evolved organically among the work crews. Nobody wants to be responsible for the section that falls down, so there's intense peer pressure to build well. Teams develop reputations for craftsmanship, and being assigned to work with a crew known for solid construction becomes a point of pride. Competition between crews drives quality improvements that no amount of official supervision could achieve. The wall's defensive features require careful attention to detail that goes beyond simple construction. Arrow slits need to be positioned at exactly the right height and angle to provide maximum coverage while offering protection to defenders. Walkways must be wide enough for guards to patrol, but not so wide that they waste materials or provide too much target area for attackers. Winter arrives like an unwelcome relative who shows up without warning and refuses to leave. One day you're working in comfortable autumn weather, and the next morning you wake up to discover frost decorating your tent like nature's least practical artwork. The section chief announces that work will continue regardless of weather, because apparently walls don't build themselves and emperors don't appreciate seasonal delays. Building in cold weather presents challenges that the project planners probably didn't fully appreciate when they scheduled this particular construction timeline. Mortar doesn't set properly when it's freezing, which means either waiting for warmer temperatures or developing creative solutions that involve keeping mixed mortar warm until it can be applied. This scenario leads to the amusing sight of grown men huddling around small fires with buckets of mortar like they're warming their hands. Your tent becomes both a sanctuary and an endurance test as temperatures drop. 5 men sharing a small space generates a surprising amount of body heat, which is beneficial for staying warm but challenging for maintaining any sense of personal space or air quality. Everyone develops strategies for staying comfortable, extra layers, creative use of blankets, and the unspoken agreement that nobody comments on anyone else's sleeping habits or unusual nighttime noises. The supply lines face their own winter challenges. Wagons that moved easily over dry summer roads now struggle through mud, snow and ice. Food deliveries become less predictable, leading to careful rationing and creative cooking with whatever ingredients are available. Rice becomes even more precious, and everyone learns to appreciate the subtle differences between turnips, radishes, and other vegetables that all taste remarkably similar when you're hungry enough. Spring brings relief and new complications in equal measure. The ground thaws, making digging easier but also creating mud that seems specifically designed to make walking difficult and tool handling treacherous. Fresh supplies arrive more regularly, but so do new workers who need to be trained and integrated into existing crews. You find yourself in the odd position of being a veteran after just one winter, offering advice to newcomers who look as bewildered as you once did. The seasonal cycle creates a rhythm to the work that becomes oddly comforting. Summer brings long days and maximum productivity. However, it also brings heat that makes handling sun-baked stones an exercise in pain tolerance. Autumn brings perfect working weather and the urgent push to complete sections before winter returns. Each season requires different strategies, preparations, and types of stubborn determination. The rainy season deserves special mention as a time when optimism goes to die. Working in rain means dealing with slippery stones, mud that clings to everything, and the constant challenge of keeping tools dry enough to use effectively. The wall itself becomes treacherous to work on, requiring extra caution and significantly reduced productivity. Everyone develops strong opinions about rain gear, and the inadequacy of most attempts to stay dry while doing heavy construction work, the changing seasons also bring changes in local wildlife, which adds an element of unpredictability to daily work. Spring brings curious deer that seem fascinated by construction activity. Summer attracts various insects that apparently view human workers as either entertainment or potential meals. Autumn brings migrating birds that sometimes interfere with construction work, and winter brings various creatures searching for warm places to shelter, occasionally choosing tool storage areas. Old Chen reveals that he's worked construction jobs in all kinds of weather and has developed philosophical approaches to each season. Summer teaches patience, he explains, while taking a break in whatever shade he can find. Winter teaches persistence, spring teaches hope, and autumn teaches urgency. Young Liu suggests that all seasons teach you to appreciate being indoors, which seems like the most practical wisdom anyone has offered. Food preservation becomes a crucial skill as weather affects both supply deliveries and storage capabilities. It becomes essential to learn which vegetables store well and which require immediate consumption. Based on available ingredients and safe storage methods, the camp cooks create seasonal menus that result in surprisingly diverse meals. Tool performance varies significantly with weather conditions. Wooden handles shrink and expand, metal parts rust or become brittle, and carrying baskets develop holes or weak spots that seem to appear overnight. Maintenance becomes an ongoing project rather than an occasional necessity, and everyone learns basic repair skills that weren't part of the original job description. Weather prediction becomes a valuable skill set that everyone develops to some degree. Cloud reading, wind pattern recognition, and understanding seasonal patterns all contribute to better planning and preparation. The ability to predict weather changes helps crews plan work schedules, prepare for supply delays, and generally make life more manageable in an environment where comfort is largely dependent on being ready for whatever nature decides to provide. Living and working in close quarters with hundreds of other people creates a unique social environment that's part construction site, part small town, and part extended family reunion, where nobody can leave early. The Wall Project has brought together people from different regions, social classes and backgrounds, creating a temporary community that develops its own customs, jokes and social structure. Your tent has evolved into something resembling a household, with everyone settling into informal roles that make shared living more manageable. Old Chen has become the unofficial leader, settling disputes and offering advice based on his extensive experience with group living situations. Young Liu serves as entertainment coordinator, inventing games and keeping spirits up during difficult days. Wang the Quiet handles practical matters like tool maintenance and small repairs that keep daily life functioning smoothly. The evening routine after work has become a social ritual that everyone looks forward to. Crews gather around small fires to share meals, stories and complaints about the day's challenges. These conversations range from practical discussions about construction techniques to elaborate storytelling sessions where facts and entertainment blend together in ways that probably wouldn't pass strict historical scrutiny, but make for engaging listening. Regional differences create intriguing cultural exchanges as workers from different areas share their local customs, foods, and approaches to problem solving. Someone from the northern provinces might introduce techniques for working in cold weather, while workers from southern regions contribute knowledge about building in wet conditions. It's like a practical education program where everyone is both teacher and student. Games and entertainment develop organically to fill the hours between work and sleep. Simple gambling games using stones or sticks provide excitement and social interaction. Storytelling competitions emerge, with workers sharing tales from home or inventing elaborate fictional adventures. Physical competitions, who can carry the heaviest stone, who can work longest without rest, add elements of friendly rivalry that make work more engaging. The development of informal leadership structures within work crews demonstrates how people naturally organise themselves when faced with shared challenges. Some workers emerge as natural organisers, others as technical experts, and still others as mediators who help resolve conflicts before they become serious problems. These unofficial roles often prove more important than formal hierarchy in determining how well crews function. Trade and barter systems develop to supplement official supply distributions. Workers with particular skills, cooking, tool repair, storytelling, letter writing, find themselves able to trade services for extra food, better sleeping arrangements, or other small luxuries that make life more bearable. The These informal economies create networks of mutual support that extend beyond individual work crews. The challenge of maintaining morale during difficult periods brings out creative solutions from the worker community. During particularly tough stretches, bad weather, equipment shortages, especially demanding work assignments, crews develop strategies for supporting each other emotionally as well as practically. Shared hardship creates bonds that probably wouldn't form under normal circumstances. Communication with families back home becomes a valued service that brings the community together. Workers who can write often compose letters for those who can't, creating connections between the wall project and the outside world. These letters serve multiple purposes, maintaining family relationships, sharing news from the construction site, and providing an emotional outlet for homesickness and anxiety about the future. Religious and cultural observances continue despite the challenging work environment, adapted to fit the constraints of construction life. Festival celebrations happen on a smaller scale, but with no less enthusiasm, creating opportunities for workers to maintain connections to their cultural traditions while building new shared experiences with their fellow workers. The gradual development of construction site traditions creates a sense of continuity and belonging that helps workers feel part of something larger than their individual daily struggles. These might include ceremonies for completing wall sections, rituals for welcoming new workers, or informal celebrations when supply wagons arrive with particularly welcome deliveries. Conflicts, when they arise, tend to be resolved through community pressure rather than formal authority, as everyone recognises that cooperation is essential for both work efficiency and personal survival. The shared experience of difficult working conditions creates strong incentives for people to work out their differences rather than let disputes escalate into serious problems that could affect entire crews. The knowledge that this assignment is temporary gives the community a unique character. Everyone knows they're here for a limited time, which creates both a sense of urgency about forming relationships and a practical focus on making the best of the current situation rather than building permanent social structures. Months have passed since you first arrived at the wall site, and the changes are remarkable, both in the wall itself and in yourself. What started as scattered construction sites has grown into a continuous barrier that stretches beyond what you can see from any single vantage point. Standing on a completed section and looking along the wall's path, you can hardly believe that human hands and stubborn determination created something so massive and permanent. The wall sections your crew has built bear the subtle marks of their creators, slightly different stone patterns, variations in mortar joints, and the accumulated character that comes from being constructed by real people rather than perfect machines. You can identify your work from a distance, recognizing the particular rhythm and style your crew developed over months of working together. It's like being able to recognize your own handwriting on a massive scale. Completion of individual sections brings mixed emotions. There's pride in the craftsmanship and satisfaction in seeing a job well done, but also awareness that completion means eventual departure from this temporary community that has become unexpectedly important. The relationships forged through shared hardship and common purpose don't necessarily translate easily back to normal life, creating a bittersweet quality to finishing the work. Old Chen, who has worked on various imperial projects throughout his career, offers perspective on the historical significance of what you've all accomplished. Most things people build get torn down eventually, he observes, while surveying a newly completed tower. But walls like this become part of the landscape. Your grandchildren's grandchildren will walk along sections you built with your hands. It's an oddly comforting thought that adds meaning to all those days of carrying stones and mixing mortar. The skills you've developed during wall construction turn out to be transferable to civilian life. Understanding stone and mortar, reading terrain, coordinating group work and managing projects under difficult conditions are valuable abilities that will serve you well back home. You've also developed physical strength and endurance that make farm work seem almost effortless by comparison. Young Liu has indeed become more literate during his time on the wall, practicing writing characters in spare moments and learning from other workers who shared their education. He plans to use these skills to improve his family's business dealings, demonstrating how the wall project has created unexpected opportunities for personal development, alongside its primary construction goals. Wang the Quiet has saved enough money from his tool repair business to make significant improvements to his family's farm when he returns home. His mechanical skills, sharpened by months of keeping construction equipment functioning, will make him valuable in any rural community where practical problem-solving abilities are always in demand. The completion ceremony for your section is simpler than you might expect, but deeply meaningful to everyone who participated in the construction. Local officials make speeches about imperial glory and defensive necessity, but the real significance is in the quiet satisfaction shared among the workers who know exactly how much effort went into every stone, every joint, and every decision that shaped the final result. News arrives that other sections of the wall are nearing completion, creating a sense of being part of a larger coordinated achievement that extends far beyond your direct experience. The project that seemed impossibly large when you first arrived has been broken down into manageable pieces by thousands of work crews like yours, demonstrating how even the most ambitious goals can be achieved through patient, persistent effort. Preparations for departure begin with mixed feelings. There's eagerness to return home to family, familiar surroundings, and the comfortable routines of normal life. But there's also reluctance to leave the friendships and sense of shared purpose that made the hardships bearable and gave meaning to the difficult work. The journey home provides time to reflect on the experience and process what you've learned about yourself, about cooperation, and about what people can accomplish when they work together toward common goals. The wall represents more than just a defensive barrier. It's proof that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they combine their individual efforts with shared determination. Returning home means readjusting to civilian life after months of structured work routines and community living. Family and friends are curious about your experiences, but explaining the daily reality of wall construction proves challenging. How do you describe the satisfaction of building something permanent, the camaraderie of shared hardship, or the pride in craftsmanship that developed over months of patient work? The wall continues without you, as other crews take over maintenance and improvements, ensuring that your temporary contribution becomes part of a permanent legacy. Knowing that your work will endure lends a sense of permanence to what felt like just a temporary assignment, connecting your individual effort to something that will outlast your lifetime. Years later, you might travel past sections of the wall and feel a particular satisfaction in seeing your work still standing, still serving its purpose, still bearing the subtle marks of the craftsmanship you and your crew brought to an impossible project that somehow got finished anyway, one stone at a time.